Reincarnated as Gotham's useless beauty. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. You can't make such a conclusion too directly. Crossing into the game. This kind of statement, whether it is three-dimensional or two-dimensional, sounds outrageous. Although the possibility is small, it is also possible that someone took advantage of his fainting and played a big prank on his room, just to confuse Heis. In short, Heis still needs definite evidence to assist him in making such an outrageous statement. Heis climbed out of bed. He saw a huge floor-to-ceiling full-length mirror in another corner of the room, which could fully reflect the whole person. He found the slippers on the ground, stepped in, and then walked to the mirror. By the way, this scene is too realistic. Even the slippers on the ground are the duck plush slippers prepared for him by Afu in the game, with a silly duck head on the front. Such shoes, even if worn in reality, will give people a weird sense of cuteness. Ordinary walking will become a super cute duck head impact because of these shoes. If it is a prank, are the details so strong? This doubt reached its peak when he was in front of the mirror. Dizzying beauty. It was hard to imagine that such a person could appear in the mirror. His appearance was incredibly delicate, with upturned eyes and a faint mole that would fly with every frown and smile on his face, bringing out a strange beauty. It was indeed a boy. The beauty of his face did not hide his gender characteristics at all. The beautiful face in the mirror included the outline of a man. The black hair gently swept the eyebrows, adding a bit of softness to the overall atmosphere. His body was slender, with long hands and feet that were unique to growing boys. His bones were distinct, but his back was straight. His posture and temperament made it easy to confirm that he was a noble young master from a wealthy family without even looking at his face. This was not what Heis originally looked like, although it was not to the point of being completely different. This kind of face was completely the result of adding dozens of layers of beauty filters to the original Heis appearance to produce such a natural effect as in the mirror. Heis was a little stunned. Could this be the charming look he created in the game? The topic of full charm always comes up in the mouths of NPCs at home and outside, but to be honest, Heis himself can only see a black pixel head. So every time he faces other people's dumbfoundedness and sighs, Heis only feels that the pre-plot is very long. But what if that is a real world? Thinking about it this way, it is indeed a normal person's only way to sigh at their own beauty. Heis did not doubt that this was a prank. He was sure that the level of technology in his world was far from the level of plastic surgery that could make it look like this overnight without any feeling or recovery period. Heis raised his hand and pinched his face. Very good. The beauty in the mirror also made a stupid look and began to pull her face skin. And well, it's not fake. So, it is indeed a time travel. Although this conclusion is still difficult to say, for a game geek, admitting such a thing is to face the reality. Heather subconsciously traced his wrist and touched a hard bracelet hidden under his sleeve. It made sense because it was in the game. This was equipment that the game character had almost never taken off. It was given to him by his father when he was a child as a tool to reduce his charm instead of the mask. In his several years of gaming career, Heather only took it off once, because he wanted to sneak out to open up new maps. In order to show his charm to the greatest extent, and to meet new NPCs who could be conquered, he completed his game strategy. At an age when he could almost fall in love, Heather waited until his father went out to work and the old housekeeper was busy with other things before he secretly ran to the outside of Wayne Manor, ready to take off his bracelet to chat up his favorite NPC. As a result, he was approached halfway before he even ran to the most famous street in Gotham. He was still in the residential area of the rich, but a car suddenly stopped beside him, deliberately showing off his drifting skills, and then rolled down the window, revealing an ordinary NPC male face, and asked him with a smile, "Hello." Heis had no interest in catching men with ordinary looks, so he naturally ignored him. However, this ordinary man pushed the car door and grabbed his wrist, with a greasy smile, trying to get Heis into the car. What is this man thinking? Heis naturally struggled, shaking his hands hard, trying to shake off the other party's iron hand that clamped him. Failure of strength confrontation. Damn. Even if the family has physical training, because the innate strength value is 0, there is no way to compete with adult men with normal strength value without super intensity and persistence training. However, because he did not dare to injure Hishizi, the training value he always received was not very high. It is true that he did not expect to encounter a sudden kidnapping case like the heroine in the residential area. It was the first time that Hishizi came into contact with the external map, and he was indeed careless in his defense. The knife used for self-defense was hidden in the school bag. He could not take it out with his hands for the time being, so he naturally had no other means to escape. He was about to be dragged into the car. There was no other way. He had to act according to circumstances. If he could not escape, he would reload the game. Gamers are fearless. With this idea in mind, Heise even gave up pressing the direction keys to struggle a few more times. Anyway, he could not compete with the opponent, so he should avoid bumps and bleeding. Dash. Hey. The strength in his hand loosened. A long leg appeared in front of him, and with a light kick, it kicked the ordinary man's hand away. Looking along the leg, it was a familiar tall figure, with strong muscles, wearing a sports jacket, and the facial contours were too familiar. Oh no! Heise's eyes widened. Then, he pressed the direction keys frantically, using the effort that he had not even used when entangled with the ordinary man, trying to slip away before the other party found him. Overthinking. Dick grabbed him by the collar, just as he would grab the little yellow hat by the collar every morning when he lived in Wayne Manor. Hashizi. It was a complete failure. Hashizi raised his head languidly, trying to act pitiful so that his elder brother would not hold him. Brother. He just raised his head and typed words into the dialogue box. The force on the collar froze very obviously. Dick's eyes widened slightly, and he was stunned for a long time, until Poonan hit him with a curse, and then he restrained the other party with one hand and came back to his mind from his drifting thoughts. Poonan Mugen was not his opponent. In fact, even if 10 muscular men stood here, they would not be the opponent of the elder brother who had been trained by Batman and was once Robin and now Nightwing. So Dick flipped the other party's hand joints a few times, and the other party felt the threat to his life, and instantly howled and knelt down to beg for mercy. Dick would not let this kind of social scum go so easily. But this matter is not urgent. He secretly memorized the other person's face, and planned to teach him a lesson during the next night patrol. Then he let go and told him to get out of here, and then he did what was most important to him. Heshez? Dick rubbed Heshez's head angrily, trying not to look directly at his brother's face. Why don't you wear the bracelet and go out by yourself? At least bring Tim with you. How can you bring Tim? Heshez pushed his arm away. I'm out on a date. What's with that expression on your face? It's time for me to fall in love, isn't it? Dick obviously wanted to say something about this, but it was inconvenient for him to look at Heshez's face. So he sighed, took out the bracelet from Heshez's school bag, and forcefully put it on Heshez before continuing the topic of puberty. Okay, love. Dick still looked unconvinced. You're not yet an adult, Heshez. Although I've been attending a private tutor, I know very well that this age is suitable for early love. Oh number. Dick felt a headache. Who on earth taught Heath such a bad topic? He didn't think there was any problem with talking about love, even if he talked to Tim. After all, Tim inherited Robin's career and took over part of the Wayne family's business. His mind was already mature, but this was Heath, the third child in their family, but actually the youngest. He was very young mentally and had an extremely beautiful face. With such a special physique, if Dick hadn't helped him comb his hair and change his clothes since he was a child, he would have almost been moved the moment he looked up. This child basically had no normal contact with the outside world. It had always been taught by Alfu, because he was brought up by himself, and because his physique was indeed special. Dick couldn't help but treat this child as a child who had not grown up. He almost laughed when he heard him talk about love. Fortunately, he suddenly had the idea today to come and see the child, Dick thought, otherwise he didn't know where the child would be kidnapped today. But raising a child can't be so straightforward to hit people. Dick adhered to the encouraging child rearing method and patiently asked, "Who are you going to date?" Heather had basically never met a few opposite sexes, so how could he know who to date? He just said vaguely, "With the older sister." Yes, with the older sister. The older sister in the dream. Dick couldn't hold it anymore and pressed the child's head hard again. Come on. In the end, Heather was still caught by Dick and sent back to Wayne Manor. The old housekeeper stood at the door with a smile at Bruce, who was rarely seen, and gave Heather a good scolding. Thinking of such a memory and facing such a beautiful face in the mirror, Heather understood a little bit why a group of people in the family always took a serious look at him wearing a bracelet. Wearing a bracelet, his beauty in reality is already so beyond the standard. Taking off the bracelet, I really don't know how easy it is to provoke bad guys. But since he has worn it, should he take off the bracelet slightly in front of the mirror to see his peerless beauty? Heather was a little eager. Chapter 27. Tim sat on the sofa, holding a cup of coffee, looking up at the empty upstairs. There had been no movement since morning. The laptop on the table was closed, but the bottom was still slightly hot, indicating that it had been overused not long ago. The coffee was finished in one gulp, but Tim's eyes were dark and he still felt sleepy. However, this was already the fourth cup of coffee he had drunk. Although he always took the initiative to stay up late for night patrols, Tim did not intend to die so easily. He glanced at Bruce and Damien, who were sitting on the sofa on the other side, and decided to wait until the next person who could persuade him to go upstairs to make up for the sleep. But so much time had passed, and it was almost lunchtime, and the figure who should have appeared had not appeared from upstairs. "Hasn't he gotten up yet?" Tim glanced at Bruce. How much homework did his father assign to Heather? Did he finish his homework very late last night, so he got up so late today? Speaking of which, Heather was indeed so busy last night that he didn't drink the milk brought by Alfu. Did he assign several large books of homework this time? Sympathy flashed in Tim's eyes. In his opinion, it was much more troublesome to do the various homework assigned by Bruce than to handle the Wayne family's business. What's more, this guy Heiss is a fool. Fools will get up so late. Tim, who said what was in his heart. He looked in the direction of the voice, and sure enough, he saw his unruly and willful brother Damien, who was posing the same posture as before, looking towards the second floor, and then said such words. Bruce frowned and warned him in a low voice. Damien said disdainfully, "Humphrey, I'm right. Fools are fools." "Bruce, he's not a fool. He's your brother." Damien's eyes narrowed. "That's not it. Here it comes again." Tim suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Although he thought the same as Damien, thinking that Heiss was indeed the little fool in the family, this did not mean that he agreed with the words of this stinky kid, nor did it represent his attitude. After all, he thought that Heiss was a little fool, purely from the perspective of intelligence and interpersonal relationships, without any offensive intention. This child is indeed very young according to the age of the experimental subject, and it is reasonable that he would be stupid in many aspects. For example, not long ago, Heiss sneaked out to play. It was just to have a premature love affair. Tim didn't understand this guy's brain circuit, and he felt that he might never understand it. When he first entered the Wayne family, he and Heiss's brain circuits did not match. Because Tim couldn't understand why there was a little fool in the Wayne family, the most important thing all day was to drink hot milk and do homework, and the second was to attend Alfred's various classes. Obviously, he was close to Robin, but he couldn't even beat a mouse. At first glance, he was a rich family's young master who was raised in pampering. He also insisted on some completely unnecessary titles, such as Heiss at the beginning, chasing after Tim's ass and asking him to call him brother. In terms of physical age, Tim is indeed 1 year younger than Heiss. Moreover, at that time, he didn't know much about this guy's experience, so he just wanted to have a good relationship with him. So he called him brother, who had been his brother for more than half a month. But that guy was very proud. After all, it seemed that no one had ever called him brother. In Wayne Manor, Alfred was always the butler devil, and Bruce was also called Dad and Mama. Dick and Tim were much older than Hazel before Robin, and they even dressed Hazel in bed when they were young. It was not their turn to call him brother. Hazel should call them brother. Only the new Tim was 1 year younger than Hazel. So this idiot suddenly felt that the opportunity to be a brother had come. Not only did he want Tim to call him brother, but he also popped up from time to time, pretending to be a brother to help, and even said, "Brother, let me serve," when carrying a plate. Tim at that time, he is indeed younger, so let him be, just bear with it. As a result, one day, Tim was injured during the night patrol. This guy actually abandoned his identity as a young master, and forcibly pried the other party's identity from the computer. He was masked and carried a lot of weapons, trying to give the other party the iron fist of justice and the punishment of the law. He was successful. It was just a small cut. This small cut was not caused by the villain, but the other party's house was magnificent on the surface but actually shabby. There was a wire popping out of the house. He didn't pay attention when he sneaked away in the dark, and he was cut by a small cut, and 2 drops of blood fell. After returning home, he was immediately caught by Alfred and got a tetanus shot. Tim's injury was actually almost healed, and he was fine. At that time, he was thinking that there was one less thing, and he was surprised that this guy was so useful. As a result, he keenly noticed something wrong. Hearing that Heath tied up the man and called the police, Alfred and Bruce did not change their expressions. He found that Heath had a cut on his leg at some point, and Alfred was shocked. Bruce immediately changed his clothes and went on night patrol again. Tim, although he had been told long ago that Heath should not be easily injured, but Tim simply thought that it was because the rich young master had a rare blood type and it was difficult to recover from the injury that the whole family cared so much, not to mention that the young master had no chance at all. Until that day, he intuitively felt that the situation was not right, and he also changed into Robin's clothes and followed, trying to help Batman do something, so as to see what happened that made the 2 calm people so alert. Then, he saw fire, strong smoke and jumping red. The light and shadow jumped on Batman's cold face, and in the flames not far away, a pair of closed eyes and a familiar face were faintly revealed, all of which appeared on a body almost the same size as Heath. However, this body is only an unconscious body for the time being. At this time, it should be only a few minutes before Heath was injured. Tim realized something. I am afraid that not being injured is not only protecting Heath himself, but more ordinary people and this city. Heath's body is not simply a simple human being. Bruce confirmed his guess. Hastes was once a test subject in the laboratory. Bruce explained everything to him in detail. Alfred and I originally planned to tell you this after you 2 got to know each other better. But I didn't expect that Hastes would like you so much as a brother. In fact, this is indeed the first time he has been injured in several years. Bruce didn't mean to blame him at all. It is certainly a good thing for family members to have the possibility of getting along harmoniously. After all, not long ago, he also saw that Tim had a subtle rejection of Hastes. This incident did change Tim's view of Hastes. In his eyes, this guy is no longer a rich young master who is looking for trouble, but a guy with certain strength. Look at him again with a non-negative look. Hey, wait, Tim thought of something wrong again. This guy's experimental subject has no memory before the age of 8, so, he is completely younger than me mentally. How could I call him brother? He went to pinch Heiss's face. Damn it, call me brother quickly. This guy with an incredibly beautiful face began to whimper like a puppy. I am the brother. Aren't you mentally younger than me? I am the brother. So they called each other by their own names, and only when they needed help would they call each other by nicer names. What could Heiss do? Apart from his short-lived cleverness, he only knew how to cry over his homework all day and seek Tim's help. That's why Tim sincerely felt that this guy's brain was really not very smart. But Damien was different. He said Heiss was a fool, which was completely aggressive, and he sincerely wanted to belittle this guy. If someone else had treated Hazel like this, Tim would have probably exploded and looked at him with disapproving eyes like a Wayne family. But the person who did this was Damien, a fearless brat who loved to provoke others. Even Tim didn't take this kid seriously, so it would be strange if he had a new respect for Hazel. After all, even Batman had a hard time with this brat. Tim had no choice but to ignore the love-hate relationship between the 2 brat brothers, and even needed to adjust from time to time. Damien was still beeping. That guy, stop it quickly. Tim had no choice but to stand up with a whoosh and successfully interrupted what Damien was about to say next. But the movement was a little too big, and even Bruce turned his head to look at him. What I mean is that Hazel should get up, Tim said. I'll go get him. The two men on the sofa blinked their eyes, but didn't say anything about his suggestion. Obviously, even if they complained, they also thought that it was time for Hazel to get up. But before Tim went up the stairs, Alfred stuck his head out in time and stopped him. Sit at the dining table, Master Tim. Tim looked at Alfred. Master Heath has woken up. Obviously, Alfred was worthy of being a butler, calmly putting lunch on the table, not worried at all, because everything was under control. Today there is Master Heath's favorite snack. I think the smell will float up, and he will come down soon. Oh, Damien muttered, greedy ghost. His words successfully changed the target of the old butler, and Alfred immediately turned his head to look at him. In fact, today's snacks are also what you like, Master Damien. Damien immediately stopped talking. He sat at the dining table, and it didn't take long, just as the old butler expected. Slow footsteps came from the stairs, and a thin boy wearing little yellow duck slippers, with black hair sticking out randomly, came down the stairs. Tim looked at him. Good morning. No, it should be good afternoon, Heath. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28. Everything is under the control of the housekeeper. The aroma of the small egg tarts drifted up, and the idea of peeking at the peerless beauty was suppressed by the snacks in his mind. Shizzy felt that eating was the most important thing, and to be honest, he was reminded by the disapproving eyes all day long in the game, so he was also somewhat wary of taking off the bracelet. The idea that taking it off will not be good was deeply engraved in his mind, since the aroma of snacks was intoxicating and his stomach was growling after not having breakfast. The bracelet and other things could indeed be put aside. The small egg tarts were still more important. Shizzy slapped his head and walked out of the room happily. His room, because he had used it since he was a child, and Afu actually doted on him in life, was almost the place with the strongest duck elements in this manner, and it was also the place with the most plush decorations. The whole room was filled with a soft atmosphere. Only when he left his room could he clearly feel the luxurious and classical decoration of the manor. Every detail was carefully polished, and the quaint feeling could be seen from every mural. Walking down the stairs slowly, he could immediately observe the huge restaurant, the shining but silent chandelier, and the long table full of people looking at him. There were a lot of people, and the eyes of these people were all glued to his steps down the stairs. It was quite hot and anxious. Shizzy felt that his feet in the little yellow duck slippers were about to get hot. His steps were instantly cruising, and he felt that the furry inner wall of the little yellow duck slippers was not particularly comfortable, but suddenly pricked his feet. Why were they all staring at his slippers? It felt a little scary, although he looked closely. The few people sitting at the table were tall, with clear facial contours, high noses and thin lips, and they were all very handsome men and boys. But their sight still made Shizzy feel a little subtle. He thought about it. The handsome guy in the lead, with a familiar look, should be Bruce Wayne, the financial father who raised him. The remaining two men of the same age or his two younger brothers, Tim and Damien, although only Damien is the biological son of the elder brother. Even so, it is difficult for people who see him not to praise the blood of the Wayne family. Basically, there is no one in the Wayne family who looks inferior to others. The temperaments of the younger brothers are different. For example, the one who spoke now, Tim Drake, said, "Good morning." No, it should be good afternoon, Hazel. Hazel felt a little strange at first. Even if he regarded the game as a training simulation game, he worked diligently and got along with the game NPCs with a high degree of freedom for many years, and he was very familiar with several NPCs in it. But when they really met, they felt a little different from the game. It is hard to say that there was no such feeling as the needle-like feeling of slippers. However, this strange feeling completely dissipated when Tim spoke. Almost subconsciously, he blurted out his rebuttal. "Hi's, you should call me brother, Tim." Tim's expression twitched for a moment, probably thinking that this guy had not given up on this point. So he turned his head silently, began to make a thoughtful expression towards the bread, and slowly began to drink his 5th cup of coffee. Damien laughed without giving face, but was ignored by Tim. The old butler liked to watch the young people chattering, so as long as they didn't quarrel too fiercely, he would watch the fun and then greet Heiss with a smile. "Master Heiss, come and have dinner." The boy's eyes lit up and he ran down in his little yellow duck slippers. He hesitated slightly in his seat. Everything that was going on now was basically the same as in the game. Whether it was the environment, the NPCs, or even the dialogues, they all had a familiar taste. He could just rely on his memory to get by without being noticed. In this case, the seats were the same as in the game. There were no fixed seats, and you could sit wherever you wanted. This was the way it was in the Wayne family. In areas where people should be disciplined, they are always very strict, but in many aspects of life, children are actually very free and spoiled. Tim and his friends just happened to sit with a seat between them. Hess hesitated for a moment, and seeing that there was also an empty seat next to Bruce, he stretched his legs and sat next to his economic father. His economic father was indeed very tall, and sitting next to the small Hess was like a little white bear next to a big bear in a suit. Bruce glanced at him lightly and said nothing. He even stretched out his hand and brought the hot milk and small egg tarts that were a little far away, and placed them in front of his own cub who was leaning over, so that he could enjoy dinner. Hess took a big mouthful. How could a single stupid dog living in a rental house enjoy the wonderful days of waking up to eat sweet little cakes? When the crispy and soft little cakes entered his mouth, Hess felt like he was going to heaven. Not to mention, this little egg tart was made by a Ford, and it tasted amazing. Hazel squinted his eyes while eating, and it felt like he would let out a gurgling sound of satisfaction in the next second. Damien took a bite of the dessert and secretly paid attention to Hazel. He really wanted to laugh at this guy, asking how he could eat so ignorantly, like a silly puppy. But when he raised his eyes and saw Hazel's breathtakingly beautiful face, he subconsciously swallowed his words and didn't use his taunting skill. But when Damien lowered his head and woke up from the dizzying beauty, he became angry again. Damn it, this is really a crooked way. How could there be such a guy, wearing a special bracelet, and using such an alternative method to deal with others instead of facing them openly? Damien was most angry at himself. Although every time in private, he had no problem taunting Tim or Bruce, and he was definitely a master at attracting hatred, but every time he faced High Shizzy, and saw his face, Damien's tongue was a little knotted unconsciously, and he couldn't say those words with a mocking buff. This was too embarrassing. Damien was very dissatisfied with his performance. Looking at the people around him, whether it was Bruce or Alfred, or even Tim, they were all very comfortable facing High Shizzy, as if they were not affected by his appearance at all. Even the eldest brother Dick, who came back occasionally, could face High Shizzy, who took off his bracelet, and could also angrily bring him back and preach to him regardless of his appearance. Only him, facing the godlike face, he always lost inexplicably. Isn't this a complete loss? Damien absolutely didn't want to admit this, and didn't want to be suppressed like this all the time, so he boosted his morale, raised his head suddenly, and didn't even care about his beloved snacks, and wanted to have a verbal battle with High Shizzy. High Shizzy looked at him, so Damien was depressed again, and he was more depressed than before. Hazel didn't understand at all how this youngest brother could eat a good meal and turn himself into a drooping banana leaf. He drank the hot milk, looked left and right in confusion, and got a gentle push from Bruce. His big daddy looked at the listless Damien calmly, and his hands kept moving, rubbing Hazel's head, and motioned him to continue eating. Alfred and Tim also looked as if they were used to it. That's obviously okay. Hazel thought about it, and gulped down another big mouthful of hot milk. Bruce is very busy. Although his persona during the day is just a rich and stupid grandfather, as the absolute owner of Wayne Enterprises, he has many invitations every day that are difficult to refuse, and he needs to go in person. And these invitations are actually what Bruce wants. After all, he can use these invitations to check the situation in many places in Gotham and prepare for the night patrol and the next things. Therefore, after lunch, Bruce left Wayne Manor, Tim actually suspected that Bruce stayed in the manor for half a day today, mainly because he was worried about whether his silly brother Heist had any problems, and wanted to see more about the situation. As a result, after a meal, seeing that Heist ate a lot and talked a lot, and was as silly as before, he was probably relieved and went out to work. But it didn't matter. Tim actually had this idea to some extent, wanting to see when Heist would come down. After all, as long as this child came down, Damien and Bruce would not quarrel. Now everything is fine. Tim hugged a computer and yawned and went to catch up on sleep. He seriously suspected that he had developed a resistance to coffee. The 5th cup of coffee he just drank was of no use at all, and sleepiness came over him. Work hurts people, nothing more than this. But he didn't completely let go of his worries. Before going up the stairs, he gave a look to Damien, his energetic little brother, and arranged the backup plan before calmly going to make up for it. The meaning of his eyes was very clear. Looking at Heist, the looking here does not have any bad meaning. It's just that Gotham has not been peaceful recently. Some time ago, the silly brother Heather had a lot of weird ideas in his mind. If he wasn't watched, he would rush out and have a passionate love affair with his big sister. Tim meant that when he was sleeping, Heather should not have any ideas and slip out. At least Damien should be with him. Damien has a bad temper, but he has an advantage that Tim is very relieved about. That is, he is very good at fighting. Tim thought that even if Heather wanted to go out, with Damien by his side, he would not be dragged away by the bad guys like before. Chapter 29. After a simple meal, Wayne Manor became empty, except for Alfred who occasionally appeared. There was only a very young and naughty brother Damien in the living room. But in Heath's eyes, Damien was not as naughty as Tim. Although Damien was also reluctant to call him brother and always quarreled with Tim, he did not talk back to Heath. Heath glanced at the naughty brother. Today is the weekend. Neither he nor the naughty brother need to go to class on the weekend, so today is a rare day to indulge, and they have a lot of free time. What should I do? If it is in the game, the system should automatically pop up such questions. If it is still in the game, Heath will have many targeted choices. After all, it is a simulation of development. Free time can be used to cultivate attributes or increase favorability. If you want to increase a certain attribute, you can choose to stay in the study for a whole day, which can barely increase the intelligence, or virtue, attribute. If you want to increase someone's favorability, you can choose to do something with the NPC, such as sticking to Afu to make snacks together, or pulling Tim to do homework together, which can obviously increase favorability. Finally, if you don't want to do either of these, and want to get through the day quickly, you can choose to go back to the room to sleep, enter sleep state, or turn on the computer and play a small game for a while. Standard RPG cultivation life. But now, Shizzy is not playing games, but has actually come to the game life, and needs to live here with the attitude of treating real life. He is not attached to the original real life. I don't know why. The memory of real life before playing games is like a thin layer of paper in Shizzy's head, recording the past life as if writing an essay, but he himself doesn't actually feel anything. Because of this, he is more interested in game life. Shizzy has put a lot of effort into this game. He has played it for many years and has many related memories. It is not an exaggeration to call it Second Life. Although he has traveled here in a hurry, he does not know how long it will take to travel back. But Shizzy adheres to the principle of hedonism and decides not to think too much. He will live a good life wherever he is and live here as reality. It took Shizzy only a few minutes to think about this. The boy threw his duck slippers and ran back to the room. He rummaged through the oversized closet and found the simplest white shirt and black bottoms, dressing up like the most ordinary boy on the street. It may be difficult. This body not only has a delicate face, but also a superior figure. It has a thin waist and long legs, just like a slender boy. Every muscle grows at the most beautiful point. Even if the clothes are very simple, he can wear a white shirt to give the feeling of a high school first love senior. With a face that looks very smart with every frown and smile. After taking a look in the mirror, Shizzy felt that he should not be too particular about the gender of his wife. If she had this face, it would not be a problem for her to marry him. etc. Hi Shizzy shook his head vigorously. The force was too strong, and after shaking his head, he felt dizzy and all the strange thoughts in his mind were gone. This face is indeed a killer weapon with explosive charm. Even if he is the real person, he almost fell into the trap. He thought about it and took out a light gray baseball cap from the closet. It barely covered his face, and the beauty underneath was mostly covered. At first glance, he looked like a young male college student who had just come out of college to play. His immaturity was exposed. But anyway, this dress concealed a lot more than before. Hi Shizzy was very satisfied. He took out the self-defense props he had hidden in the warehouse. It was so small that it could not even be seen in the trouser pocket. Safety was improved. Hi Shizzy thought everything was foolproof, and he decided to go out like this. Since he planned to enjoy every day in this world, during this rare vacation, Heist thought he should experience the local customs and experience the game simulation city he had spent several years in. Moreover, he was a rich man now. Heist knew very well that his financial father was absolutely not bad at all, and could fully meet the economic foundation of his happy life. This was great. In real life, how could you experience the happiness of rich people? Heist happily took his card and carried a small backpack, and the feeling of a college student became stronger. However, according to his educational age, he should only be a senior high school student. Before he opened the door to the living room, Damien finally managed to say something. "Where are you going?" Heist glanced at his stinky brother. "I'm going out to play." Damien's heart sounded in alarm. Go out to play? Where to go to play? Would he sneak out to find some beautiful big sister again? Logically speaking, he didn't care about the love affairs of his family members. After all, in his opinion, it was unlikely that these could not be handled well. But in Damien's mind, this guy Heist is different. He is not weak in the same way. After all, he heard that this guy's physical skills are as weak as nothing, and he was almost dragged away by a passerby. He looks very attractive to bad guys. Damien thinks that this guy might be deceived by some so-called big sisters, and then dragged away and sold. But looking at Heist's silly and happy look, I'm afraid he didn't think so much. Damien thought of Tim's eyes again. "I'll go too." Damien called Heist, who was about to go out, ran over and said to him, "I want to go with you." Heist's eyes widened. He had just put on his shoes and his hands were not completely off the shoelaces. He carefully recalled the process of interacting with his stinky brother. In the game, he did a little bit of brushing the other party's favorability, such as sticking together to do something. But Damien and Tim are indeed different. Even if Tim was not happy, he would half-heartedly agree, but Damien, who didn't know whether he was arrogant or shy, would be like a firework on fire when he got close to him, running around and hesitating with a sour expression. But in the end, Hazel thought their relationship was not that bad, so he nodded and agreed to the request of his stinky brother. Anyway, it was just shopping, and there would be no big difference if there was one more person or one less person. Going out shopping with his stinky brother. But I always felt that this guy was here to be a surveillance camera for Tim and Alfred, not really interested in going shopping. They wandered around the largest commercial street in Gotham City. Although Gotham City was notorious for its crime rate and social order, its economic level was not necessarily that low. In fact, because of the famous Wayne Enterprises, its modernization level was comparable to many well-known cities next door, such as Metropolis and New York. During the day, the probability of crime would be much lower. The bright sunlight can illuminate every dark corner. Under the light, cafes, chain supermarkets and various corporate buildings are shining. People are dressed in light luxury and talk and laugh between the stores. It doesn't look much different from the real world of Heath. Heath pulled his hat. The front brim of this peaked cap is very long. It is not just a decorative decoration. It blocks many curious eyes of passers-by. But his body shape is too good, which still attracts many eager to chat up. Then he was blocked by Damien. Although this child is not very old, his body is actually like Bruce. In addition, he often receives training. His body is much stronger than his peers. He is like a strong calf, which can block all malicious eyes. He even finds the source of the gaze in time, turns his head and glares at it fiercely, making the other party walk away angrily. He looks very fierce. From this perspective, He doesn't look like a calf, but like a little wolf sharpening a smooth blade. The little wolf was staring at a rather sturdy man. Just when he glared at the man so hard that he dared not look at him anymore, an ear appeared on his head. It was a gray wolf ear. Damien, what the hell? He felt mature and didn't want to play house. He raised his hand to take off the extra headband on his head, but Heist pushed it down with a happy smile, as if seeing him wearing a headband would make him as happy as a sunflower. It was clear that Heist didn't use much force to stop him, and he didn't even push the wolf ears down, but Damien secretly glanced at him, and his hand loosened, and he couldn't push it away. It was like a pair of invisible big ears on his head. He just fiercely gave others airplane ears, but then he changed his mind and drooped down obediently. But he still had to be tough. HMPH. Damien crossed his arms, looking very disdainful. I don't need this kind of thing. Only you can play with it. Don't give it to me. But it was Heist who was talking to him. After all these years together, he already knew that Damien's mouth might be the weakest point in the family, so he pretended not to hear, patted Damien's wolf ears happily, turned his head, and went into another store with cool decoration. Damien. Hey, what could he do with this stupid brother? He could only glare back at another person angrily and followed him into the store. After walking around, at first glance, Gotham in the daytime seemed to be just a modernized accelerated version of the real world, except for the technology field. The entertainment field was basically the same as before, except for one place. That was the superhero peripheral store. In Heist's world, there was no such store. He had never heard of any superheroes, but when he entered the game, he saw many such stores, and they seemed to be selling very well. Heist thought that it might be the special background plot of this world. After all, as game players, his family members have very special hobbies. They like to be night police, and they pay for it themselves. They protect the city in this special way. It just happened that they saved him as an experimental subject during the night patrol. At that time, I just thought it was a feature of the protagonist's family, but after walking around the store, Heist discovered that other cities also have very special city guardians, such as this expensive-looking mecha figurine, which seems to be based on a guardian that uses steel as its main feature. Which boy doesn't have an interest in mecha? Heist is no exception. He looked at it with interest for a long time until he felt the hot gaze. Then he slowly turned his head and found that it was his stinky brother staring at him. The stinky brother has something to say. I think, Damien said to him seriously, Batman and Robin are still cooler. You are from Gotham. These words seemed to be something that Damien was not ordinary. After the stinky kid said a word, his face actually turned red. Another clerk came over and said, yes, we still have to support local products. Boss, are you going to take a look at the Robin action figure? Hazel didn't pay attention to any action figures for the time being. He couldn't help but smile a little and stretched out his hand to pinch Damien's red face. Good pinch. Chapter 30. This pinch made Damien unhappy again. After all, this kid has a high self-esteem and is not happy that his silly brother treats him like a kid. But he can't just turn his face and slip away. After all, he came out for a mission this time and had to protect his silly brother. He had to follow Hazel listlessly and try to be a silent little bodyguard. Hazel looked at the figurine for a while. This is the commercial street in the center of Gotham City. The chain stores that can open here must be rich and bold. They have tried their best to restore any superhero whose name they have heard of based on the photos taken by the citizens. So they are very famous. And the boss of each chain store is also very sensible and understands the matter of adapting to local conditions, such as this one in Gotham. He is very sensible and puts the figurines of Batman and Robin on the outside. These two characters that Gotham citizens are most familiar with always attract many people to come in and watch. The second best-selling one is Iron Man. That is the mecha figurine that Hazel looked at for a long time. It's completely understandable. After all, everyone has a dream of mecha. The clerk probably saw that they were wearing branded clothes and that Hazel looked very ignorant. So he felt that the opportunity had come, and followed Hazel and Damien happily, and introduced these figures according to Hazel's expression. He told Hazel about Iron Man's experience. Rich, corporate president, handsome, a top genius in scientific research, a suave playboy, and his hobbies suddenly became city vigilantes. Hazel sounded a little familiar, but before he could figure out what made him feel familiar, he saw Damien roll his eyes slightly. "Oh, I see." This strange sense of familiarity came from the daytime personality of their common economic father Bruce, except for the nighttime vigilante identity, which was hidden tightly, but in terms of other keywords, it was very similar to Bruce's disguise. Seeing that they were interested, the clerk talked a few more words about the interesting parts. "The Iron Man authorization was obtained after our boss begged for a long time," the clerk introduced to them with a proud expression. "You know, Tony Stark is not an easy person to get along with in the business world. If our boss was not a loyal fan of superheroes and had not begged for a long time, the other party would probably not agree so easily," and so on. Hazel widened his eyes slightly. "Do you still ask for authorization?" The clerk nodded. "We are a big chain store, and we will go through the formal channels for the authorizations we need." "Batman's authorization is also coming?" The clerk fell into a strange silence. His hands tugged at his employee uniform, his eyes darting up and down, looking very guilty. Damien rolled his eyes again. "Once you show this look of wanting to say something but not being able to, the result is self-evident," the clerk said frankly. "We have solicited their authorization on the website, and we also tried to ask Batman and Robin for their opinions at night. Every time, Batman gave us a look of disapproval, but the Batman figurines have been sold for several years, and they don't seem to care at all, and have never bothered us." The more he spoke, the more guilty he felt. The employee laughed, thinking that he couldn't say any more, and wanted to slip away as his legs softened. However, when he bent down, he saw a small piece of delicate eyebrows under the baseball cap, and he stopped in a trance, as if he wanted to leave but didn't want to. Damien immediately noticed that the other party was not right, raised his eyebrows and glared at him. After staring at him for a long time, he finally made the man run away in disgrace, and went to take care of other customers. His silly brother really didn't notice this episode. He was still immersed in his thoughts and whispered to him, "So we didn't get several years of copyright fees?" "It's a bit of a loss, Damien. That's just a small amount of money." The stinky brother even has the same momentum as Bruce in the daytime, spending money like flowers. Although he hasn't participated in the specific work of Wayne Enterprises, the way he looks at people with a squint already has the posture of a domineering president. Hazel touched the black card in his hand and tried to change his mindset to that of a rich man. "It's true that at Wayne Enterprises, such a small amount of money is not very important. On the contrary, the hobbies of the vigilante are more important." But if it were Hazel, he might still try to collect the copyright fees. Thinking too much. Hazel gave up thinking. High school students don't need to think about such profound questions. Anyway, he has already clung to the thigh of Bruce, the financial daddy, and he just needs to spend money happily. With this idea in mind, he spent money like water and ordered 2 figures at random, asking the clerk to help him pack Batman and Robin. Batman's equipment is very restored. After all, Batman has been active in Gotham at night for so many years. Occasionally, passers-by take photos of him, and the figure can be restored to a certain extent. But Robin's figure uses an ordinary teenager model. There is no special model made for Robin, only the equipment is restored in red and green. However, it is precisely because this figure does not mean to restore the figure that fans of all generations of Robin can buy it, which is also one of the advantages. The clerk, who was glared away by Damien before, saw that Heath was going to pack up, and immediately came over happily. While packing the figure, he tilted his head and tried to look under the peaked cap inadvertently. Damien thought this was not good. He had seen a few guys who were crazy about Heath. Those guys all acted like exploring and admiring at the beginning, and then gradually, little by little, tried to get close to him, or even possess him, and became crazy pursuers. The clerk already had some signs of this symptom. Damien paid more attention to the clerk for a while, staring at him, but with the beauty in front of him, the clerk didn't care about the scary gaze. He was busy enough just peeking from under his hat, and he also tried to chat with Heath. "Today we have a promotion. If you buy a figurine, you will get a small doll for free. You can choose it yourself. It's free. So why not? Heath immediately became interested. Can I choose it myself? Then I want a Batman doll. The clerk apologized. It's sold out. Locals are always interested in them. The Robin doll has been sold out, and the Iron Man doll is also empty. Heath, the boy sighed and turned his head, wanting to see if there were any dolls he liked on the shelf. After all, he didn't seem to know these heroes, so he could only make a decision based on appearance. The action of turning his head made his hat tilt slightly, and his eyebrows and eyes were more exposed in the sun. Looking at the beauty in the sun added a bit of atmosphere. The clerk was stunned. He unconsciously moved closer and recommended a product to the beauty. Why not buy this? There is only one Spider-Man doll left. It is very popular. Even if you sell it, you can get a lot of money. In fact, this Spider-Man doll was secretly kept by the clerk himself. He liked it very much and originally planned to buy it after get off work. But he didn't expect to see the beauty's lost look. His heart immediately tightened. He just wanted to give her the best, even if he suffered a little loss. Since the clerk recommended it, Shizzy didn't have any other ideas and accepted it happily. Okay, then let's take this one. He looked at the Spider-Man doll for a few more times. It was small and soft. It slowly slid down the gap between the two doll packagings. Its eyes were cute, but its posture was very chic, with its arms spread out, as if it was shuttling between high-rise buildings. It was both cute and chic. Although the clothing style and color matching alone were not Shizzy's aesthetic point, it was undeniable that this doll had both form and spirit, and the youthful vigor was perfectly reflected. The clerk packed the doll successfully and reluctantly handed it to Heath. I'm really sorry. If you have my doll, I will definitely give it to you. Heath was stunned. He felt that this was a little subtle, but when he looked up, he felt that the clerk's eyes were very sincere, and it didn't seem like a joke. Damien took the bag cautiously, not letting Heath and the clerk have physical contact. He glared at him fiercely and grabbed Heath's wrist. Let's go. The clerk was still reluctant to leave. Can you add a contact number, sir? Maybe there will be activities later. No need. Damien helped Heath refuse neatly, and quickly left the surrounding store with his silly brother, who was a little dazed. One wall of the store was a transparent display cabinet. Through the thick glass, it seemed that the clerk's anxious eyes were still glued to Heath's face, like hot plasticine after melting, sticky and hot. Don't go to this store next time. Damien looked back frequently, not forgetting to pull Heis away, and told him that although he was much younger, he acted and spoke very steadily. Try to let Tim and I go. Heis also felt that the clerk had become a little strange, and responded to Damien's words. Okay. The number of times the charm passive skill has been activated is not many. He didn't know whether he could still use the save skill after coming to this world. Heis would not rush around and ignore others' advice. It's just that the afternoon time is short. He simply went shopping and bought some things. It was already time for dinner when he came out. Heis was still in high spirits and didn't want to go back. He and Damien found a restaurant with a lot of traffic to eat. Damien had tried his best to be cautious and let Heis wait. He went to negotiate with the waiter and booked a closed private room, and then let Heis come in to enjoy the food. There were basically no people in the private room area, and the private rooms were far apart, but they hadn't come out for too long, and Damien still underestimated the attractiveness of Heis's appearance. The bald man with a scar on his face appeared at some point and stared at them. He was a frequent visitor to this restaurant. He was not only satisfied with the food, but also satisfied with the privacy of trading drugs with his men. Through the flower tree decoration that served as a barrier, he vaguely saw that a super beauty with infinite charm seemed to walk out of the public area bathroom. Her posture and appearance were very pleasing to him. She was the type that he would never see again after seeing her. Extremely rare. His mind seemed to be bewitched, and he kept repeating this scene in his mind. He couldn't help but be distracted. Since the transaction result was determined, he left during the transaction and pretended to use the toilet. In fact, he wanted to explore each private room until he found the person who haunted him. It was also easy to find. Among the private rooms opposite, only one was lit. Obviously, the person he was looking for was in this private room. The bald man touched the wooden box in his trouser pocket and put his finger on the lever. Looking for someone? Someone asked him from behind. The bald man's eyes suddenly widened, and he quickly turned around and raised his gun, ready to shoot at the person behind him. Then he kicked him in the air to break his balance, directly kicking his vulnerable lower abdomen, causing his stomach to twitch. Following the momentum of his foot, the man grabbed the gun. The sheen of steel lingered on the mouth of the gun, and then smashed it hard on the bald man's head. The force was so great that the bald man almost lost consciousness instantly and collapsed on the ground. In the second before he fainted, he was only afraid of death in his heart, because he had roughly seen the person who attacked him. Every Gotham villain is afraid of the guy, Red Hood. The idea of the little minion is not worth mentioning. To Red Hood, this level is indeed just an ordinary little character. He was only wearing a leather jacket of daily style, and casually wearing a hood to cover his face. It was obvious that he was passing by and met the little guy who was concerned. "You have attracted attention all the way," Red Hood whispered. "Really, you are still as stupid as ever. You have never grown up." Chapter 31. It really didn't take much effort to deal with the minions. It only took a very short time for Red Hood to deal with the thugs who were still trading in the room. These were all minions, and they didn't even have time to make any intense noises. Everything was over. Damien keenly heard the sound of fighting. He looked out vigilantly and saw that the private room opposite was brightly lit and quickly quieted down. It seemed that a small-scale chaos had occurred very quickly. When accompanying Hazel out, no matter what the noise was, it was worth paying attention to. After all, this guy was very good at attracting the attention of bad guys. Damien wanted to go out to check it out, but before going out, he hesitated for a moment. This time, he was the only one accompanying his silly brother. What if he went out for a long time and there was no one to protect his silly brother and he was targeted by someone? Then when he came back, wouldn't he be robbed? Thinking about this experience, Damien felt that it would be too bad. It seems like there was some movement just now. Heights lifted the thin curtain and looked out the window. He also noticed the brief movement outside. Just at the moment when he opened the curtain, it seemed that a figure flashed through the window of the private room opposite in the distance. The posture seemed to be doing the action of putting his hands in his pockets. Even if there was only a shadow illuminated by the light, such a special and chic posture could easily leave a deep impression on people. Heights was shaken, and with such a familiar action, he unexpectedly thought of someone. "What's wrong?" Damien saw him staring at the window for a while, and immediately looked out, but the scene outside was empty at this time, and the owner of the figure had left. "Did you see anything?" His shouting shifted Heights' attention to Damien. Damien was looking out the window, and from time to time he looked back at Heights, holding the knife and fork tightly in his hand, as if he was ready to kill the intruder with a sharp blade at any time, with a fierce momentum. But in his eyes when he looked back, there was concern that was not well hidden. With the gray and white ear headdress that he never took off despite his stubborn words, he looked more like a proud little wolf who cared about his brothers. This subtle kinship between brothers was like the warm winter sun and the fireplace that was always burning, which made people feel more personally warm. This feeling was rarely experienced in Heath's vague and lonely real life. No, it had happened. In the game, it was the same game. As a member of the Wayne family, he experienced these precious feelings when living with this growing family. He felt these emotions completely from Dick, Tim, Damien, and another brother. It was Jason Dodd, 1 year older than Heath, the third adopted son of Bruce. Seeing the figure with his hands in his pockets, and this familiar temperament, Heath immediately thought of Jason. His 2D portraits and pixel figures always liked to pose like this. In a family, it is always easy for children to have disputes with their parents, and once they start to quarrel, it is out of control. The same is true for the Wayne family. Dick and Bruce had a quarrel that they had never seen before. It seems not quite appropriate to call it a quarrel. After all, the two sides did not make a big noise or have a fierce confrontation with words, but even so, the onlookers can indeed feel that this pair of father and son is erupting in a conflict and dispute that has never been seen before. This conflict is not just a simple dispute over hobbies, it is unexpectedly complicated and related to many minefields that have been secretly buried before. Among these minefields, there are growth, adult education, Batman's own responsibilities, and of course, it is related to a crime case related to the Joker that he just experienced not long ago, and Dick, as Robin, was seriously injured in this crime. But in short, they had a conflict because of this, and Batman decided to give up Dick's plan to assist him as Robin, and Dick was so angry that he planned to leave and find another way out. Bruce certainly did not intend to stop praising Dick. After all, their friendship after fighting together for many years is still there, and the desire and sense of responsibility of the head of the family to control the child is still there. Even if Dick decides to give up everything and become a dead otaku, Bruce and Alfred will still raise this child for life. But Dick naturally did not intend to be a dead otaku. He has his own beliefs and ideals. After years of Robin experience, the passion for confrontation and the responsibility of guarding have long been engraved on the soul of the teenager. After experiencing such an extraordinary life and originally planning for the future, how could Dick be willing to give up the identity of Robin? What's more, Bruce's dull and unspeakable nature did not clearly explain his thoughts when announcing this decision to him. This also led to deeper misunderstandings. If such contradictions continue, the next result is inevitable. I'm leaving Wayne Manor, Duck. Dick half squatted on the soft blanket, and his leg muscles became more prominent because of such a body-shaking action. After years of training, the adult body is quite solid and powerful. At first glance, he is a handsome big brother who can fight. He was slowly announcing the news to Hazel. 3 years later, the character of Hayes has grown up a lot. The nutrition lost in the laboratory was carefully supplemented by Afu. The baby fat on his face is finally on par with other children of the same age. His arms have also gained some flesh, so they don't look like they will break if you bend them. But it's not time for the child to grow up, so he is still very small. Hayes doesn't know how to respond. In this conflict, he can hardly play much of the role. The two have made up their minds, and both regard Hayes as an ignorant child. In this dispute, they basically maintain basic peace in front of Hayes, not wanting to make the child unhappy. But Hayes is not a simple stupid child. He can see the rift between the two, but he can't do anything. 3 years is only enough for the child to learn to say some basic expressions. Once the sentences become longer and more complex, the growth of intelligence value can't keep up, and he stammers and can't speak. He is more like a little fool. Under such conditions, it is really impossible to do anything to help the child. "Then will you come back to play?" he asked him in a childish voice. He sat on the blanket, wearing his favorite little yellow hat and clasping his hands. He was just in a bad mood, and the little yellow hat looked listless. Dick touched his little yellow hat. The child's hair was soft and fluffy, and it felt like the fur of a long-haired cat, warm and soft, and felt great. He thought that after he left, he would not be able to pull the little yellow hat's chubby face to wake him up every morning. He would not be able to rub his cute little head to relieve stress at any time, and he would not be able to teach the still hesitant baby to speak. If he left like this, he would miss many important moments of the baby's growth. He was very sad and reluctant. He even briefly thought about taking the baby away with him. But as soon as this idea came up, he gave up. The baby was young and needed care. If he ran away from home and did not plan to use the pocket money given by Alfu, he would definitely live a miserable life for a period of time, and it would be difficult to have enough time to care for the baby. He is an adult, a man, so he has to suffer. But Dick didn't think he should act on impulse and bring such a cute baby with him. What's more, the baby has a special physique. If he goes to a strange place and is targeted by someone, and he doesn't know the local situation, the baby's safety will be greatly reduced. "I will come back to see you and Alfu," Dick comforted him. "I'm just going out to gain some experience." Adults have to go out to work. Soon after, Dick left Wayne Manor. Naturally, he didn't stay at home that night. Only Alfu accompanied the baby, read him a bedtime story, and took care of him to sleep. Children have low tear glands. When familiar people no longer play with them, their mood index drops. They tear up for a while before they can barely fall asleep. They look very pitiful, like a puppy that has been abandoned. Alfu sighed, tucked him in gently, turned off the small light, put down the book and left. As soon as he exited the door, he met Bruce at the door. He was dressed neatly, handsome and romantic, like a rich man in the daytime, but his face was indifferent, and his eyes were complicated for a moment. He just stood quietly outside the door, looking at the direction of the baby in the room. Alfred whispered to him. He fell asleep. Bruce nodded and said nothing. Alfred said, "It seems that there is no arrangement tomorrow morning, Master. Wake up Master Hazel tomorrow morning. This child still can't get out of bed." Bruce nodded again and agreed. Then he walked to his own room, passing by the room where Dick originally lived. Bruce's footsteps seemed to pause slightly, but then he quickened his pace and left as if nothing had happened. This matter did not end here. Without Dick at home, it seemed that Wayne Manor lacked a lot of enthusiasm and joy of young people. The atmosphere was much quieter. The little yellow hat occasionally played hide-and-seek with Alfred and hid in Dick's room, but there was no pair of hands to help him hide deeper in the quilt. This strange silence lasted for a long time and was broken by the new kid. Bruce adopted another boy, who was only 1 year older than Heather. He looked a little rebellious and fierce. When he stood in front of the living room of the Wayne family, he looked like a black cat that kept sharpening its claws and shaking its tail. His name was Jason Todd. What's interesting is that soon after, Robin appeared beside Batman again, and young people came and went in the Batcave again, wearing the red and green uniforms. Obviously, the newly adopted child replaced Dick and became the new Robin. In this case, what should Dick's departure be? People in the know would have such thoughts, but Bruce's mind was buried deep under the lake, and no one could ever fully understand his thoughts. Jason would also think of a question. He thought that Wayne Manor obviously had a child of the right age, so why didn't he train this child to be Robin? Why? He had many questions about Heather, but he saw that the child was a little stupid. Although his face was good-looking, his brain was not very good. Maybe this is the answer, Jason thought. A rich and noble young master cannot be easily hurt. He is loved by his family, so it is reasonable not to let him be a vigilante. However, this kind of person who is born in the clouds is different from someone like him who crawled out of the mud. They probably have nothing in common. They can't talk to each other at all. He thought so, and he kept a cold face, avoiding the noble young master who was studying with Afu, and had almost no communication with him. But that night, the other party pushed open the door of Jason's room, jumped in wearing a small yellow hat like a stupid duck, and looked at him. "What are you doing here?" Jason said coldly. "I'm afraid we can't talk to each other, young master." The young master scratched his head and looked at him. Jason also stared at the sky, waiting for him to leave unwillingly. But the child didn't leave. He scratched his head for a while, and there was some footsteps outside, and the young master jumped over, almost jumping his hat off. Playing hide-and-seek, the young master tried very hard to force out a complete sentence from his mouth, and said aggrievedly, "I'm about to be found by Afu. Help me." Hide-and-seek, it's something for children. How old is he still playing it? It turns out that he is a stupid young master. He should be thrown out, Jason thought. But the footsteps were getting closer and closer, and the little yellow hat's color was getting more and more gloomy. Jason didn't know what made him twitch, but he took a step forward and grabbed the collar of the little yellow hat. The little yellow hat opened his eyes wide. "Gee, what are you talking about?" Jason carried him to the bed impatiently and pointed at the quilt. "Go in by yourself." Chapter 32. Got permission to get into the bed. Afu's footsteps were approaching, and the young master was startled, and immediately, like a little duck jumping into the spring river, he fluttered his limbs and slipped into the bed, leaving only a small ball of quilt. He got into bed very quickly, but the little yellow duck slippers were thrown away casually, kicked away with one foot, leaving only a duck head slipper with white eyes, looking at Jason subtly. Jason looked at the duck slippers. So stupid. There was a sound of approaching outside the door, and someone knocked gently on his room door. "Master Jason, can I come in?" It was Afu. Obviously, he came to find the young master. After all, this guy is really good at playing hide-and-seek, running past a route. As long as you follow the sound forward, you can guess that he will hide in Jason's room. Jason was silent for a moment, then subconsciously kicked the young master's slippers that had been dropped on the floor under the bed. The white eyes of the little yellow duck slippers instantly disappeared under the dark bed, hiding tightly. After kicking, he said, "Come in." Alfred pushed the door open. This simple children's game consumes almost no physical energy, not as much as Alfred's energy consumed by walking around Wayne Manor. Basically, it is just to have fun with the young master who has been learning for a day, which also helps to increase the old man's childlike innocence. Moreover, when playing games, Heiss looked like he was doing a task, and the expression on his little face was particularly serious. The old man found him more and more cute and was more willing to play with him. What's more, this kind of small game can promote family affection in many cases. For example, at this time, Alfred glanced at Jason's room. There are many rooms in Wayne Manor, and this is a newly cleaned room. Although adopting Jason was a sudden thing for the Wayne family, it is obvious that the adults of the Wayne family are willing to raise Jason, and the room they arranged is next to Dick and Heiss's room. It means that several brothers live together. Because they have not lived here for a long time, and Jason did not bring too many personal belongings, the whole room is still relatively empty. Jason needs to fill it up slowly according to his preferences and living habits. The color of the quilt is very simple. Because Jason's favorite color has not been confirmed, it is a more common sea blue quilt, which is generally accepted by boys and is also a pattern that Afu often sees. However, this quilt today seems to be different from the previous ones. There seems to be something extra in the sea blue quilt, which is soft and protruding with a small arc, and it will rise and fall vaguely, as if breathing. Looking at the ground, it is clean, and only Jason is standing there a little restrained, with an unnatural expression. "All right." Afu curled his eyes. He knew that something popular should have happened here, which is good. Jason also glanced at the quilt. He felt a little disappointed. "Originally, I let the young master get under the quilt, thinking that Afu would not turn over other people's quilts casually. The young master is very thin and small, and his sea blue quilt is very thick and wide, which can completely cover the ups and downs of such a small child." But Jason didn't expect it. After the child got into the quilt, he didn't lie down honestly, but curled up like a ball with his legs hugged, causing the quilt to still have a noticeable bulge, hiding under the quilt. You should lie down properly to reduce the bulge, instead of pretending that you will not be discovered and become a glutinous rice dumpling. This is a quilt, not a wardrobe. Jason closed his eyes. "If you hide like this, won't you be caught in a moment? It will seem stupid that I helped him hide it a little bit. Otherwise, just give it up directly. Let's try hard at the end." He pretended to be calm. "Afu, I'm going to sleep. What's the matter?" The old housekeeper smiled. "Master Jason, I'm playing games with Master Haishizzy. I want to see where he ran to." Wherever Afu's eyes wandered, Jason's heart tightened for a while. The bulge in the quilt was very conspicuous. Obviously, Afu would definitely find something wrong, and then lift the quilt and find a duck. But Afu didn't. After Afu finished speaking, he simply looked around the room, and then handed the hot milk he brought up to Jason, and told him to supplement his nutrition. After all, Jason was in a precarious situation outside, and his body was also thin and not as tall as his peers. Jason didn't have any idea about the hot milk, but after Afu stuffed the milk, he immediately retreated, closed the door of the room considerately, let him have a good rest, and didn't mention the young master's affairs anymore. Can this get away with it? Jason's heart was full of question marks. He had a hunch that the housekeeper was letting him off on purpose, but the purpose of his letting him off and the young master's visit still confused him. He felt like he had entered a sweet dreamland with a sea of flowers, which was a fairy tale and childish experience. He didn't have time to think deeply. When he thought of the young master still hiding in his bed, Jason felt subtly uncomfortable. He was not used to the approach of strange children, especially some soft, innocent children who did not threaten him. Being close to such children was like being asked to draw on white paper with dirty hands. It was obvious that the white paper would be stained, but he had to carefully hold a ball of white cotton. This was very strange. Jason would rather fight with some big guys and bad-minded children in the streets. Therefore, it was better to keep a distance from this naive and silly so-called rich young master. This would be good for everyone. So what he had to do now was to drive this guy out of his room. He suddenly lifted the quilt, He put on a vicious expression. "Hey, you should go out." There was no expected response. There was only the sound of gentle breathing, like the dogtail grass nestling in the heart, slowly tickling the heartstrings. Asleep. The young master wore his little yellow hat, as if wearing a round nightcap, with his eyes closed, and his long eyelashes like a small brush gently swept across his cheeks, casting a layer of shadow on his fair face. The white lotus-like arms hugged his legs, like a puppy curled up in a cardboard box, sleeping like a pool of yellow dumplings, and still smelled of milk. You can feel the milk fragrance that he drinks every day from his body. Jason looked at the clock. It was only a few minutes from going to bed to awful leaving, but this silly young master had already quietly fallen asleep, his face flushed. He thought maliciously, is it because the fool sleeps well? In order to keep a distance from the young master, Jason poked him. Get up, go to your own room to sleep, hurry up. The young master stood still. Of course he wouldn't move. After entering the sleep state, Shizzy only needed to wait for the game interface to load before he could enter a new day. This was a game, so there was no such thing as waking up in the middle. But Jason didn't know this. He just felt that he had called out to him several times, and even if he pinched his face a little harder, the young master didn't move. He was obviously fast asleep. Even a sleeping pig might not be as sound asleep as him. He occupied his bed with dignity. Jason, he felt that this night was probably the night when he was speechless the most in his life, especially when facing this annoying young master. Where do you want me to sleep? Although he knew that the other party couldn't hear him, Jason still said to him, I'm going to call off Fu in. The child was still snoring, curled up softly, like a good pillow. It was impossible to call off Fu. He had just expressed his desire to sleep to Afu, and secretly helped the child hide, without telling Afu that there was someone hiding here. How could Jason have the nerve to go to Afu again and say that the young master had actually been with him? He was not particularly familiar with this family, so he couldn't bring himself to do it for the time being. There was no way. Jason had no choice but to listen to the sounds outside. When he confirmed that there was no more footsteps on this floor, he cautiously pushed open the door and stood in the corridor. He knew the young master's room. When he moved in and passed this corridor, he keenly observed that there was a door with a yellow duck sign outside, which was unexpectedly childlike and out of tune with the luxurious furnishings outside. That was naturally the young master's room. After finding the room, pushing open the door with the duck sign, and seeing the soft carpet inside, plush toys and cute duck dolls all over the floor, he confirmed this again. Jason returned to his room. The young master was sleeping soundly in his bed. The fool didn't seem to be picky about the bed he slept on. He sank softly into the plush mattress, and his white skin shone brightly in the dark blue. Jason approached him, bent down and stretched out his hand, and with a force, he picked up the young master. Although both of them were smaller than their peers and the age difference between them was only 1 year, Jason was still a little taller than the young master, and his arms were very strong. He picked up the child as if he was holding a full-body pillow. He carried the young master back to Yaya's room. As soon as the young master was sent to the bed, he turned over and hugged the super-large Yaya pillow, and sank into the quilt very well, still sleeping soundly. Jason was speechless for a moment. He felt the Yayas in the room and the soft hair left on his arms. He moved his mouth and wanted to say something, but he closed his mouth silently to the sleeping piglet. While Afu was not here, Jason returned to his room. He pinched his nose, drank the hot milk, and lay on the dark blue bed. The bed still had the residual warmth of the child and the aroma of milk. When his back touched the bed fabric, he could feel the warmth. This special feeling was as if there was a fragrant little thing lying next to him. Jason turned over uncomfortably. There was no night patrol tonight. Bruce had something to do, so he had a rest night. If it were any other day, Jason might choose to go to the Batcave to practice his physical skills in boxing. He was committed to training himself, and he didn't think that he would be any worse than the previous Robin after training hard. But today, Jason wanted to relax and only went to bed one night in advance. Tomorrow morning, he would still get up early, train himself well, sweat and continue to improve, ignore all kinds of pain and discomfort, so that he could better face the dirty Gotham insects. Just tonight, Across the scent of milk and children, he remembered his sweet childhood dreams, the smiling faces of his father and mother. Instead of dust and noise, Jason closed his eyes. He was about to fall into a deep sleep, but his subconscious reminded him that he had forgotten something, which made him still feel a little uneasy in his dream. Forgot something? This question was perfectly answered when the sun cast a beam of light on the floor and a pair of small hands approached his bed. Jason suddenly woke up from his deep sleep and grabbed the little hand that reached out to him with such force that a deep red mark immediately appeared on the other's wrist. He raised his eyes and looked at the other person, and said in a hoarse voice, "What are you doing here?" It was the young master. No one helped him take off his nightcap. He was still wearing the duck hat, looking at him confusedly. Then he raised his hand and pointed to the bottom of Jason's bed. Jason followed his hand and looked down. The little yellow duck slippers rolled their eyes and barely showed a furry head from under the bed. Chapter 33. He kicked the shoes vigorously, but he also forgot about them. Jason only sent the man back to the room, but he didn't return the shoes to the young master, leaving the duck slippers under the bed for a whole night, and his eyes were almost gray. Slippers. The young master obviously just got up early in the morning. His clothes were all over the place. The wrinkles almost stood up from the back of his neck. His hair was sticking out randomly, and his voice was soft and sticky. "I don't have slippers to wear." Without slippers, this guy didn't put on socks properly, came over barefoot, squatted down and reached under the bed, and pulled out a little yellow duck slipper on the outside. But there was another one, a little further inside. The short hand reached back and forth, and the whole person had to crawl under the bed, but due to insufficient innate conditions, he was so close to the little yellow duck slipper that was almost invisible that he couldn't get it out. One foot was bare, kicking around outside. "I can't reach it." I looked around for items. There weren't many daily necessities in the room I just moved into. I couldn't use a milk cup to reach the slippers. Gamers can't think too much. According to the previous thinking logic, Heist decisively dragged the chat panel and tried to use the simplest words to ask the brother NPC around him to help pick up the items. The young master held his hat and slowly climbed up from under the bed. He looked at Jason with a stupid expression. "Brother, slippers." Jason was originally in a daze, watching him picking up the shoes under his bed with a guilty conscience, and felt that it was very unreal early in the morning. But his call of brother made Jason tremble all over, and he immediately shuddered and woke up completely. Such an intimate family name came out naturally from the mouth of a little young master who didn't plan to have a good relationship. It was novel and surprising for a while. He didn't plan to have more relatives, and he didn't think he could get along well with this rich young master. This idea came into his mind when he entered the Wayne family, and Jason always acted according to his thoughts. But this rich young master didn't seem to have such an idea at all. He came over to play hide-and-seek, and called his brother to find his slippers early in the morning, as if he had completely recognized him as a family member. It was a very special feeling. Jason felt that his body suddenly became a little hot, and his brain was so hot that it couldn't work well. His thoughts were immersed in the boiling hot soup, which made his cheeks especially hot. Fortunately, the sun hadn't shone completely, and the light in the room was a little dim, so others couldn't see the redness on his face. Jason almost rolled off the bed in a panic, pulled the duck shoes under the bed for the child, threw them in front of the child's feet, and then said angrily, "Don't call me that. I don't plan to get along well with you. There's no need to get closer." The young master stood up by the bed, and the little yellow hat was shaking with his movements, but it was strong enough to stay on his soft black hair. He jumped forward and put one bare foot into the duck slippers accurately. The duck had a silly expression, and seemed to be a little happy about this jumping game, as if it had not noticed Jason's warning at all, or didn't care at all. The warning didn't have the expected effect, or, it seemed that the impolite words he said before were not heard at all. The duck rushed into Jason's territory as if no one was there, and jumped around happily, leaving a mess that made Jason angry, and then fell to the ground and left it alone. Jason was inexplicably annoyed, and felt that the distance he tried to keep was completely useless against this self-righteous young master. He was very angry. Anger surged in his heart, and Jason immediately took action, grabbed the man by the collar, and with the force of his arm, the young master was thrown out of the door with his slippers. The young master poked his head to look at him, as if he didn't understand why this brother, who helped pick up the shoes, suddenly dragged him by the collar and sent him to the door like throwing garbage. He even raised his hand and tried to poke him. Jason slapped his hand away and slammed the door. "Stay away from me!" With a clang, the door of the room was slammed shut. The young master was wearing duck shoes, and his hand had just been slammed away. He had no choice but to face the closed door and scratch his head again. He scratched his head for a while, but the door was still tightly closed. He ran away in his little yellow duck slippers. Jason leaned against the door until he heard the footsteps, and it seemed that he had indeed run back to Duck's room. Then he packed up his things, pushed open the door again, and hurried to the Batcave. The series of things that happened early in the morning made him feel irritable and complicated. His mind was in a mess. He didn't know how to calm down. He simply devoted himself to the daily necessary exercise and used high-intensity physical training to improve his physical fitness. Physical training can oxygenate the brain and temporarily forget all troubles, including the duck chirping in his mind. Jason calmed down a little. His mind was running, and he subconsciously thought about things related to highs. "Excuse me for being blunt, this child is only 1 year older than me, but his intelligence seems to be more than 10 years older, which is not right. His expression is always silly, like a 2 or 3-year-old child. He can only communicate with people in simple language, and even plays childish games for young children. He is not like a normal rich young master at all. These abnormalities are like air when getting along with the young master. People who get along with him will keenly sense them and understand that this guy is much weaker than he appears. Because of this, Jason subconsciously gives in to this guy in many ways. This is a virtuous human instinct. They will take the initiative to protect weaker peers physiologically, especially young children. Of course, it is difficult for Jason to say that he has not been affected by other external factors such as appearance. Even if he is pampered and even if he inherits genes from his biological parents, if he has not seen it with his own eyes, Jason can hardly imagine that there are children in the world with such outstanding beauty. Although he still had obvious baby fat and a dull expression, his beauty was dozens of times better than that of an ordinary person. Like a cat with soft fur that could make humans who came into contact with him subconsciously soften their voices and treat him with caution. In addition, the Wayne family's parenting style was not right. Generally speaking, such wealthy families would give their children the best educational resources. The Wayne family was the top rich family, and they should not be stingy with Hazel's resources in this regard. But this young master of a wealthy family, in the short time since Jason entered the Wayne family, had only followed the housekeeper and learned some very basic knowledge at home. It was clear that Bruce and Alfred's attitudes did not seem to be unloving to this young master. Jason could not help but feel curious. In terms of age, he was also a child with a strong desire for knowledge and was easily attracted by mysteries. There must be a secret, Jason muttered to himself. He put down the exercise equipment. Since he had an idea, he would solve it without a moment's delay. This was Jason's simplest idea, and he immediately took action for his curiosity. Jason turned on the computer in the Batcave. The Batcave has the most complete information source in Gotham. Batman's silent but deep desire for control over the entire city is subtly reflected in the electronic information. Batman did not make too many reservations about the right to view this information. He opened the query channel to his new Robin, and Jason could use the computer to get the clues he wanted. And the information about Heath was not a secret. Long before entering the Batman's house, Heath's existence had been in the limelight in major media. Although Heath was wearing a mask, his extremely beautiful eyes still left a deep impression on everyone. Jason. It turned out to be an experimental subject. He knew more or less that the Wayne family had adopted a child, but as for Heath's situation, he was also young at the time and did not know these things, so naturally he did not pay attention to the eye-catching press conference. Jason had some complicated emotions. Originally, he thought that this was a noble young master on the top of the cloud, and had nothing to do with himself, a street scum who survived. Even if he entered the Wayne family as Robin, The assistant of the Dark Knight vigilante also lived in the dark and did not intend to be stained by the light. This is also the reason why he deliberately kept a distance. But at this moment, he found that it was not the case. High Shizzy was not a white cloud in the sky, nor was he born to receive the sun and rain that was better than others, nor did he always enjoy a luxurious and happy life of a rich man, nor was he a simple and innocent protected person. It turned out that, young master, was also once stuck in the mud. He was not a luxurious cotton candy that was born pure white, but a cloud that struggled out of the dark clouds and was pure white in nature. In terms of origin, they should be the same kind. Jason closed his eyes. His hand holding the mouse trembled slightly, and he quickly closed High Shizzy's information database. What's going on? Jason said to himself. In this way, I am not. Is it very bad to him? Originally, I checked the information to satisfy my curiosity and calm my mind, but after reading it, my heart became more complicated, and I began to repeatedly review my inappropriate behavior when getting along with the other party. With this mood, the boy returned to the training room and punched a few sets of punches on the equipment, but he only felt upset and couldn't practice at all. The boxing method was chaotic, and he was at the level where he would be easily caught when he went out for night patrol. There was no way to continue practicing, so Jason simply left the Batcave and returned to Wayne Manor, thinking about Hazel, and pushed open the door casually. But he saw the guy he was thinking about, young master, stood in front of the long table in the dining room, leaning forward, stretching his arms to reach the table, just like he was looking for duck shoes under his bed in the morning. Looking more closely, the other party was also dressed in the morning, with messy hair and messy clothes on his body. There was even some dust on the surface of the fabric from lying under the bed. Little yellow duck shoes were on his feet, and the wrong socks were on his feet. Probably only the duck hat was hanging on his head in a relatively normal way. He didn't look like he had cleaned himself up at all. At first glance, he looked like a little homeless person who had just woken up and came to Wayne's house to spend his days. But this young master didn't care, and he stood on his tiptoes and tried to touch a piece of bread to eat. He bit off most of it in one bite and ate it very deliciously. Eat, feel full. This bread also gives some stamina, and High Shizzy is very happy to eat it, especially when he sees the attribute slowly rising. Jason walked over. He saw a piece of paper dropped on the ground with something written on it, so he picked it up and read it. The paper fell on the side of the table. It didn't look like it fell naturally. Jason felt that it was more like someone looked at the paper on the table and dropped it aside. The instigator can only be the young master, who is still chewing bread. The real High Shizzy, his intelligence value is not up to standard. He can't understand what is this nonsense. Jason is not illiterate like him. He understood the words on the paper, which was a note left by Afu. Afu told Jason on the note that he needed to go out temporarily, and might have to trouble them to stay at home. Lunch and dinner should be placed in the refrigerator, and he will be back in the evening. A line of small words was noted. Please take care of yourself. Of course, if you have time, you can also take care of Master High Shizzy a little bit. Jason looked at the little guy eating bread. He was still eating. The bread was too big for the little guy, and he could chew it for a long time. But the bread was cold. The little guy's clothes were dirty, and his hair was fighting with his eyelashes from time to time. Jason narrowed his eyes. As the little guy was eating, he suddenly felt his feet empty, and his whole body was lifted up in a familiar way. He opened his mouth and looked up and down, and the duck snatched the food away again, and the bread in his hand was taken away forcefully. Little yellow hat, he looked at the culprit, and Jason smiled at him dangerously, with a bit of ill intentions. Little yellow hat asked him with the bread in his mouth, at Hashgji? Change your clothes, Jason said. Stop eating dust. Chapter 34. Before entering Wayne Manor, Bruce informed Jason that there was a child living in the house who was 1 year younger than him, named Heather. In addition, he mentioned 2 very special requirements before the Robin principles, asking Jason to abide by these 2 rules. If he violated them, he must immediately notify Bruce and Alfred. Do not remove Heather's bracelet. Prevent any damage to Heather that damages the surface. These 2 inexplicable principles hung in Jason's mind. He didn't understand the reason for these two rules. Judging from the content of the rules and Heather himself, it seemed that they were just to protect the young master from living a safe and sound life, and it also seemed to be guarding against him as an outsider. This was also one of the reasons why he subconsciously isolated and rejected him. But now it seems that the facts are not so simple. The young master has a very similar background to him, and he is also a guy who crawled out of the mud. What is the reason for these two rules? Jason searched for the answer in his mind. He tried to recall the relevant information and recalled the small sentence that Bruce added after he reminded him of the two rules. He didn't pay much attention to it. Hazel is special, Bruce said. The specific reasons are complicated, but it's not his fault. When you are more familiar with Robin's work, I will tell you everything. Maybe the fault here is not some bloody love-hate relationship of a rich family, nor is it the pampered and delicate body he guessed, but refers to the underground laboratory incident that year. Thinking about it this way, it is completely clear. It's not his fault. According to this logic, it is natural. What can you ask of a victim who is forced to become an experimental subject? Even if the victim becomes a time bomb because of the result caused by the laboratory, such a bad result should never be borne by him. What's more, this guy is just a fool. Jason looked at the little guy in front of him. He was already feeling guilty, and he saw, young master, covered in dust, pitifully eating cold bread with dirty hands. Jason naturally took the note from Afu and went down the stairs, took the little guy back to the dormitory, changed into clean clothes, and turned the little homeless guy into the young master he had seen before. When he changed his clothes, he also took off the little yellow hat. This guy had been lying under the bed for a long time, and his head was covered with dust, which was all on the duck hat. The hat needed to be washed before wearing. However, as soon as he took off the duck hat on the little guy's head, the other party immediately muttered to him. He couldn't understand what he said, but he could see that he was very dissatisfied. He wanted a hat. Jason had no choice but to go into the cabinet and rummage around, and took out a clean white hat with dog ears and put it on the little guy's head. Puppy hat, a white hat with dog ears, charm 1, strength 2. Why can a dog hat increase strength? Although it is a bit difficult to understand from a real common-sense perspective, Hi Shizzy was relieved when he thought that this was a game. After all, some women's clothes in games can increase strength. In this case, the dog hat is actually very good, and the strength value given is quite generous. Equipment. The little guy spread his hands and happily asked Jason to put on the dog hat for him. His white ears fluttered left and right with his movements. Afu's preference for preparing children's clothes can be clearly seen from the wardrobe. He likes to buy a whole set of children's clothes, armed from head to toe, and tends to add animal-themed decorations. Jason was silent for a while in front of the stripped duck sweater, and decisively found the suit with the white dog in the belly band position, and put the dog hat on the whole head of the duckling. Swift and resolute, the wandering duckling on the street immediately turned into a clean and pure white puppy. With the newly baked white ears, he looked up and down to observe how much his attributes had changed. Jason sighed. He felt that this guy's ability to take care of himself was indeed almost zero. If he really didn't care about him, when Afu came back and saw him, "Wow, what a dirty duck." "Thank you," the little white hat said to Jason. This sentence was very short and he said it effortlessly. It makes people have the illusion that this guy is not stupid. So it's an illusion. As soon as he had this thought, Jason followed the white-hatted boy downstairs happily, ignoring the note from Alfred that had been rearranged, and prepared to eat the half-eaten cold bread again. Still not smart, Jason sighed, and once again grabbed the food, heated up the half-eaten bread with the lunch from the kitchen, and then placed the steaming rich food in front of the white-hatted boy. "Eat it." The white-hatted boy's eyes were full of stars, and he wolfed it down in one gulp. He also had to secretly look up, pretending to look at the slightly taller boy with his hands in his pockets, his eyes rolling around, thinking about a very profound question. Heiss felt that this new NPC was really good. He could change clothes and heat up bread, and he could be half as good as Alfred. Although he was a little tough, the head of the Wayne family was also tough, so it didn't matter. He had to build a good relationship, the white-hatted boy concluded. So he broke the bread in half, held it high, and handed it to Jason like a treasure. This bread had the highest attributes in their basket of bread. Jason looked at the bread handed over, lowered his eyes and was silent for a moment, then grabbed the little white hat's face fiercely. "If you can't finish it, don't pick such a big one." Night. Afu came back with delicious food and newly purchased items, as well as some documents that needed to be processed. These things piled up in the trunk of the car, fully showing how busy the old housekeeper was today. However, Afu didn't care much about these things. He got out of the car with the things and entered Wayne Manor. What he was worried about was the little ones at home. For example, their self-care life today. To know these, there is no need to ask in detail or explore carefully. Just look at your own children and see how they are doing. Before he stepped into the living room of the Wayne family, a familiar call came from afar with the sound of footsteps. A beautifully dressed puppy hat cub ran towards him in slippers. Afu smiled, as expected, when he saw the happy situation last night. Afu thought that maybe giving these two children some space could quickly soften the stiff atmosphere. Seeing the homeless man with messy clothes, Afu knew the task was accomplished, and he looked at Jason, who followed him down the stairs with a smile. The two people who could not communicate yesterday morning, but today, there was a very gentle atmosphere. The new black cat licked his paws, and finally opened the defense in his heart, and included the other silly cub in the family into the territory, becoming the object that needed protection. Good aesthetics, Master Jason. Afu touched the dog's hooked ears of Heis, and said to Jason, "You worked hard today." The old housekeeper's big hand stroked the hat several times, and the soft fur immediately rolled around. Under the illumination of the living room headlights, it looked like the back of a lamb with bright fur under the sun. Jason looked very good, so he shifted his gaze and coughed. It's a small matter. Since that day, the relationship between Heis and Jason has been getting better and better. Heis was still stupid. Although he had tried hard to improve his intelligence through learning and playing games, his foundation was still zero. In just a few years, he had not even reached the standard of mental retardation. Afu was still busy and deliberately created opportunities. So, after Dick, it was Jason who dressed and put on the hat for the stupid kid every day. This seemingly bad-tempered boy frowned, and after the sun rose, he pinched the kid's face and called him to get up. Heis felt that if his charm was lost one day, it must be because Jason had pinched his face to make it rounder. This guy looked cool, had a bad temper, and didn't care about anything. In fact, Jason was really in his heart. After practicing every day, he would flip through fashion magazines with interest and work hard to dress up the kid better in the morning. Although he didn't drink milk much, he would warm milk for the kid at a fixed time and place and measure the kid's height. He was obviously very caring and a good big brother. They spent only a few years together, but the memories they left behind were very deep. If the character gradually learned to be more coherent, it was during this time when they grew up that the child changed every day and the memory became clearer. The pixel character with his hands in his pockets and the portrait of the arrogant character appeared on the game interface countless times, until one day, this kind of life came to an abrupt end again. Just like Dick left Wayne Manor and never looked back, the manor fell into silence and faint silence. Jason's voice no longer appeared in Wayne Manor, disappearing from Yaya's bed every morning. There was not even a farewell and head pat like Dick. After reacting, the big brother NPCs around him had already walked away one by one. The character could only wear a suit, be held by Alpha's hand in a daze, and stand in front of the solemn auditorium in the rain, with empty eyes. This is the plot. Countless replays cannot change the fixed plot of the ending. Just like the pointy-eared character who cannot be defeated in the first round must usher in the self-destruction ending, just like being unable to break free from Dick's constraints in the underground laboratory, having to give up the branch plot. The little man with his hands in his pockets always leaves Heis's childhood abruptly. Heis suddenly feels that the food has no taste. He has mixed feelings in his heart. He is depressed because of the bad memories of the past, and because of the reality of the past. He feels that he has a little freedom to play and can do something freely. After coming to this world in person, this experience is the most profound. But if he had traveled earlier, Could he have changed this bad past? It's useless to think too much. The plate was empty. Hayes reached out and tugged at his stinky brother's sleeve. Let's go back. Damien looked at his plate, and when he saw that it was empty, he nodded in response, picked up the baseball cap, and carefully put it on Hayes's head. Damien also took the initiative to carry the Robin figurine. It's true that the stinky brother doesn't like the strange impact that Hayes's face brings at any time. It's also true that he regards this brother as the unique soft white cloud of the Wayne family and thinks that the other party will fall apart at a touch. They left the restaurant. There was still a lot of people. Damien protected Heather and hurriedly left the store. The red and green in the gift box were shining brightly. At the nearby street corner, there seemed to be a figure who had left. He leaned against the wall with his hands in his pockets, silently looking at the red and green in their bags, and then tilted his head to look at the thin figure wearing a baseball cap, watching the two people leave side by side and disappear into the night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35. I'll be busy tonight. After dinner, Tim immediately had this thought. He had anticipated a series of things that needed to be done on the night patrol today, various criminal cases of all sizes, and the various Gotham fantasists who were becoming active. The most noteworthy thing was that he needed to deal with some fresh wanted criminals. As for why it was fresh, simply press the Enter key, and the information processing center of the Batcave immediately popped up dense surveillance images, covering all the big and small street corners in Gotham, like a dragnet, tightly covering the entire city. In the surveillance images, several portraits were specially marked, through high-definition image comparison. These fresh faces that followed the peaked cap and the stinky brother were exactly the same as the new wanted criminals of the police. Obviously, they were targeted by dangerous and dirty things. However, in the image, Tim saw a familiar figure, with his hands in his pockets, silently solving a huge amount of work and dealing with many guys who tried to take action. Although the other party had tried their best to evade and destroy the surveillance, he still had to flash past some figures in order to deal with some annoying guys, and these were enough for Tim to determine their identities. Thank you, Tim thought, this way he can stay up less late. However, there are still some fish that slip through the net. Red Hood dealt with most of the malicious intent that was revealed and put into action, but there are still many wanted criminals who have been brewing ideas but have not yet taken action, as well as the guys that peaked cap met on his way home, and he did not have time to deal with them. These will be handed over to Tim and Batman, and maybe Damien, who was watched all the way and looked like a lit firecracker that was about to explode. Red Hood did not deal with the wanted criminals on his way home. These are the wanted targets in Gotham, and he should know them, but he missed them because he did not follow them. Of course, Tim would not say that. It was too funny to blame Jason for not handling it properly. Jason and the Batman family were originally in a subtle opposition but cooperative relationship. It was obviously reasonable for him to choose not to get close to the Wayne family for the time being. After all, after that incident, Jason, or the Red Hood, became more irritable and bad, and even more difficult to deal with than Damien. Except for one person. Tim took a sip of coffee and zoomed in on an image to confirm that the little duckbill cap and Damien were about to return to Wayne Manor smoothly. Hazel, even though he had a mocking and playful attitude towards almost everyone in the Batman family, Jason did not take the initiative to contact and communicate with Hazel, or rather, he did not dare to contact and communicate with him. Maybe it was the cherished feelings that occupied his memories. Maybe it was that the little fool had never done anything wrong, or maybe it was the Batman family's ancestral awkward emotions. In short, Jason had not officially talked to Hazel again. We should give them some space, but Jason is such a troublesome guy. Tim constructed several plans in his mind, but rejected them one by one. He felt that he was a really kind person. His keen hearing came into play, and there was a sound from the monitor. Tim lowered his head to confirm. It was the little duckbill cap and the stinky brother who came back. Several surveillance cameras have entered the interior of Wayne Manor from Gotham Commercial Street, and even looked around lively, facing Alfred's face. Tim has something to say about this. Although it has been confirmed that Batman's control desire is deep and complicated, and it has tightly enveloped Gotham City, and sometimes it even makes people feel tired and uneasy, dangerous areas do require special surveillance methods. So whether it is human or technological, every move of the entire Gotham is in the information library of the Dragnet, that is, under the eyes of Batman, to maintain social order in areas with extremely high crime rates. To help him accomplish these, it is naturally indispensable to have excellent spies and technology, micro-monitors. This type of technological product can not only blend into the environment quietly and be carried with you, but also help control information in a timely manner. What Tim wanted to say was that there was no need to do too much. Their little fool, Heather, simply went out for a walk. Since his special physique did require vigilance and attention, 2 surveillance cameras would be enough. Since he was carrying it, it was necessary to stuff a few more into his cap. It was enough. Although the old bat was silent, he was indeed more concerned about Heather's safety than anyone else. Heather put the figurines on the cabinet. Batman and Robin stood in a row, making handsome poses, standing calmly in the display cabinet in Duck's room, looking particularly imposing. In contrast, the small Q-version Spider-Man in the middle was timidly sandwiched between their majestic momentum, with short and round arms, looking pitiful and cute. Survival in the cracks. JPG. Heather looked at the cabinet for a while and was not very satisfied. He felt that since he was a rich man, he should try to change to the thinking mode of the economic daddy as soon as possible and look at the problem from the so-called macro perspective. Some new ideas emerged from his stupid brain. I should buy a few more. Heath clapped his hands, and then asked for Tim's modified uniform custom version, so that we can have a family portrait. When the time comes, let Damien or Tim do it. After a day of shopping, Heath has a deeper understanding of Damien. He thinks this little brother seems to be good at running errands. Find time to ask Damien. Heath picked up the hot milk prepared by Alfred on the table and drank it all. From childhood to adulthood, hot milk is Alfred's love for all bat cubs. In fact, this drink is indeed very beneficial to the human body, especially in terms of height. But so far, it seems that only Heath is willing to drink milk. Other bat cubs either think milk is too childish or prefer the taste of other drinks. In short, they have a slight resistance to the taste of milk. After all, these people are taller than each other, and they don't worry about becoming short. Only Heath's height has always been a concern. After crossing over, Heath also really experienced the suffocating difference of having to look up when talking to others. It doesn't matter. Heather comforted himself. He was not yet an adult. It was normal for him to be behind others. Boys always grow and grow slower. Maybe if he drinks milk well, he will grow taller. He had a secret thought in his heart, hoping that he would not be surpassed by Damien in the future. This was more of a hope than an idea. After all, he was Bruce's biological son. His parents were both tall, and Damien was already taller than many of his peers at a young age. If things continued like this, it was obvious that Damien would be taller in the future. But he was the shortest in the Wayne family, which was a bit embarrassing. Thinking of such a tragic future, Heather felt depressed. He tasted the remaining milk in his mouth and turned on the expensive computer on the desk. The smooth network and running speed made him feel happy, and the chat room window was immediately opened. It was a weekend night, and the other 2 people in the chat room were online, familiar names he had seen in the game. The sense of reality and the sense of the game simply clashed, but the real family affection brought by the time travel made Heather's unconsciously regard this as the real world, and everything he experienced in the game was real, including the friends he made in the game. So naturally, he tapped on the keyboard, expecting and apprehensively sending messages in the chat room. Heather, I want to be taller. This sentence was like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, immediately stirring up ripples in a pool of rippled lake water. The 2 friends in the chat room immediately bubbled enthusiastically. Peter, good evening. Clark, good evening. Heathers, Peter and Clark are the other two netizens in the chat room. Due to Heather's special physique, he cannot go to school normally, and naturally he has no good friends of the same age. Even if the Batcubs take turns to accompany him, they always have their own things. People always desire various emotions, family affection, and friendship, which are all indispensable factors in growth. Otherwise loneliness will entangle them like a shadow. Of course, Alfred didn't want the cute duckling he had raised with great difficulty to be lonely in Wayne Manor all day. Therefore, when he could almost talk normally, Alfred made a suggestion to Heath. If you feel bored, Alfred helped him register a social account. Why not go online to find friends? Alfred opens a new operable function for you. Room computer chat is turned on. Players can use the computer in the room to chat online and establish relationships with more characters. Note: the words that can be used in the chat are linked to intelligence. This means that the character can use as many languages as he has learned from Alfred and his brothers in the chat room. If the character can only speak, mumble, then no matter how many words Heath enters into the chat window, it will only show the character is frantically typing mumble words on the computer. Fortunately, through hard study and games, Heath's character's intelligence has increased significantly, and he can use the computer functions smoothly. And since Heath himself has been playing games for many years, computer entertainment is naturally no problem. Who still remembers that Gotham should be a strategy game? Hi Shizzy was ready to go. After years of getting along, he had already regarded the Batcubs at home as his family members, and his affection for them had increased rapidly. As for the love relationship, Hi Shizzy had no interest at all, let alone moral issues. It was hard for these people to have other feelings for him just by looking at his stupid appearance every day. In this case, it was a rare opportunity to get in touch with characters other than his family, so of course he had to seize the opportunity. It was a little early for him to fall in love, Hi Shizzy thought, but he could expand the scope of his strategy and see what kind of relationship he had. After all, the small games that computers could play were either watermelon cutting or minesweeping, and he had long been tired of playing them. With this in mind, he manipulated the newly launched social system and created a chat room as if he was using real computer software. Chat rooms are a type of social software that is currently active. People who use this social software can join chat rooms with different themes and have conversations with people with different needs, and then find close friends online, which is a bit like the Penguin Group in a certain country. Hi Shizzy set the theme of the chat room as "Need help" or "Feeling confused," and the number of people was limited to 20. This topic was very broad and immediately attracted many people to chat in the chat room. However, after a few years, only 2 active people remained in the chat room, and the others left the chat room one after another. Peter and Clark also became good friends through years of getting along with each other. They even gradually changed their chat room names to their real names for easy communication. Peter: height? You mean height? To be honest, I also hope I can grow taller. Men are always taller, the better. Heather: everyone around me is very tall. I also want to be taller. Peter: oh, I understand you. Some of the elders I know are also very tall. I am the shortest among them, although I am younger than them. Who likes to look up at people? I understand you very much. The situation described by netizen Peter is exactly the same as that of Heather. Heather: that's it. I don't want to be surpassed by my only short brother, but they all grow fast, only I grow slowly. Peter: that sounds bad. If I had a brother, I would also want to be taller than him. It's normal. Brother: Heather: I have been drinking milk. I really want to grow taller. Peter: science proves that milk can help you grow taller. You are doing the right thing. Heather: but I still grow slowly. While other brothers don't drink milk, they still grow tall. Peter: maybe I should do something else. Let me think about how to help you. Peter: Clark, why don't you talk? Do you have any good advice for Heathers? Of course, I need it too. The years of getting along are not empty. Even if Heathers once regarded the 2 netizens as virtual NPCs in the game, he already knows each other quite well. Peter is a high school student of the same age, very talkative, and didn't dare to speak at first, but as time passed and the number of people decreased, he gradually became active, talking about everything with the 2 friends. chattering like a little chatterbox. Clark was a slightly older friend who had been working for a few years and was tolerant of their chats, but when it came to things that interested him, he would still talk about them with great interest. "Clark, sorry, I don't know much about this. Clark, I'm afraid I need to ask others or collect some information before I can join your topic, Peter." Heather, shocked.jpg. "Peter, you don't have any troubles in this regard at all." Clark, "Do you mind if I ask about your actual height?" Heather, curious.jpg. Clark, "Oh, it's okay, I don't mind." Clark, "Probably because of my physique, I have always grown very fast, and my current height is 191 centimeters. The chat room was silent for a moment. Heather's pupils dilated, and he was immediately shocked by this terrifying number. 1.9 meters. This height, for Heather, who was just over 1.7 meters, was completely unattainable. The Batman family, with male model bodies, except for Heath, is about 1.78 meters tall, close to 1.8 meters tall, and the tall Batman is 1.88 meters tall, which is unrivaled. But there is no 1.9 meters tall. He trembled and typed on the keyboard. "How does the air feel at high altitude?" Peter, his friend, obviously had never seen such a scene before, and said in a low voice, "It must be more fresh." Clark, collapse.jpg. Chapter 36. Nerd. You can't make friends. Peter Parker threw his schoolbag hard onto the bed. The books and stationery filled with it collided up and down with the arc of the schoolbag flying away, making a dull sound, and finally lying quietly on the bed. The guy who made such an irritable move had an aggrieved expression and looked very unhappy. When he came in, he closed the door, not wanting Aunt May and Uncle Benjamin to see him so irritable. Peter was still very short at this time, but it was not because of the hygiene or other reasons, but because he was still very young and was still a child. Peter's parents died when he was young, and he was adopted by Aunt May and Uncle Benjamin who lived in Queens, New York. However, due to his introverted personality, his classmates always laughed at him, calling him a nerd and unwilling to play with him. Little Peter simply vented his energy and began to feel annoyed again. Although he was ridiculed as a nerd, Peter did not think it was entirely his fault. It was certainly not his fault. Bullies can always find attack points from the people he wants to bully. What annoyed Peter was that although he didn't agree with the insults, he didn't find many friends. When faced with such a terrible thing, Peter couldn't think of anyone to talk to. If he was asked to go out and play with others, he would be too nervous to go out. It shouldn't be like this, Peter said to himself. I can always find some friends to talk to. What they say is wrong, obviously. I want to prove it to them. There were computers in the room. Although Peter was still a child, Aunt May and Uncle actually doted on him and treated him as their own son. They would try their best to satisfy Peter with everything that their peers should have, including computers. In order to prove himself, Peter climbed onto the chair, turned on the computer, clicked on the chat room, and created a social account for himself. Internet technology was hot at the time, and free cross-time and space chat was a hot thing for the public. Correspondingly, being able to conceal one's image and communicate with strangers from all over the world was also an extremely attractive factor. Peter had heard of the chat room a long time ago, and he decided to try it out himself. When chatting online, you won't see red faces, you won't hear nervous stuttering, and no one will pay attention to his thin body. On the contrary, the topic allows him to find people with similar ideas, which is obviously very suitable for finding friends. Little Peter tried to find a chat room that suits his taste from the list of latest created. He joined several chat rooms. Because of his personal hobbies, he joined theme rooms similar to reading clubs and technology clubs, hoping to find nerds like himself. In theory, this is indeed a suitable way to find friends, but little Peter still felt lonely and excluded in these rooms. What a profound conversation. The social function is not perfect. At present, the chat room users are mainly young people over the age of adults. These enthusiasts have a wide range of interests and can talk to each other in depth. Even though little Peter pays attention to these knowledge and even checks the latest news and time, and is far ahead of his peers in these hobbies and knowledge, The huge age gap between him and these people makes the introverted little Peter even more nervous and dare not speak. I need to pay more attention to this information. Peter took a deep breath. I don't dare to interrupt at all. How can I make friends like this? He entered these chat rooms with anticipation, and left with anxiety. Peter even felt more annoyed because of this. If he couldn't integrate into and make friends with people with the same hobbies on the internet, then who else could he make friends with? The so-called easy to make friends online, is it not applicable to him? Peter felt lonely. The empty loneliness and loss came to his mind, and he gave up the topic of the same hobby, and suddenly had an idea to enter a newly created small chat room, because the theme of this chat room was, need help, feeling confused. This was exactly what Peter felt at the moment, and he couldn't help but click in, and began to quietly lurk, waiting for the best time to speak and make friends. This chat room was very small, with only 20 places open. The organizer of the chat group was named Heather. It was unclear whether it was a real name or a pseudonym. The avatar was a cute little yellow duck, a bit like the protagonist of the recently popular children's education film. Although the chat room was just created and the people who were invited in had just come in, the atmosphere seemed to be very good. Everyone was talking and complaining about the bad things that happened to them. For example, if someone fell off a bike and was scolded by the boss, or if someone was sad that they had not made much money so far. Everyone was full of troubles and spoke freely in this group to comfort each other. It seemed very harmonious. Little Peter looked at the troubles they were talking about, opened his eyes wide, and suddenly realized that in addition to friends and campus life, the bad things that people can encounter are far beyond imagination. His eagerness to move when he just came in was poured with a basin of cold water. Since everyone's bad luck was much more troublesome than his, how could a person like little Peter talk about such a seemingly small thing? But there are always people in the chat room who like to boost the morale with the mood of, I have talked about the things, so others should also come out to share. Some people began to call loudly for other guys who did not share their things to come out and speak. Why doesn't the creator speak? The man shouted. Everyone is speaking freely. Since you created this trouble group, you must have common troubles. Come out and talk about it. Others immediately agreed and began to call the creator. That makes sense. We can't just listen to us. Let's all join together for a while. The chat room was filled with such urging and curious voices, which filled up several pages. Little Peter subconsciously felt that this was not a good idea. Although what the man said made sense, it was not necessary to share troubles in the chat room. The theme clearly included other meanings such as mutual help. How could you force people to share together like this? But under several voices, the creator still spoke out. Heather, I have troubles. Heather, I have no friends, and studying is also difficult. The tone of his voice was childish, and adults could hear it. They teased him that troubles were simple, unlike them, who had more complicated troubles. The creator ignored them, and after saying these words, he immediately returned to his diving state, letting them tease him as they pleased. These people made several jokes, but got no response, so they had to give up, divert their attention, and continue their boring chat. Little Peter felt his heart pounding at this time, and his mind was full of the response of this netizen. He could not pay any attention to other people in the chat room. No friends. Isn't this exactly what little Peter wanted to say? He immediately associated this answer with this answer and felt a desire for this, Heather. Since he had no friends, little Peter wanted to make friends with him. Little Peter then boldly clicked on the other party's avatar and entered the private chat channel. The hand on the keyboard hesitated for a long time before slowly typing a greeting. Bird, hello, I saw that you said that your trouble is that you have no friends. Can I be your friend? Bird, I don't have friends either, but I will try my best to be your friend. He revised these two sentences again and again, but he was still not satisfied. However, little Peter didn't want to miss this opportunity to make friends, so he gritted his teeth and sent them out. Then he rubbed his hands, waiting nervously for a response, staring at the private chat channel, not daring to blink, for fear of missing the other party's reply. He was also a little worried that the other party didn't think highly of him and didn't want to be friends with him. Peter forced himself to suppress such speculation, but he was still worried. He didn't worry for too long. He received a reply. Heather, great. The words that he had to organize were stuck in his mouth, and Peter opened his eyes wide. He had a friend. Alfred came to the Batcave. He passed by Jason, who was exercising, and went straight to the information processing center of the Batcave. He used superb network technology to quickly check something. This movement, trajectory and action were different from the past. Jason couldn't help but look at Alfred, curious about what he was doing. So he put down the exercise equipment, quietly approached the busy Alfred, and looked at the portraits displayed in the information database. They were ordinary, not wanted criminals or the like. New mission? Jason pointed at these people. Is the next night patrol related to them? Alfred: no, but it is related to Master Hazel. As soon as he mentioned Hazel, Jason's ears immediately perked up, his interest value increased by 100%, and his brain was working frantically, guessing the relationship between these people and Hazel. Underground laboratory? Distant relatives? Jason made several guesses. These were the only ones he could think of. After all, after being rescued from the underground laboratory, Heiss never had any contact with the outside world and stayed in Wayne Manor stupidly. In this case, Jason could only push the timeline to the previous timeline. But he guessed wrong. Alfred thought there was no need to hide it from Jason, so he slowly marked several people in the group with emphasis symbols, and carefully checked the information of the private chat account with Heiss, and smiled with relief. No, it's Master Heiss's netizen. Chapter 37. Of course, Peter didn't know that he had been investigated. He didn't know that in faraway Gotham, there was a worried old butler who repeatedly looked at the identities of the members in the chat group, searched for him in the private chat window, and was relieved that he was the same young age as his young master. He was just full of joy for his new friend, Heather. Peter had never made friends. In the ridicule and silence, he had never had anyone to chat with. Maybe there was a chance, but his nervous stuttering voice would always make him lose the opportunity. But online social networking is indeed different. He can think seriously and hesitate about his words without worrying that his stuttering words will offend others, and the inability to socialize face-to-face also helps him avoid some topics that are easy to cause ridicule. So, Peter nervously typed letters and considered his words, hoping to chat with the other party smoothly and have some topics to talk about. Hiding the specific address and name, he briefly introduced his experience and hobbies to Heather as a basis for frank communication. Reciprocity. Heather also began to introduce her experience and hobbies. According to Heather, he has a big family, including 2 older brothers, a father, and an old housekeeper named Afu who has taken care of him since he was a child. Everyone treats him very well, and he lives in a happy family. Little Peter noticed that the other party did not talk about his mother. In all of Heather's descriptions, it seemed that only her father and brother existed, and there was no trace of her mother. Little Peter subconsciously tapped on the keyboard, wanting to ask about this situation, but he quickly pressed the delete key, deleting all the questions from the organization, and hit his head in annoyance. Not talking about his mother was obviously not normal. His new friend might have some unhappy past in terms of his mother, and little Peter thought that he should not poke people's scars. He kindly avoided the topic, did not make any comments on Heather's family, and talked about other things instead. Little Peter and Heather exchanged their ages, and they were surprised to find that the other party was actually the same age as themselves, both 11 years old. Bird: we are the same age. That's great, Bird. I saw that the people in the chat room are much older than us. I thought I couldn't make friends to play with Heather. Yes, Heather. That's great, Heather. I'm very happy. Compared to Peter's happy message, the reply from new friend Heather was short and concise, and she didn't say much else. The new friend seemed to be aloof, and her reply to the message was very cold. Peter thought it was very cool. He had just made friends and it was the first time he had such contact with people. He felt that the new friend was good in every way, even the way the other party spoke sparingly. He felt that he had a lot of personality, like the aloof person who was popular in school. It was really great, Peter thought. Instead of interacting with the smelly and nose snobbish guys in school, it was better to chat with the cool and aloof Heather on the internet. He liked her very much, so he took the initiative to offer suggestions, hoping to help her improve her academic performance and promote their relationship. Bird: I saw you said that your academic performance is not good and you are troubled. Bird: I think I can help you. My academic performance is not bad. Friends should help each other, okay? Heather was silent for a moment, and then agreed immediately. Little Peter rubbed his hands, waiting for the other party's question. His academic performance was not as good as he modestly said. In fact, it should be very good, and it is more than enough to teach his peers. But in the teaching process, little Peter seemed to find a problem. In his imagination, the cold and cool friend seemed to really only exist in the imagination of short words. After entering into in-depth communication, he gradually unveiled the veil hidden under the network of his new friend and came into contact with the other party's true personality temperature. He realized that his new friend didn't seem to be very smart. Little Peter, eh? ? Under the short characters, it was not a cold personality. It was Heather, who couldn't express some words clearly. Intelligence value. Although he could speak in short sentences, normal human children had already learned to express complex ideas at a young age. Heise, who could not beat the mentally retarded guy, could not express himself as well as the smart little Peter. That was why he would say 2 sentences for every 10 sentences the other person said. Heise also realized that the Wayne family really doted on him. He thought that he could communicate with others relatively normally, but in fact it was the result of the whole family trying to use simple vocabulary and sentences and speak to him at a younger age, just to give Heise a family environment where he could speak freely. In order to achieve this, even Jason, who liked to use secular language, was patient and used simple vocabulary with him at home every day, carefully restraining the swear words he learned when he was hanging out outside. After all, Jason didn't want to lead the child astray. When he reached this level, his language was not very fluent. For example, when the night patrol subdued the gangster, he almost said something like "sleep without thinking," which successfully woke the gangster from fear and made Batman turn his head to look at him subtly. Jason was so angry that he responded to the gangster with a punch of his full strength, causing the gangster to lie down again in a trance. Perhaps in his dizzy dream, he was still thinking about the problem of reduplication and was deeply puzzled. "Batman, you use too much force." Jason took a deep breath. "Be careful next time." After returning, Jason changed out of his Robin uniform and started to scratch Heath's little chubby face, tickling Duck Duck so much that he ran around the room. He obediently gave him his duck pillow, and then he calmed down. As an online friend who didn't know each other, Peter knew very little about Heath's situation, so he didn't deliberately accommodate him in his words, until he found that something was wrong. "Bird, sorry, can I know about your study situation? What is your study progress? I found that the content we are studying seems to be not in the same grade. Please show me more." He was anxious and unconsciously broke through the shackles of introversion and spoke more unconsciously. Heath Duck obediently took a picture of his homework to show him. Little Peter carefully checked the homework of his new friend. There was no doubt that the whole picture of the other party's homework was the same as the questions he asked before, which were all too simple and strange, like kindergarten questions. But this was not enough. He needed more evidence to verify his impolite guess. "Bird, Heather, which school do you study in?" The other party's answer was unexpected. "Heather, no school. Heather, every day at home. Afu teaches me." At the age of the new friend, he should not be out of school. "Bird, I'm sorry, but why don't you go to school?" "Heather, I have a question." Heather looked at the input interface and couldn't find a better description. He chatted with his little friend stuttering, and he felt stupid. He felt more and more that intelligence was precious. It was always good to increase it a little more. At least he would not be able to attack others in the future without being able to say a word. "There is a question." Little Peter was just shocked by this answer. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of problem would such a young child, the same age as himself, have to stay at home all day and not keep up with the knowledge of the outside world? Aunt May happened to knock on his door and bring Peter some food. Taking this opportunity, little Peter quickly asked the doubts in his heart. "Is that so?" Aunt May thought for a while and said, "Could it be that there is something wrong with her body and it is inconvenient for her to go out?" such as a serious illness? This is all I can think of. After Aunt May left with the plate, little Peter immediately rushed back to the computer desk and nervously typed on the keyboard to ask, "Is there something wrong with her body?" The other party was silent for a moment. Yes. Little Peter immediately had an epiphany. A picture appeared in his mind, a small new friend, who could only sit on the bed at home every day, listening to the teachings of the tutor, suffering from physical pain, so it was difficult for her brain to think about problems, unable to keep up with her studies, and even unable to go to school to make friends. Every day, she was alone, facing the tree outside the window, watching the leaves turn green and yellow, and then yellow and fall. While new buds grew, Heather did not grow as strong as a plant. How pitiful! Little Peter had not yet understood too much of the suffering in the world, but his friends on the internet had already shocked his young heart with tragic situations. The little child was in tears as he looked at the chat window. "Bird, I will help you. Don't be sad. I'm sorry. We will be best friends. You must cheer up." Jason stared at the chat window in a daze, and subconsciously stroked Heather's soft hair. Without the obstruction of the duck hat or the dog hook hat, rubbing the hair was like touching a plush doll, and the feel was not much worse than that of a duck pillow. And this Robin, who had just come up from the Batcave, was in deep confusion. He was originally worried about his stupid cub socializing with others, and wanted to check on Heather's situation to prevent the cub from being deceived or having any problems. As a result, as soon as he entered the duck room, he was pulled over by the stupid cub and asked Jason to teach him a few words to send to his new friend. This was originally very simple, but when Jason, with a curious mentality of "let me see who is talking to the cub," leaned in front of the computer, a lot of incoherent words popped up in the chat window. It was also very sincere and didn't seem like a joke. Before he could read the previous scene, Jason received a stunned request for help from his child. "What should I say?" Say, Jason subconsciously. "Thank you, Heather, thank you." "No, wait." Jason rubbed the little head fiercely. "What are you talking about with him?" Chapter 38. Although it was later discovered that Heiss was not a patient who stayed in bed all day, the first impression was deeply engraved in my heart, and I felt that this friend was weak and pitiful. Among them, there was also the influence of Heiss's own stupid things. When he was a child, his intelligence was low, and anyone could deceive him, even if he learned to organize language. If anyone in the chat room asked him to say something, I'm afraid this child would even give away his underwear. Whenever this happened, Peter and another netizen would rush to stop this bad behavior to protect the innocent heart of this stupid child. By the way, this other netizen was Clark, who stayed until the end. Clark was also one of the first people to join the chat group. Although Peter couldn't remember whether he told his troubles when he joined the group, and what the troubles were, he had a good impression of him, because Clark was obviously a good person. Although he rarely told his troubles at the beginning and didn't seek help from others, he always helped others solve their troubles like a big son, and always protected the obviously stupid Heiss to prevent him from being deceived. Because of his young age, Peter spent relatively more time in school, in addition to homework and extracurricular activities, as well as the need to protect his eyesight. He could not always chat with Heath in the chat room. This made him very worried that his new friend would be deceived by the sweet words on the internet or bullied when he was not around. Although they were the same age, Heath's amazing intelligence still made him look like a stupid child, and he looked several years younger than Peter. Therefore, Peter rarely felt the taste of being needed. He liked this feeling very much and was very willing to protect his young friends, and even enjoyed it. Therefore, for Heath's online life, Peter took the initiative to find Clark, who often helped Heath to block strange questions from netizens, and was aliased as Alien at the time. Bird, I see you are always active in the chat room. Can I ask you a favor? Alien, please go ahead. Bird, my friend is in poor health and rarely sees people, so you know, he is very simple and naive, but we all know that we don't always meet good people in the online world. Bird, he may be able to be active in the chat room often because of his health problems, but I can't, I need to go to school. Bird, so, although it's a bit presumptuous, I still hope you can take care of my friend. I am very worried about him. Just take a look. Alien, I think I understand. Alien, Is this friend you're talking about Heather, the creator of this chat room? Peter was not surprised that he asked such a question. During this period of time, Heather obviously leaked a silly aura, so Peter always blocked the words of others in the chat group with Alien. He did this for his friend, and Alien did this because she obviously saw something. Bird: yes Alien, I noticed a long time ago that he seemed a little confused about many things, so this is the reason Alien. Don't worry, I will check on him whenever I go online. Bird: thank you very much. Probably after this incident, through the bridge built by Peter, Heather met Clark. Clark fulfilled his promise to Peter and helped Heather to solve many topics that were difficult to deal with in simple words and communication. Not only that, he also taught him many common words. It can be said that Heather's future proficiency in language is due to the contribution of this online teacher. Chat rooms, as a social media, always rise and fall quickly. The avatars of several people who were keen on chatting in the chat room gradually dimmed and no longer logged into the chat room. A few people joined in the middle, but left without saying a word. After a few years, only the 3 of them were still active in the chat room. At Peter's suggestion, Heather closed the joining channel and kicked out other silent accounts. This chat room completely became a chat place for 3 good friends. Clark, as an unlucky social animal who can't chat for a few words, he actually has to work overtime on newspapers on weekend nights, which makes people cry. So, only Peter and Heather are left in the chat room. It is a fresh experience to break away from the constraints of the game interface and talk to virtual friends who have become real. Heather likes this feeling very much. Good friends always have a lot of topics to talk about. Peter: Heather, you said before that your head is not very comfortable. How is it now? Peter: if it still hurts, I will ask the doctor tomorrow. Before crossing over, Heather's head always had occasional tearing pains, which came and went and were very torturous. During the chat, he told Peter the news. Unexpectedly, after crossing over, Peter still remembered his physical condition and cared about him very much. Heather: my head doesn't hurt anymore. Heather: duckscheering.jpg. Heather: I'm in good health now, and I've encountered many good things. Peter was happy for him. Peter: great. Peter: what good things have you encountered? Let me hear it. The best thing, of course, is to cross over to the game and have a large group of real family members. But such words, no matter who you say it to, sound like a joke. It sounds too fantastic and too imaginative. After all, in the so-called game time, they, NPCs, are really living in this world, not RPG pixel figures with fixed postures. Even if they believe it, they will inevitably have doubts and confusions. If they explore the nature of the world and past experiences, they are likely to fall into such an inexplicable logical paradox. Heather thought lightly, it's unnecessary. He doesn't care much about many things in the real world. This is also the reason why he went with the flow after crossing over and accepted a lot of relatives. Life is short, why bother with so many troubles? He decided to keep this secret as long as possible and not reveal it to anyone, so as not to get involved in more unnecessary disputes. Heather: I went out to play with my brother. Heather: there were a lot of people in the superhero peripheral chain store, and the products were very interesting. I bought a few figures and they also gave me a small doll. Heather: it is said to be very expensive. I made a profit. Putting aside the time travel, Shizzy shared the fun of going out with Peter, and the little friend immediately believed it and was really happy for him. Peter: great, you can finally go out to play. Peter: that superhero store is very famous. I also opened one here. It is very popular. There are always many children around the window to look at it. Heather: photo.jpg. Heather: look, this is the figure I bought, and a very cute little doll. Heather: I like it very much. The chat room was inexplicably quiet for a moment, as if a special atmosphere suddenly appeared. After a while, Peter continued to send messages. Peter: do you like this doll? Really? I think he is great too. Do you really like him? Did you fall in love with him the first time you went to the store? Really? I'm so happy. Peter: cute. Oh, this doll is cute, but he's still quite tall in real life, as tall as the Robin figurine next to him. You know, if he was in the realistic figurine form next to him, instead of this Q version, he would be even more handsome. Peter was very interested in this matter as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He continued to talk about this issue with a seemingly obscure question. Peter, what do you like about him? What do you think of Spider-Man? What do you think is good about him? I've never heard you talk about this before. So you like Spider-Man, right? Heather scratched his head. Heather, I don't know him. Heather, so his name is Spider-Man? This is the little doll recommended to me by the clerk. Peter, is that so? So that's it. Peter suddenly became depressed again, and there was a bit of loss in his words. This was very obvious, and Heather couldn't help but think deeply about what Peter meant. It seems that the friend is a fanatical fan of this Spider-Man. He actually had a lot of ups and downs because of the fact that he might be a fan of Spider-Man. Heather dotes on his friends. He thinks so. Heather, actually, I am still very interested. Heather, he looks very cool, his eyes are very cute, and he is so popular. He sounds amazing. Peter, oh, really? Heather, yes. Heather, I am a little curious, tell me his story. Peter, no problem at all. Spider-Man is active in Queens recently, superhero, from Peter's description and the online information that Heather searched. The other party is indeed worthy of this title. This Spider-Man is a city vigilante named after animals, just like his economic father. He is mainly active in Queens, New York. He is good at various spider-like abilities, such as using spider silk to stick to high-rise buildings, so as to fly between high-rise buildings and help people around him who need help. He is not like Batman, walking in the darkness, fighting against all kinds of Gotham criminals, being cold and independent, and far away from the normal life of ordinary Gotham residents. Spider-Man is more like a friendly neighbor in Queens, appearing brightly in the sunny sky, helping anyone who needs help, regardless of crime, and helping the blind cross the street. He is also happy to do this. Just listening to the text description, it feels like the other party is like a warm little sun, which makes people feel good. Heather, he sounds good. I will learn more about him. Heather, thank you for popularizing science for me. Heather, DuckDuck's recognition.jpg. In a somewhat messy room in a residential house in Queens, New York, far away from Gotham, the boy slapped his head with a red face in front of the computer. Compared with the immature and short when he first joined the chat room, Peter is now close to adulthood. His physique is gradually becoming stronger. His arms and chest and abdomen have obvious signs of exercise. His facial features are developing towards maturity, and his nose bridge and lips are more deeply contoured. In the closet behind him, there is a special uniform hidden. If Heath could see it, he would find that this uniform is exactly the same as the so-called Spider-Man's recent active uniform, and Peter's body shape is similar to Spider-Man. The answer is obvious. The boy looked at himself excitedly at the computer chat interface, praising Spider-Man in various ways, and his palm was itching to slap himself on the head again. He said to himself, if one day, Heath knew that Spider-Man is actually me, wouldn't these self-praising remarks be a living social death experience? Peter shuddered and immediately made up his mind to cover up his recent magical experience in order to hide his vest. It's just too excited. It's definitely not narcissism. Nor is it hoping that the best friend can like his other identity. Chapter 39. Good evening. The polite greeting gave people an upside-down illusion, as if this was a hotel lobby where people in formal wear toasted and chatted, not a narrow and crowded alley with black and blood. The response to the greeting was a powerful punch. Dick turned sideways and flexibly dodged the opponent's attack. He found a corner and leaned lazily against the wall, looking at the irritable guy Jason in front of him who was difficult to communicate with. Jason wore a red hood and a leather jacket, but these disguises did not prevent Dick from recognizing his identity. After all, this concealing outfit has long been associated with Jason Todd in the minds of bad boys except Hazel. Red Hood is Jason's new identity after leaving the Batman's house for a long time and returning to Gotham again. He is no longer the so-called Robin of Gotham, but a new character that many criminals in Gotham are afraid of. His symbol is wearing a red hood and two guns inserted in his leggings. Dick thought that he should thank the other party, maybe because he showed mercy and didn't shoot him with two guns, which would be too troublesome. He didn't come here to cause trouble. He wanted to talk to this brother and said hello to him because of the subtle emotions in his heart. Maybe there was no further fight. Dick should thank the wanted criminal who was lying under Jason's boots, beaten black and blue, dying and unconscious. After all, Jason didn't rush over and fight with Dick again in order to step on the person he was teaching. He just stood there, retracted his fist, turned his head and glanced at Dick coldly. Dick leaned against the wall and looked at the wanted criminal lying flat on his back. You didn't plan to kill him. That's great. I can take care of one less thing. Jason didn't intend to let him show off his skills with words. Huh? If I really planned to do something, you wouldn't be able to stop me at all. They were of similar size and had equally amazing physical skills. They were both quite advanced in different attack areas. Once they started fighting, Dick might not be able to stop him from killing the wanted criminal. You didn't plan to kill him, but you found this guy in the middle of the night and taught him a lesson, Dick continued, with one of his long legs bent against the wall, looking extremely cool. Is it because this guy hasn't done anything yet, but he was blindly targeting someone he shouldn't have messed with, so you decided to eliminate the trouble? He spoke vaguely, but both parties knew the meaning of the conversation. Jason narrowed his eyes, and his face seemed to be even gloomier. He kicked the wanted criminal on the ground hard, and the other party successfully went from half asleep to completely unconscious, losing his perception of the outside world. The force of his kick was very high, knocking the man unconscious and pushing him away from him. He flew directly to Dick's feet, interrupting the man's posture in front of him. I'll let you deal with it, Jason said with a raised eyebrow. I don't have the time to do that. You can throw him into the trash can, the old guy's bat cave, or our baby Nightwing's favorite police station. He was mocking Dick again. According to the usual logic, after Dick tied up such a wanted criminal, he would use a man's way of talking to this guy and have a good fight with him, calling it physical communication. But Dick didn't do that this time. He just squatted down slowly, and completely controlled the wanted criminal with ropes and handcuffs. He casually mentioned to Jason as he turned and left, "It's a good idea to throw him to the Batcave. I guess Tim is willing to throw him to the police station. But I think, if I carry such a swollen-faced guy over there, what if Hazel is waiting with a small stool and sees me bringing this guy back? If he asks me who did it, should I give someone up?" Dick turned sideways again. On the wall behind him, where he was originally standing, a deep crack suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and a bullet had just been embedded in it. Jason, who had not walked far, turned around unexpectedly, pulled out his gun, and shot Dick in the shoulder. Dick was prepared and dodged quickly. He was brewing in his mouth, and when he was about to mention Hazel, he was very sure in his heart that if he continued to say this, his second brother Jason would definitely get angry and would not let him continue to talk to himself. Therefore, Dick had already prepared himself to be attacked. But even if he had to confront Jason again, he did not back down, but continued his actions. Although resurrection is a little difficult to explain, Dick continued bluntly, it is not a reason for you not to see each other for the rest of your life. He is just a little fool, and he loves you very much. Whether he is resurrected or not is something that the old bat should consider how to explain. What are you hesitating about? As he said these words, as expected, Dick suffered a swift attack from Jason. His fists hit harder and harder, almost destroying the fragile wall of the alley. The attack range of the gun also gradually shifted from the edge of the flesh to the key joints as he spoke. Both of them were bleeding. The evenly matched fight in the alley could not show their true level at all. Both of them actually held back, but Jason seemed to be stabbed in pain and attacked more fiercely. Dick did not intend to fight him seriously. He had a hard time resisting and was forced to keep his distance. What are you thinking? Dick wiped the blood off his face. You don't plan to keep it a secret forever, do you? What a stupid reason. If Heist thinks you're lying in the ground and feels sad again, and doesn't give me cake, I'll tell him. Jason, you're not popular, so why can't you eat cake? Don't tell him. Didn't he learn how to make cake from you? Dick said. Anyway, I don't understand why you and the old bat are arguing about this. I'm telling Heist in the kitchen of Wayne Manor, and you have nothing to do with me. But on the contrary, if Heist knows about it and runs around and does something, I don't know. Anyway, I want to eat my brother's loving cake. Dick took a step back. In front of his boots, a large number of dense bullet holes that could only be made by gravity guns appeared immediately. Jason's face was completely gloomy. He drew his gun and pointed it at him, and the other gun was on his leggings, ready to move. If he really took out two guns in such a small dark alley, it would mean that Jason was serious. Dick looked at him calmly, waiting for Jason's next move. If Jason wanted to have a real fight, Dick would gladly accept his decision and vent his anger for the beating he had just received. He also had a temper. But Jason gave up on this move. His other hand stopped reaching for his leggings and stopped trying to take out a gun. He even took a breath and put the gun back. "I warn you again, don't tell him," Jason said in a low voice. "I have my own plans. When the time is right, I will go find him myself. You guys don't need to worry about it. It's impossible to hide it forever. Do you think I'm a fool? But for now, don't bring me up. I'm serious." "Dick, really? I hope the next time I see him talking to you, it won't be when you are old, holding a cane, and with a beard." Jason didn't bother to pay attention to him. He put his hands in his pockets and raised his legs. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared at the alley and completely left Dick's sight. Dick wiped the blood off his face and looked at the wanted criminal on the ground with a little distress. It was a rare vacation from work, so Dick didn't plan to spend too much time on other things. He had the leisure to talk to Jason about these things, which was his sense of responsibility as a big brother. As for the skyline on the ground, he really didn't want to pay attention to him. This place is a bit far from the police station, Dick thought, and this skyline on the ground is very dirty. He didn't want to dirty his car. Jason is a good package, and he is a hands-off boss, but he couldn't ignore it. Just when Dick was about to force his new motorcycle to the police station, the new guy saved him. "I have never been so grateful for your coming, Tim." Dick smiled happily and kicked the wanted criminal to Tim again, getting rid of this hot potato. This wanted criminal was beaten up tonight, and was used as a football by the big guys in Gotham, sliding repeatedly in the alley, which was worth it. It was also a special thing to say. Tim stopped the wanted criminal with his foot brake. Tim's helplessness could be seen through the Robin mask. He glared at Dick fiercely. "Why can't you send it over yourself?" Dick waved his hand. "I'm just a good brother who came to see Duck Duck." "Oh, not you, Duck Duck." He started to play the homophonic pun of Tim Drake, and got the other's eye kill again. Batman went to deal with a difficult guy nearby, and Damian followed him with great interest, trying to do something with his fists and feet. Only the unlucky Tim came to deal with a small minion and encountered bad luck. If he had known this, he should have exchanged with Damian. Tim meant that the bad-tempered Damian would never be as easy to talk to as him. Tim tried to kick off this boring task. "You're fine anyway." "Dick, no, I'm busy. Didn't I say that? I'm going to see my lovely brother. As for you, you are going to follow the old Bat on night patrol anyway. It's normal to go back late. I'm different. Do you understand? If you say one more word, you'll take this guy to the police station yourself." Dick knew when to stop. He shut up. He happily left the alley, leaving the mess to Tim, and bought special snacks from a well-known food store, intending to add some food to the child waiting at home. He had been annoyed with the little body of the cub for a long time, and Dick thought the child should eat more. In addition, while doing these things, Dick was also thinking about the problem. What exactly is the good time that Jason said? It might be Jason's excuse, but Dick denied this conjecture. He thought Jason couldn't be so pretentious in such a place. Maybe there was some information hidden behind that he didn't know. "I have to ask the old Bat," Dick meant. "But let's not talk about all these for now. The most important thing now is to put the delicious dessert you just bought on the restaurant table with the main lights on, and then pinch the face of the baby you have raised since childhood in the relaxed atmosphere of enjoying the food." Chapter 40. In fact, he no longer has baby fat. The age span of 8 and 17 is enough for Heath to grow from a chubby-faced egg-white ball to a slender-waisted and skinny teenager. But recalling the past memories, it seems that the yellow duck ball was still acting coquettishly and staying in bed yesterday, and nothing had happened yet. He was still just Dick, the big brother who cared about his younger brother and worked part-time as the Robin of Gotham. But after a few years, Wayne Manor is no longer just him and Heath, and he is no longer the Robin of Gotham. but a Nightwing who has made his own name. The red and green Robin bird uniform has become a thing of the past, and the black-bottomed and blue-edged Nightwing uniform has become a new life. It's a bit sad, thinking of this. Dick still reached out and pinched Heath's white and tender little face when he puffed up his cheeks to eat snacks. Well, it still feels good. You can't pinch your face when you eat. The little guy under his hand bit the snack and accused vaguely. You can't eat the snack this way. Dick smiled and took his hand back, and apologized to the little guy beside him. Wrong. Wait until you finish eating before pinching. So he still had to pinch. Even though it had been a long time, according to the general logic of getting along with a big brother, this kind of unyielding need to pinch the face always appeared when the big brother Dick was upset and under pressure. Hazel opened his bright and clear eyes, ate the snack, and looked at Dick suspiciously. Dick was wearing a daily leather jacket. Maybe it was more convenient for the vigilante who might be an emergency rescue. The appearance was also very cool. The Bat Kids except Hazel loved to wear it. What's more, Dick rode his motorcycle and came here. The motorcycle and leather jacket were indeed the most youthful and handsome outfit. With Dick's good figure from exercise, he looked like a cover model of a big magazine in just 2 photos. Even the faint scars and bruises on his face seemed to be made up for the sake of creating a magazine blockbuster look, instantly enhancing the maturity of the whole person. The scars and bruises are fresh. Hi Shizzy stared at Dick. Brother, what's wrong with your face? Who hit you? Dick subconsciously touched the scar on his face. For someone like him who has been through wind and rain, such a wound is the same as not having it. In order not to scare his brother when he comes back, he even carefully wiped the blood in front of the motorcycle mirror and treated the scar. Unexpectedly, it was still discovered. Facing the worried expression in front of him, Dick smiled and put his big and broad hands on Hi Shizzy's head, rubbing it like a playful child. Although the baby fat on his face has faded, his hair still maintains the slenderness and softness of his childhood, and feels like a soft wool blanket, and feels equally good. Too little. Look at your brother, Dick comforted him. How could it be beaten unilaterally? And I also beat the other party a few punch. It was normal for physical fitness. Hi Shizzy still looked at the small fork of eating snacks, and went to the medicine box to post the pioneer in the wound. The warmth of his brother's fingers. Dick relaxed the wound. The pressure in his heart was gone. The so-called questions and confusion were temporarily thrown aside. I can't let go of the city and keep myself always on the front line. Of course, Damian and Tim are not included here, let alone Jason. Each of the brothers has his own characteristics, but the cutest one in Dick's heart is naturally the cute and caring baby he has raised since he was a child. It seems. Heath smoothed the raised corners of the band-aid with his fingers, as if he suddenly remembered something, and said casually, "Nothing. I just feel that the wounds on my brother's face always like to be in the same place, and the depth of the wounds is always very similar." He laughed. "Does my brother also have luck value, like in RPG games, so there are always such coincidences on his face?" "Is that so?" Dick said. "Maybe it's true. Next time I can take you to catch dolls. We will wear masks and not bring Damian. Bring Damian to play. If he can stop making trouble when I fail to catch, it's not impossible to bring him." After a brief chat, the notification device flickered faintly, indicating that there was movement in the Batcave. Several people on night patrol have returned. Heath's eyes lit up, and he ate the snacks in a hurry, and wanted to pull Dick down to greet the night vigilantes who came back from work. Dick waved his hand and told Heist to go down by himself. He wanted to lie down here for a while. "I'm so tired," he said. He was a handsome adult man, but he ignored his brother's face and leaned on the chair, saying coquettishly to Heist, "Those energetic guys don't need to be greeted. Go and deal with them quickly, and then come back to accompany me." The notification device flashed faster, indicating that the large night patrol team was about to enter the Batcave. "Then you have a good rest," Heist said. "I will bring the brothers up to take care of you." Nonsense. The brothers other than Heist were all arrogant and spoiled children who didn't know how to be considerate of their big brother, not to mention kindly taking care of them. It was considered thoughtful not to take the opportunity to have a fight with him. "Dick, please spare me." After the warm conversation, Dick watched Heist leave the restaurant with a brisk pace and headed to the underground bat cave to greet a group of brothers and an old bat. Alfu was already waiting below, and the notification was sent by Alfu, on the ground floor of Wayne Manor. Dick was the only one left sitting in the restaurant. He was thinking about the few snacks on the table and was lost in his headache again. In fact, I can teach him more physical skills, if he is careful not to get scratched, Dick said to himself. After all, he is quite sensitive to the direction of the scars, isn't he? He subconsciously began to touch the scars on his face again, but this time he didn't touch the scars, but the band-aids. Of course, Dick was often injured, whether he was Robin or Nightwing. He had to fight with criminals frequently. Because of this, no matter how strong his physical skills were, he would always get bumped. The face is special. The face is an extremely important part of everyone, connected to many important organs. Whenever the face is injured, it is always because of some major fighting incidents, and the body will also suffer more serious injuries. However, after Batman's training and his own efforts, Dick's physical skills and various weapon use skills have reached a very high level, and few people can crush him. When he was Robin before, if he was injured to this extent, he would rest for a while to recover, and Alfred would quickly heal and take care of him. During this time, he would deliberately avoid the youngster. The youngster had just returned from the laboratory not long ago, and he could not speak clearly. In addition, his memory was cleared, so in the eyes of his family, he was just like a 1 or 2-year-old baby. How could a baby be allowed to see such a bloody scene? Rather than letting Hazel see his miserable state and cry to take care of him, which made Dick feel distressed and laughable, it would be better to let the youngster go to bed early and grow taller. Therefore, Hazel did not see the facial scars when he was Robin. In the child's memory, the only time Dick had similar scars on his face was when he was Nightwing. That was when Jason was still around. At that time, he angrily left Wayne Manor, refused Alfred's help, and came to a city outside Gotham, vowing to make a name for himself and prove it to Bruce. Batman needs Robin, Gotham needs Robin, and after following Batman for 10 years, the best Robin would only be Dick Grayson. However, Batman dismissed Dick, who was bedridden, because of the mistakes made in the Joker incident not long ago, using the excuse that it was too dangerous for teenagers to get involved in the dark. The real reason may not be as simple as the surface description, but who knows? After all, Bruce finds it difficult to honestly explain his thoughts. He always stands alone in the dark night and makes his own plans. Since then, Dick is no longer Robin. What should I be? Dick thought. He couldn't give up the vigilante career that had become a part of his flesh and blood. Fighting against darkness had long become an indispensable part of his life. The life of ordinary people could not fill Dick's life with color. So, he ran away from home to a new city. With the help of various magical experiences and friends, he became a new vigilante with an independent name, namely Nightwing. Dick started a new life. He was originally unhappy and a little resentful of Bruce's decision, but with the passage of time, and with the happy smiles of his children and housekeepers at home when they saw him come back, he would still untie his knot and live a new life well, burying the quarrel in the quicksand of time. Originally, until one day, he heard new news. Gotham's Batman has a new Robin. Dick couldn't believe it. Didn't he say that he didn't need an assistant? Then what did this Robin mean? He couldn't sleep all night, and immediately rushed back to Gotham to find out where Batman appeared, and with his years of experience, he guessed where they were training at night. So he confirmed that Batman did have a new Robin. This new Robin was certainly not Hazel, but a newly adopted guy who was almost the same age as Dick when he first became Robin. His name was Jason Todd. He approached Jason silently, and didn't find that the other person was much better than the world. At least Dick thought that there was no need to drive him away. Moreover, this guy was careless and impulsive, and liked to act against the plan, which was an obvious shortcoming. Dick and Batman had another big fight. The anger in his heart could not be calmed for a long time. He was in a complicated mood. He wanted to find Hazel, his eternal little cotton jacket, and touch his head, but he accidentally ran into Jason with a stinky face, coaxing the baby wearing a nightcap to sleep. This was originally my job, Dick thought. He was filled with mixed feelings and wanted to come out and have another fight, but Jason himself was not wrong, and Hazel fell asleep with Duck in his arms. Dick had to restrain his surging emotions and did not appear in front of them, but an inexplicable emotion made him not want to leave Gotham like this. Dick was standing under the tree outside Wayne Manor. It was very close to Wayne Manor. He had known this place for a long time. When he lived in Wayne Manor before, he liked to stay here. Now, he was also standing under this tree, and he couldn't tell what emotions he had in his heart. He watched the moon all night. When the sun was about to come out, Dick patted the rain on his coat and prepared to leave. There was no point in standing there any longer, not to mention that Hazel was about to wake up. The sun began to slowly shine down. Dick's legs, which were about to move, suddenly stopped. With good eyesight, he could clearly see a yellow duckling in a furry coat running out of the door of Wayne Manor in a hurry in the distance. The duckling's legs were still short and he was wearing thick clothes, so he ran round and round, which made the onlookers worry that he would not run steadily and turn into a ball and roll out. Because of this, Dick couldn't lift his legs for some reason, and the idea of leaving Gotham was also covered by new ideas. He watched the little duck running all the way, followed by Alfu, who was strolling in the garden. When the little duck approached, it hugged his legs like a koala and refused to let go. "What are you doing? You got up so early," Dick said. He was very calm when he said these words, and he looked like the big brother who still called Hazel to get up every day when he was still living in Wayne Manor. "Go back to class with Alfu. I have to go back to work." "No, huh?" The little duck hugged his legs, and he was so anxious that he almost gurgled. He finally organized his poor words and looked up pitifully. "Brother is back. Have some cakes." Alfu in the distance raised his hand, holding a plate of small round cakes, and looked at them happily. Chapter 41. Was it the pancakes that were too tempting, or the ducklings that were too cute? Only Dick knew it. But anyway, he wiped the rain and dew off his body, letting the water droplets slide off the leather. Then he bent down and lowered his head, picked up a round, fluffy baby with one hand, and let the baby sit on his strong arm. "Brother is so awesome." The little duckling clapped his hands in a special way, looking at him with sparkling eyes. Dick knew that this was because the baby saw that he was in a bad mood and wanted to comfort himself. So he picked up a very small point and found ways to praise himself in childish words. "Do I look like a pitiful homeless person now?" Dick thought it was a little funny. Wandering back to Gotham, he held the baby in one hand, and half of his arm was connected to his shoulder, and the baby's warm breath was all over it. The milk smell was not as strong as before. It seemed that the little duckling didn't have time to drink the glass of milk in the morning, and hurriedly wrapped himself in a piece of clothes and rushed over. The baby began to pull his sleeves, saying in a babyish voice, "Let's go back." Dick lowered his head, and it was easy for him to touch the baby's forehead. "Like playing hide-and-seek," he whispered to him. "It's not good for me to go back." The baby shook his head. "Okay, go back." He shook his head as fast as a rattle, causing his beautiful eyes to be a little dazed when he stopped. He tried to mobilize the remaining brain capacity and uttered pitiful common words. It was really hard work. Dick laughed, and then felt a little sad. Such a lovely brother is not the only one he has, or to put it more hypocritically, his existence seems to have been erased inexplicably. Whether it is Robin's work, the location of Wayne Manor, or the work of coaxing his brother to sleep, it seems that Dick Grayson's name has been erased and turned into Jason Todd. Dick thought about it all night. He remembered Bruce's silent face during the quarrel, Jason who seemed like a smaller version of himself, and Hazel who was coaxed to sleep by his new brother. Too many things weighed on his heart, making him still feel heavy. "I can't go back." Dick held Heath patiently, and although he knew that he might not understand much, he still said slowly, "Bruce and I had a quarrel, and then, it's better for Jason and I not to contact each other now." He looked into Heath's eyes, thinking that he would face a confused look, but he blinked in surprise and saw that Heath's eyes were persistent and clear, not like that stupid look. It seemed that he understood everything, but he was still very persistent and wanted to do something for something. "Dad went out to work," Heath said. "Brother came back and had breakfast with us. Brother Jason is also here. He may not want to see me at this time, No, the little guy who had difficulty in choosing words said word by word. Brother Jason admires you very much. He likes you too. Adoration. Dick blinked quickly, and his thoughts were a little stagnant, so he returned to Wayne Manor. Like a piece of ice that had just solidified, it was illuminated by the warm sun, and it had to slowly melt into ice water and flow towards the sun. The water drops on Dick's coat slid off, and the cold atmosphere around him also melted away a lot. His face softened slightly, and he held Heath with a complicated expression and walked back into Wayne Manor from the main gate to the inner hall of the manor. Pushing open the door, a young figure stood not far away, looking at them steadily. Dick looked at the other person's face. This face had been carefully examined by him not long ago when he deliberately approached. The face was still a little immature, but the facial features were already clear, and the stubborn and unruly handsomeness was naturally sensed from the face. He was Brother Jason Todd. He was also standing in the center of chaos, with a very similar identity, the new generation of Robin in Gotham, and the person who inherited his red and green Robin uniform. The other person stood facing them, standing straight, and his eyes moved after hearing Heath's call, pretending to look at the cub on Dick's arm several times without intention. Then he moved away as if nothing had happened, and subtly met Dick's eyes. When Dick saw Jason's eyes, his heart moved slightly. The other person's eyes were actually very calm, but also somewhat complicated. It was completely different from what he had observed a few days ago. It was more like a look of insight and mixed emotions after he had learned a lot. They only exchanged this one look, but both sides actually knew what was going on. The dispute was roughly clear in their minds. No one was kept in the dark, and it was difficult to express anger without words. Dick moved his arm slightly, turned around neatly, handed the soft ice in his hand to Alfred behind him, took the tray of small round cakes from Alfred, and put it on the table. He sat in Alfred's arms again, looking at his two brothers in front of him with wide eyes. He wanted to hold Dick, but Alfred held him very firmly, so Heis had to point to the small round cakes on the table and motioned for his two brothers to follow him. Breakfast, pancakes, eat. Dick and Jason exchanged glances. Dick, you know, adults need to exercise before eating, so you eat first, kid. Heis scratched his head. Brother Jason, I'm not an adult, but I'm older than you. Jason crossed his arms, so I should be obedient, you know. The little yellow duck looked at Dick on this side, then at Jason on the other side, and began to scratch his head in confusion, fluttering his feet a few times, wanting Afu to put him down. Afu didn't follow his wishes, but instead hugged him tightly. I think the young masters need to solve some things. Indeed, the accumulation of doubts and dissatisfaction will only bring more complicated emotions. Instead of keeping silent, the two of them were awkwardly confused and silent. It would be better to have a hearty duel of real men, let all the contradictions and doubts condense in the fists, and solve the problems through the most straightforward body communication. Afu took Heis, who kept poking his head, to the restaurant, while the remaining two guys with doubts went to the training room. New Robin. Dick stood on the other side of the training ground, took off his coat that was in the way, and smiled provocatively at Jason, who was standing on the other side of the training ground. Let me see the results of your training. Jason also changed into training clothes, and adjusted his eyes to the state of night patrol, as if he was a lion that could rush up and bite at any time. No problem. Let me see the ability of the so-called previous Robin. So, they fought. All the entanglements and contradictions were vented through these straightforward exchanges of fists and feet. What Hazel said later was that the similar facial scars he could see were the product of the two people sparring and fighting. After all, Jason was trained by Bruce, and his punches and kicks were self-contained. The moves that could cause facial injuries were consistent, and the direction of the scars would naturally not change much. Whether Jason was Robin or Red Hood, these familiar moves were a proof of his life experience that he could not get rid of. Physical fighting consumes physical energy and also consumes mental energy. After the sparring, the two people relaxed a lot, and the atmosphere between them was not so stiff. At least, Dick felt that his anger was relieved. He saw his own appearance and traces in the moves Jason used against him. Many of the fighting skills Robin had to learn were related to Dick's circus background. Therefore, Dick and Bruce studied many fighting methods related to acrobatics together. These also appeared in Jason. It turns out that I left something behind. Dick sighed. What he left for Gotham, Robin and Batman, will never be easily changed, but will be passed on in another form. You learned well. Dick rarely calmed down and praised Jason objectively. After the intense exercise, Jason was sweating all over, his hair was messy, and he leaned against the wall of the training room to rest. He raised his head and looked at Dick fiercely and coldly. Dick was no longer angry. Once his mentality was opened, he gradually calmed down his irritable mood last night and turned to his usual gentle and easy-to-talk mood. Some of the tricks you used are similar to those used by the guys in Crime Alley. Dick continued to chat with him. Bruce brought you back from there? Crime Alley is the name of an alley in Gotham, where various crimes frequently occur. It can be considered a high-risk area, with many dangerous guys active. When he mentioned this, Jason blinked and gave an accurate answer. Yes. How did you and Bruce meet? What you should ask is what I did to him. Jason corrected Dick's question, raised the corner of his mouth, and said with a youthful breath unique to teenagers, showing off, I took off the wheels of the Batmobile, the whole thing. The Batmobile is the equipment used by Batman for night patrols, and it is also an alternative symbol of Batman in the eyes of Gotham residents. The car is always equipped with various advanced technologies, both offensive and defensive. Being able to take off the wheels of the Batmobile shows that Jason is really skilled and courageous, and Batman is rarely careless. Dick didn't expect to hear such an exciting thing. He thought it was quite funny just to think about Batman's look at the car without tires. Ha 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 ha. Dick laughed out loud and reached out to pat Jason on the shoulder. Jason moved his feet slightly, but finally did not dodge and received the pat on the shoulder. Well done. I've wanted to take off his tires for a long time, Jason said. I'm the only one who did it. I'll try it some other day. Dick thought, with full preparation, I can always take off 2 tires. Their relationship seemed to have become closer. Others looking at them from a distance would have hallucinated that they were a pair of very good brothers, but the training did not end so quickly. This was just half-time. After learning about Jason's background, Dick looked at him with a much gentler look. Come on, before you go, I'll teach you what Robin should learn. Jason was full of fighting spirit. Then I'll use my fists to show you that I've learned well. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42. Good evening. When Heights hurried to the Batcave, Alfred smiled and greeted him. He immediately looked towards the entrance of the Batcave subconsciously. Great. They were only one step away from entering, and he caught up. There was no lofty reason for rushing to the Batcave before they entered the door. It was just because Heights wanted to return to the idea of playing games in the past, to regard the game experience as a real part of himself, and to live in this world in a real way. Just like at this point in time, he smiled and said a proper greeting to the large group of people coming on the night patrol. Welcome back. This greeting is really the most common in the world. After office workers go home from work every day, if there are people at home, they can always greet this greeting and then smile and enjoy dinner. But this greeting is different for the Bat family. No matter how much money Wayne Enterprises makes, for the responsible and idealistic Bat family, it is just a more convenient auxiliary to carry out the night patrol, just a continuation of the Wayne family's business. Therefore, even Bruce and Tim, who are most often involved in Wayne Enterprises affairs, have never regarded it as a real job, but just a business that must be handled with some attention. The real job of the Batman family is to serve as Gotham's night vigilante. Gotham is different from other cities. It is not as magnificent as New York, where countless superheroes are stationed and beautiful urban legends are brewed, nor is it like the stable and bright metropolis next door, where the omnipotent and extraordinary Superman guards it. It is different from any other city. Gotham is a more dangerous place. The danger is in the open. Countless cases are going on in Gotham at all times. The crime rate is rising, social security is unstable, and the risk of traveling at night is extremely high. At the same time, the dark side also hides many extremely alternative and powerful criminals, whose number and degree of destruction are several times that of other cities. The most famous typical one is naturally the Joker. For these criminals beyond people's secular cognition, people call them supervillains. It is a concept relative to superheroes. In order to stop their wanton destruction, Batman and Robin are always vigilant about their conspiracy and send them to the police station and Arkham Asylum for supervision. When the lights are dim and the moon is high, this is no longer the friendly and prosperous city that Hazel saw during the day, but a dark place that is soaked in countless mud and struggling to rise. Therefore, Gotham needs alternative guardians, and it desperately needs Batman and Robin to barely maintain a state of balance. This is also one of the reasons why the hobby of the night vigilante can never be stopped once it is done and lasts for so long. These people who protect Gotham walk in the dangerous night and try their best to provide stability and peace for the people of Gotham, even if it is difficult to do so. They are like pulling the mother who is trapped in the swamp. Even if the mother's legs and feet have been gradually swallowed by the mud and her body is extremely heavy, this group of people can hardly let go, because as long as they use a little more force, the mother will never sink, and may even be brought out of the swamp. This is a very difficult thing. When they pull Gotham, they will inevitably face the big and small criminals of Gotham. They have to run in the darkness to prevent various cases from happening, and even because of this, they have to face those vicious supervillains. They will pay the price of scars, blood, soul, and even death. The night vigilantes are used to such inhuman work, used to bruise limbs, used to the scars on their hearts, and are quite prepared for death. But the people standing behind the night vigilantes are not. For example, Alfred, such as Heath. After spending several years with the Wayne family, NPCs, from a child who can only chatter, to being protected and growing up to a teenager with a thin waist and long legs, they are not used to these costs, and they never want them to pay these costs. They are the family they like. No one would like to see their beloved family members covered with scars, carrying everything, and standing in the dark forever. What can I do? Even if he is learning and growing up, and can leave Wayne Manor on his own and secretly punish a criminal who hurt him, there is still a limit to what Heath can do. This criminal is only a small part of the night patrol. Batman and Robin need to face countless criminals like this during the night patrol. Solving a criminal does not mean anything, nor does it play a big role. Instead, Batman has to carefully handle the follow-up treatment of the injuries. As the person standing behind Batman and Robin, Alfred is proficient in medical skills, computer technology and other logistics, and is their most solid backing. But Heath can't do it. These technologies require a very high level. To put it simply, for example, in the field of computer technology, if you want to help Batman share the work, you must at least be proficient in hacking and various programming skills, and have considerable analytical ability to help them find the information they need in time. This is not a job that can be done by just knowing how to use MIS. What can you ask a high school student who is naturally touching to be proficient in? Heath brought a small stool. He has been using this small stool since he was very young, and it has been used until now. It is still very stubborn and strong, and has never fallen apart. It was a plain-looking wooden stool. The surface was obviously painted yellow by an amateur, and a bird and a duck were painted in a lighter white. One of the legs of the stool was a little lame, shorter than the other legs, and was carefully filled with paper balls and tape. Alfred put the stool in a very conspicuous place in the Batcave, so that the stool's owner, Hazel, could easily find it. Hazel took the stool, put it in the Batcave, and sat on it expectantly, looking at the door, waiting for the night watchman to return. When the night watchman stepped into the Batcave, he and Alfred happily greeted them and said welcome back to those who returned safely. This is what he can do. About 6 years ago, little Hazel wanted a small stool that belonged to him alone, just like the duck in the cartoon. This was really a small thing for the Wayne family. It's just a stool, even if it's a custom version with many requirements, as long as there is enough money and the reputation of Wayne Enterprises, let alone a little yellow duck stool. As long as the young master of the Wayne family needs it, A workshop will make it for you. But for Heise, he didn't want this kind of factory assembly line product. He wanted a special bench, not only because he needed something to sit on, but also because he needed a production process to unite Dick and Jason, two brothers. Since the fight, the relationship between the two men has eased slightly. It is no longer the suffocating atmosphere of the king not meeting the king, but it seems to be a subtle atmosphere of tacitly accepting each other's existence, similar to I know you and I recognize your meaning. For a family with cold feelings, such a non-blood brother relationship is already good. But Heise is not satisfied, even if it is separated by a thick dimensional wall and a game screen. He is not satisfied with the two brothers who like each other so much to maintain such a short-distance relationship. Obviously, they are both gentle to children, have a sense of responsibility for the city and ordinary residents, and have an appreciation for each other. Why can't they get closer? The stool. I need my brother to make it. Heath knocked on the oatmeal bowl early in the morning, shaking his legs, and said to Dick and Jason, who were sitting on both sides of the dining table. The porcelain spoon knocked on the porcelain bowl, making a crisp sound, like the sound of a wind chime urging people's hearts, which made the two people present stunned. Jason reached out and knocked on the head of the duck wearing the yellow hat. He looked at Dick calmly and said coldly, "Don't make things difficult for me." Heath covered his head. "I will do it too." "What are you up to?" The little boy rolled his eyes a few times and pushed Jason's hand away. "I want to make a stool for handicrafts." Jason stared at Heath, who was still holding the oatmeal spoon beside him. His expression was full of suspicion, and he was sure that this guy was brewing some tricks. Dick looked at Jason, and then at Heath. He came here on vacation, and his original intention was just to see the progress of his little yellow hat's learning, but he didn't expect to be pulled by the little yellow hat to stay and have breakfast. He also received a special task to make a wooden stool. "It's like this." Alfred came out of the kitchen and appeared beside the little yellow hat with a perfect smile. He brought him a cup of hot milk and explained to Jason and Dick, who were puzzled, "This is the task I assigned to Master Hazel. Our interest subject is carpentry. We need to be proficient in applying the carpentry knowledge I taught. This is a small extracurricular homework. It sounds reasonable." The little yellow hat excitedly raised the oatmeal spoon. "Yes, this is it, my homework." Jason looked at the duck schedule in the distance suspiciously, and he really found the carpentry course. Alfred really teaches everything. Obviously, this homework is a bit difficult. The young master needs the help of his brothers. Alfred touched the little yellow hat's head, motioning him to put down the oatmeal spoon and eat breakfast well. "By the way, I don't mind asking for help for this homework. Hazel, foreign help, go make the stool now." The words were rounded up. The little yellow hat happily drank the hot milk brought by the old housekeeper. He didn't need a spoon. He picked up the oatmeal bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Then he climbed down the chair with his feet shaking and ran to his woodworking classroom. Alfred followed him for 2 steps, and seemed to remember something. He stood there with his eyes bent, and gave instructions to the young masters who were sitting there stupidly. "The woodworking course is quite dangerous, and it needs someone older to watch over it," Alfred said. "I have something to deal with today. I'm afraid I will help Master Heise for a while, and then I will have to go to work. I'm sorry to bother you young masters for help." Leaving such ambiguous words, Alfred followed the footsteps of the little yellow hat and left the restaurant. Only 2 young masters with stiff expressions were left, sitting on both sides of the restaurant, looking at each other awkwardly. The food on their plates had almost been eaten. According to today's arrangement, there was probably nothing else to do except the extra training they arranged themselves. They could have gone to help Heise, but it was so embarrassing. Dick silently looked at the new Robin, Jason, opposite him. After fighting several times, he has recognized the other party's ability and is even willing to take the initiative to teach him some other skills. As the first-generation Robin, he is relieved that he was adopted to replace him. After all, it is the taciturn Bruce who should be blamed. However, they don't have much time to spend with each other on a daily basis. The two have great ambitions and don't have much free time to cultivate feelings with non-blood brothers. If they have free time, they might as well pinch Heath's face. According to Dick, Jason is a reckless and bad-tempered guy, persistent and hard-working. Overall, he is a good successor to Robin. Well, he seems to admire him as the first-generation Robin, which is also an advantage. In addition, he has a sense of responsibility as a brother to Heath, and takes good care of the little yellow hat in life. It is common sense that carpentry work is easy to get hurt. As a brother, Dick actually wants to watch Heath do handicrafts, but on the other hand, Jason should also want to take care of the children. It is not so easy to let go of the complicated feelings. Dick still wants to spend a long time with this special guy in close proximity, which will make the two of them a little embarrassed. He guesses that Jason is the same. Ahem. Dick suddenly coughed, attracting Jason's attention. Well, I have something to do later, Jason. I need to go exercise. Almost at the same time, the two voices came out together, and with their constipated expressions, both sides stopped talking. They lowered their heads, quickly finished the last bit of breakfast, and left the restaurant in all directions, and disappeared for a while. About 15 minutes later, Alfred left the woodworking classroom and hurried to handle official business. Another 5 minutes. Hazel was still lying on the ground, hammering at the wood. At this moment, the door of the woodworking classroom was gently pushed open, and the window was also pulled open by a pair of hands. Hazel raised his head with a small children's hammer, looking around confusedly. On his left, Dick was holding the door handle and standing at the door of the woodworking classroom. On his right, the window was wide open, bringing in a cool breeze, and Jason was holding the window with one hand and one leg had already stepped into the classroom. Time and space seemed to stand still. They all stopped moving stiffly, staring at each other with almost blank eyes. Before the two brothers could react and make other moves, the little yellow hat cheered and raised the hammer, threw away the wood that he was originally interested in, and started pulling here and there, trying to pull the two brothers in, make a duck stool with him. Chapter 43. In the end, the three of them worked together to make this small stool. Dick's hands could deal a heavy blow to countless criminals, and Jason's hammer had stunned countless people in Gotham. But for a small stool, it was a bit stretched, and he had to think for a while before swinging the hammer. Although it was said that the little yellow hat would practice his woodworking skills by himself, and the props used were all children's tools. But looking at the steel luster props, Dick and Jason still silently divided the work, each responsible for a stool process, tinkering with the wood, and drove the little yellow hat to the side to prepare the paint. In the eyes of children, painting is certainly more fun than knocking on wood. So the little yellow hat happily changed his position, facing a large box of paint, slowly studying the difference between goose yellow and bright yellow, trying to mix the most suitable color for painting cartoon ducks. The child ran to the corner to study. Looking from behind, it looked like a round yellow mushroom thinking about how to grow in the dark. Weird and cute. Dick retracted his gaze. He stopped looking back, and Jason half knelt beside him on the side, indicating to him in a dry voice, "There is a problem with the thickness of your chair leg. Can't mess up the kids' homework." Dick remembered that when Alfred and Bruce punished Hazel for not completing his homework, the little yellow hat rolled around on the ground and cried loudly, and he couldn't help shivering. He quickly calmed down and looked in the direction Jason pointed. "Where?" Jason pointed it out to him. "The base and the place where the stool is buckled." "You set a range so that I can cut the stool board." "Okay." Dick nodded. "Then you look at this range. There must be communication when working." Although it was an informal job, the two still had an opportunity to talk naturally, and the atmosphere was no longer as awkward and cold as at the dining table. It is not particularly easy to make a wooden stool well. The two intelligent brothers worked together for a day, making and dismantling the stool, throwing away several useless stools that could not be sat on, and giving them to Little Yellow Hat as toys. Before the end of the day, they barely made a lame stool. "Make another one," Jason said, not liking the lame one. "I'm sure it will be done this time." But Little Yellow Hat held the lame stool and refused to let go, saying that he wanted this one. "I like this one," Little Yellow Hat said loudly. "This one looks the best and I like it the most." Jason looked at the lame part of the stool with a bit of depression. After looking at it 2 or 3 times, he still wanted to take it back and modify it. As a result, Little Yellow Hat found out, holding the stool and turned around to paint, leaving Jason with only the back of the yellow coat. Jason said, "What's wrong with your aesthetics?" Dick laughed out loud, laughing at little Yellow Hat who was holding the stool and Jason who was confused, thinking that this picture could be on the cover of a cold joke newspaper. However, as he was laughing, he saw the little Yellow Hat grabbing the brush and smearing yellow paint. He was immediately shocked and stepped forward to stop him. "Wait, it's going to be painted on your body." He finally caught the little hand that was waving around and put a plastic cover on the little Yellow Hat to isolate the paint. Something went wrong again. The little Yellow Hat may have problems with his aesthetics and hands. Even if he was just applying yellow paint, he would paint too much here and not paint there. In the middle, he wanted to wave the brush to draw a duck, but he ended up drawing a dinosaur. "Have you watched any dinosaur cartoons recently?" Dick said. The little Yellow Hat raised his head and retorted stubbornly, "This is a duck." The adult brother, who still had a childlike heart, thought that the little Yellow Hat's painting was terrible, so he took the brush handed over by the little Yellow Hat and tried to change this dinosaur into a duck. He was very confident, but his hands were not capable. So after painting for a long time, Jason looked down and saw, wow, it was changed into a bigger dinosaur. Jason was silent for a while. He stared at Dick's hand, still trying in vain to change the dinosaur back to a duck, but the result was that it looked more and more like a strange creature, a million miles away from a duck. He couldn't bear it any longer. Jason endured it again and again, but still had a stern face, and snatched the brush from Dick's hand in a rage. "I'll do it." Among the three of them, Jason was probably the most talented painter at the moment, probably influenced by the graffiti that appeared on the walls of Crime Alley from time to time. Jason was still quite capable in painting. At least he could barely change the dinosaur into a duck, instead of a bigger dinosaur. In this way, his skills were much better than the timid Dick and Hazel duo. He finally tapped the brush, and a duck was formed. The little Yellow Hat cheered and praised him. "Great." Jason didn't show it on his face, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise a little, and he couldn't hide his smug smile after pursing his lips a few times. Dick also looked at him with some respect. Dick thought he had a good understanding of this junior, knew his shortcomings and strengths, knew his boxing moves, and knew his general appearance. But after a day, it seemed that many impressions had changed. It turned out that Jason, who he thought was bad-tempered and impulsive, could actually be patient. He spent an afternoon banging and revising a child's homework, and he didn't look bad-tempered at all. It turned out that Jason, who he thought liked to attack the gangsters excessively and whose attacking intentions occupied his whole body, could also have good children's drawing skills and repeatedly revised The Ugly Duck. Dick thought, "It seems that I completely misunderstood him." Perhaps judging a person should never be judged based on the scene and intention of his fighting against the gangsters. In fact, what he showed in life should be different from that time. These patience and kindness should be the essence of this new Robin. He just hasn't been guided to use them in his night patrol career, or in other words, his past experiences have prevented him from correcting the attitudes of an ordinary person and a Robin, two different identities. But there is no doubt, this is a good boy. Just as Dick thought of this, he heard the little Yellow Hat squeak and act like a spoiled child to his brother, "More painting." Jason held the brush and asked the little Yellow Hat with the posture of a painting master, "What to paint?" The little Yellow Hat, "Paint my brother." Jason blinked gently and paused. He dipped the paint again and continued to outline the shape next to duck. Dick watched his brush move and with a few simple strokes, he painted a bird. Robin, Batman's assistant. The name comes from the medieval legend of Robin Hood and the red-breasted robin. These elements are also reflected in Robin's red and green clothes. Sometimes, Gotham residents affectionately call Robin Bird because of this. According to Dick, this new Robin is indeed a rare one with firm beliefs, and he also recognizes his identity as Robin very much, and he also admires himself, the first-generation Robin. Thinking of this, it is completely reasonable for Jason to choose to paint such a bird next to duck. But Jason's brush did not stop there. After painting a bird, the brush once again touched the bench. The little boy was still cheering and making a lot of noise. The other boy, who was a little older, was holding a paintbrush. His voice was cold, but his posture was very stiff. If you looked closely, you could see that his ears were a little red. Dick looked at him and thought. He let it slip. This boy was not just a good boy. In the eyes of Dick Grayson, the eldest son of Wayne Manor and the first Robin, Jason Todd should have another identity. He was his good brother and Hazel's good brother. He was their good brother. They were not related by blood, but what did it matter? Could it be that in this manner, who was really related by blood, even if they were not related by blood, it did not prevent them from being family? There was no doubt about it. Now that I'm an adult, I should have thought of this earlier. This was Dick's last thought before leaving Gotham at the end of his vacation. He put his hand on Jason's head. Jason froze, but didn't dodge. He looked up to see what he was doing. He saw Dick smiling and saying to him, "Thank you for your hard work, new Robin, my brother." Chapter 44. This small stool was not hung on the wall by Heather in the end. It was taken to the Batcave and used as Heather's exclusive small stool. The reason is very simple. Probably when growing up to this age, the body gradually develops, and the sleep time required is no longer as long as when he was young. The system promptly updated the mechanism for Heather, changing from the original free choice of sleep state, lying in bed and sleeping until dawn, to being able to freely set the sleep time, and waking up actively if there is a side story. The night action time has been increased. When this mechanism was first updated, Heather was very happy. He got up to play computer games for 2 consecutive nights. The rankings on the watermelon cutting and mine-sweeping rankings rose overnight, and the chat room became active at night from time to time. Even Peter found that he was not right, and chatted with Heather privately in broad daylight. "Bird, Heather, I heard from Alien that you were still online at 12 o'clock last night. Why do you stay up late recently? This is not good for the body. We should go to bed early." He sent this message in the daytime. However, there was a lot of homework recently, and Heather had no time to go online. It was not until late at night that he could secretly open the computer and play 2 exciting games of fruit cutting. Only then did he see Peter's message. Compared with fruit cutting and friends, friends are naturally more important. Heather immediately closed the fruit cutting interface and typed words on the keyboard with difficulty. "Heather, this is just to impact the ranking of fruit cutting. He wanted to say that if the ranking went up, fruit cutting could be put aside. But before he could type the if, there was a sudden creak behind him. The door of the room opened. Yaya's room was never locked, but at this late hour, no one would come in to disturb the child's sleep, not to mention that most of the family members had night patrol tasks. Therefore, after hearing the sudden sound of the door opening, Heather was startled, and the hand on the keyboard stopped typing, trembling in the air. He had a bad premonition. He couldn't keep turning a blind eye to the bell, so he waited for a while, half afraid and half curious, and turned to look at the door behind him. It was already late at night. The night was dark and the room was dark. The stuffed toys lay quietly, as if they were asleep. Only the glowing light in front of the desk computer, a cub illuminated by the screen light, and the half-open door were left. A little light from the corridor light shone on a big bat at the door. His economic father was standing at the door. He had not changed out of his night patrol combat uniform. He dragged a long cape. The black tights bound his tall and solid body. The black gloves were still on his hands, holding the door handle of Yaya's room. The mask was still on his face, revealing only a disapproving look and the lower half of his face, with the corners of his mouth slightly drooping. The 2 sharp corners of the bat logo on his head stood up, and the backlight cast a light shadow, as if the pointy-eared Batman had raided the criminal's home. From a certain angle, it was not a big deal. Hazel watched his economic father holding the door and standing silently. He did not dare to speak, and his head lowered lower and lower before this guy was about to bury his head in the ground and become a small mushroom. He heard a sigh, and the touch of leather gloves came from above his head. Batman walked in and rubbed his head. Little mushroom thought about it, rubbed the big hand on his head, and admitted his mistake. "No more staying up late. No more staying up late." The old man didn't say anything, but turned off the computer with his backhand, patted little mushroom's shoulder, and let the child crawl into the bed by himself, wrapped in the quilt and curled up, with only his head exposed. Batman then stood by the bed and said to the little head with eyes open, "Cut the fruit." Heist was as obedient as he could be at this time. No. What fruit? I have no idea. The room was particularly dim with only a little light from the door. Heist couldn't see the specific expression of the tall figure above his head. Only after he finished speaking obediently, he heard a faint laugh from the figure. It was very small and short, as if it was his illusion. Before he could think carefully whether it was his old man laughing at him secretly, he felt a familiar touch on his head through the soft hair. Batman leaned down and rubbed his head again, as if he was comforting a frightened puppy. Indeed, then, his big hand left the top of Heath's head, grabbed the corner of the quilt, and tucked the corners of the quilt around the child's neck. Batman, good night. Heath closed his eyes obediently, turned around and hugged Yaya. With a few steps of long legs, Batman left Yaya's room, held the door handle and gently closed the door. Just before entering the sleep state, that is, before the door closed, Heath seemed to hear a small sentence full of helplessness and laughter. You still have a lot of energy even with so much homework, Heath. He seemed to finally know the reason why Alfu had doubled the homework recently. It turned out that there was a big bad secretly behind the scenes, so that the poor little Yaya could only bury his head in writing. But even if he knew it, he didn't dare to question it. He had just been caught playing games secretly, like a thief being caught, and he felt guilty. How could he dare to go up and argue with him? It is the mentality of a child to wish that this matter would be over as soon as possible. He could only cry in his heart, and with the sleepiness, he buried his head in the quilt and fell asleep. Shizzy then dared not stay up late to play games, especially fruit cutting, especially the next day. Shizzy opened the fruit cutting game in a panic, and was stunned to find that the first place in the fruit cutting ranking list had changed. The player code named Sleep suddenly rose to the first place, with an extremely scary number and a gap with the rest of the rankings, the kind that even looking up could not catch up with the exhaust of the car. Shizzy, he had a hunch. This Sleep was very likely, and completely the account of the economic daddy Bruce. He wanted to use this terrible way to tell Shizzy, who was addicted to cutting watermelons, to remember to sleep well, and your daddy would always be watching you. Daddy's silent crushing. JPG, but asking a curious guy to give up the newly developed night exploration function and sleep like a baby all night is too difficult. Even if stealing is not allowed, we can't waste game time. We have to find something for people to do. Therefore, on the second night, after Batman and Robin went out for night patrol, Alfred also finished some official duties and was about to go to the Batcave to communicate with external operatives in real time. When some minor changes occurred, Alfred pushed open the door to the Batcave and turned his head. A neatly dressed little yellow hat appeared behind him, standing energetically. "Oh, what a surprise," Alfred said, "but I think you should go to bed at this time, Master Hazel." The urging meaning of the words was obvious, but when Alfred walked into the Batcave and looked back again, maybe he didn't need to look back. After all, the footsteps following behind him on the stairs were really obvious, and it was obviously a little yellow hat stepping happily, following behind his butt. "What a sudden follower, Master. There are no buns or computer games here, and the temperature is relatively low." Alfred squatted down and talked to the little yellow hat. "Why do you want to come here at night?" "I can't sleep, so I came here to wait for someone." "Alfu, wait." He stopped talking. Obviously, coming to the Batcave to wait for someone at this time, it can only be waiting for Batman and Robin. Alfu thought for a moment. While he was thinking, the little yellow hat took out a few booklets from his coat. They were the extracurricular homework that Bruce personally selected for him. It was obviously a big book, but I don't know how it was rolled up and stuffed into his coat. The little yellow hat held up the homework book. "I'll hand in the homework, Alfu." Oh, Alfu thought it was very cute. The old housekeeper who liked children found it difficult to refuse the child's straightforward request. He found headphones and let the little yellow hat listen to music while checking the homework. After all, such a young and stupid child should not be allowed to see the bloody scenes of the vigilantes punching and kicking. The child's brain is not very smart yet. The little yellow hat put on the headphones, took the homework book, and looked for a chair. He didn't find it. As the lair of the night vigilantes, The most common things here are fitness equipment with hanging rings and various high-tech products. There are only a few very high chairs for the only two adults, Bruce and Alfred. As expected, the little yellow hat didn't like those very high chairs. He just sat on the ground. Alfred looked at the child with his peripheral vision. Oh, no, the ground is very cold. He held the child and put him on a lower table, letting the child swing his legs and entertain himself for a while. When it was midnight, the night patrol was almost done, and the door of the Batcave was slowly opened. When Batman returned with Robin wearing a long cape and a powerful aura, he saw a yellow ball sitting on the table waiting for him. It seemed familiar. Batman said calmly, "Hey guys." The little yellow hat was about to raise his homework book and hand it to the majestic old man who was off work when he was called by him, but he felt his body lighten and was picked up by Alfred. He blinked in confusion. Batman looked at them. His black tights were stained with dark red blood, but it was not visible because of the black color. Jason took off his mask and stood quite far away from Batman. His expression was a bit strange, as if he was angry but also lost. The corners of Robin's uniform were also quite damaged. They looked like they had just experienced a big battle, but there was a conflict between the two of them. The aura was not as usual and was a bit stiff. At this time, Alfred raised his hand to the little yellow hat and was told something. "Alfred?" Batman waited for their answer. "H?" He got the answer immediately. The little yellow hat waved his hand happily and said, "Welcome back." "Welcome back." The night patrol duo opposite was stunned for a moment, and then their stiff expressions loosened slightly, even softened. Jason clenched his fists, slowly took off the Robin uniform, changed into his usual uniform, and lowered his eyes to take the little yellow hat. Jason said, "You should go to bed. It's late now." "But I'm waiting for you to come back." The little yellow hooded man leaned on his shoulder, stretched his arms forward, and handed a large homework book to Batman. "Homework, my homework." Alfred was looking for medicine for the two men so that they could treat their skin wounds themselves. Bruce took off his mask and put it aside. He looked at the homework in the little yellow hood's hand, his eyebrows relaxed, and he reached out to take the homework and flipped through a few pages. Jason walked up with the little yellow hood in his arms. There was a significant height difference between him and the short little yellow hood now, not to mention the muscles he had trained all over his body, so he was very relaxed when holding the little yellow hood. However, because he was holding the little yellow hood in his hands, he did not walk too fast. Bruce looked at the little yellow hood, who was leaning on his shoulder and looking at him, so he deliberately raised the book and showed a serious and disappointed expression to the homework. He succeeded. The little yellow hood immediately began to nervously pull Jason's shoulders, carefully thinking about what was wrong with his homework, and his eyes widened with anxiety. When Jason looked back in confusion, Bruce had already put down his homework and was dealing with other things seriously. "What's wrong with you?" Jason said. "There's nothing fun here." "Why do you want to stay here? Why don't you go to bed?" He didn't find out the reason, and began to criticize the little yellow hat who suddenly stepped on his milk. The little yellow hat said, "I have to hand in my homework. Brother, when you came back, there was blood, and so was dead. You were injured." He mentioned this. Jason's expression paused slightly, and he wanted to cover it up calmly. "It's not a big deal. You also quarreled." Children are really perceptive. You saw it wrong, but it was obviously a quarrel. When Bruce was mentioned, Jason's expression changed obviously, and confusion and loss appeared on his expression, but because the child was still in his arms, he tried his best to restrain these emotions, not wanting the problems between him and Bruce to affect the child. The little yellow hat looked at his face. The depressed mood was inevitably conveyed to the child. The little yellow hat did not mention these things again, and nestled in Jason's arms until he was put into bed. Jason put Yaya into the arms of little yellow hat, took off the duck hat, and changed it into a yellow nightcap so that it would not block the child's head. "Good night. You should go to bed." "Brother." Jason paused as he turned off the light. "Tomorrow I will also go downstairs to wait for you. Wait for you to come back." "No need," Jason said, "just sleep well. No need to go there. I will come to wake you up the next day. Understand? I just want to go." Little yellow hat was rarely disobedient, very stubborn, I want to go downstairs to wait for you to come back, otherwise I can't sleep. I see you come back from work. So, Jason said, you have a lot of requirements. Tell me, so don't get hurt, brother. Little Yellow Hat said, I'm waiting for you to come back to play, so don't get hurt, okay? It would be best if we can avoid quarreling. I want to play together. Jason turned off the light. In the darkness, he blinked slowly for several times. His handsome face could not make any expression for a while. His mouth trembled for a few times. He wanted to say something, but swallowed it back, and gently turned into a laugh. Little clever ghost, Jason said. So, after getting the bench with 2 little birds and a duck, Alfred put the bench in the Batcave, with a happy Little Yellow Hat behind it. This is my bench. Little Yellow Hat pointed at the bench, like getting a new toy, and he liked it very much. Alfred said, yes, you can sit on this bench in the future. It's very beautiful. Anyway, don't sit on the ground and wait, Master. Chapter 45. What is he doing? At night, in a safe house somewhere in Gotham. Red Hood thought so. He was still wearing the equipment to deal with criminals. The Red Hood firmly blocked all the expressions on his face. The 2 guns were tied to his legs, so that he could draw them out at any time when he encountered danger. To deal with dangerous situations in Gotham, one leg was slightly bent, and his sitting posture was unrestrained. Even if it was just a figure sitting here, the powerful aura coming from the bloody storm could deter many Gotham criminals. But such a dangerous person, sitting here at this time, his eyes hidden under the hood were a little erratic, as if he was thinking about something, and he didn't have the usual expression. He was indeed thinking about something. He was thinking, what is that guy doing? That is, Hazel. Even if he just thought of this name, his tongue couldn't help but pause, and his brain inexplicably became soft, and the boundless hostility gradually dissipated, replaced by a familiar warmth. This state is not safe for Red Hood. He galloped through Gotham, fighting against countless villains and terrorists, even Batman and the current Robin. His 2 guns were stained with blood and human lives. For the most heinous criminals, he would never stop like Batman. He wanted to kill all these disgusting things that stained the world and killed lives with his 2 guns, without asking for mercy or the so-called handing them over to the law and justice of the old Bat. This is what Red Hood did. That's why he is not a so-called superhero. He does not have the same legal and compassionate thoughts as those people. On the contrary, Red Hood is an anti-hero, a person who goes against those guys. Choosing this opposite path means that he must put on a cruel and crazy appearance, and put on the momentum of a steel beast, so that all the villains will be shocked, because he never shows mercy. Instead of softness and warmth. What is he doing? Red Hood sat in a chair. He was still thinking about this matter. According to the time schedule, the night patrol has basically ended at this time. Apart from those annoying things and the insects that are in Hessets, there is no earth-shattering plan today. The old Bat has returned to Wayne Manor with those little things, so Hessets should be there too. He is welcoming those people who have returned from the night patrol, welcoming them back safely, showing a happy smile, and enjoying a midnight snack with those relatives. He has grown up to the age where he can stay up late, and with Dick coming back tonight, it must be very lively tonight. Even if there are some gaps in the conversation, it is not a big deal, because Hessets will make them get along. He has the ability to make people walking in the dark touch each other's warm hearts instead of hard shells. So, Wayne Manor tonight must be warm. Thinking of this, Red Hood's hand slowly touched the double guns on the side of his thigh. The cold texture of the metal is still clearly transmitted to the skin through the gloves. Cold. Look around. This is an ordinary, bare-walled small room. Although it is empty and even a little shabby, it has an extremely valuable advantage in Gotham. That is, it is very safe. Otherwise, it would not be qualified to be the Red Hood's safe house. Even such a safe house will still be ruthlessly abandoned after being used for a period of time. People who are in danger will bring a dangerous atmosphere to a safe house. But for this short period of time, it is enough for the Red Hood to rest. Even though it is cold and has no obvious sense of homeliness of people living there, there is no human touch and smell of fireworks, only the pungent smell of gunpowder caused by excessive use of guns. Enough. The Red Hood said to himself, if I keep thinking like this, I will appear to be a stray dog, abandoning my home, guarding my home, wandering in a place where I have no place to stay. It is now midnight, and it is also close to the sunrise. It is still the best time for the Red Hood to work. In the first few hours, he could defend himself by avoiding it because he didn't want to see the old bat, but at this time, there is no excuse. The Red Hood has a sense of fatigue. In other words, Jason Todd felt tired. This familiar feeling did not only appear this time. Several years ago, when he was still in warm memories, he also felt this kind of tiredness that urgently needed rest and warmth. At that time, he was still a new Robin, a kid who had just been picked up from the dangerous crime alley, and he was alienated and hostile to the people around him. But there was a little duck, kicking off his slippers, playing hide-and-seek on his bed, leaving a childish body temperature in the quilt, like the temperature Jason had with his parents a long time ago. So that night, he also felt tired, gave up the night training that day, and fell into a sweet dream early. He could feel tired and sleepy on the child, because the warm breath around the child allowed him to be a little vulnerable. Jason also thought of Dick, the guy who once recognized his identity as Robin and younger brother and tried his best to fulfill his duties as an elder brother. After so many changes, they still went in opposite directions, and even fought in the dark alley, and every move drew blood. The other party asked him, "When do you want to see Heath again?" Yes, when. Jason didn't know. He didn't find the best time to meet Heath. He longed for warmth, but didn't want to hurt warmth. Before ensuring that everything went smoothly and he could investigate everything clearly, he would never want to let the other party know the news of his resurrection. Before that, Jason asked himself to be patient until the fault was cleared and the problem was solved. What are you hiding? What is the problem that I don't know? At the same time, in Wayne Manor, there was also a questioning voice, coming from the Batcave, asking Bruce who was facing the computer. It was Dick who leaned against the wall of the Batcave and asked with a serious expression. Bruce glanced at him. The economic daddy had already taken off his full combat uniform and the mask, revealing a face carved by a knife and an axe, and his expression was no longer hidden. He was wearing daily home clothes, because not long ago, Heath cheered and invited everyone to have a midnight snack, and all the people in Wayne Manor had a rare and comfortable rest time. But this did not affect Big Daddy's diligence. He still went back to the Batcave to continue working after most people fell asleep. Therefore, although he was dressed like a socialite during the day, his eyes were extremely sharp and his expression was calm and not frivolous. He looked at Dick, but did not say anything. But this gaze gave Dick more ideas to speak. "I met Jason tonight. You know, he is dealing with those wanted criminals for Hazel." When I mentioned Hazel, his mentality obviously changed. Obviously, he still cares about Hazel. "Bruce, what do you mean?" Dick's back left the wall and he stood up straight. Dick said, "Isn't my meaning obvious enough? Why is he still unwilling to tell Hazel about his own news? Why he said he had to deal with some things first? Why, you must know, right? You know a little bit," Bruce said slowly. "In this regard, you believe in my ability very much." Dick looked at Bruce. The Dark Knight who led him to grow up and guarded the Dark Knight of Gotham for decades had an extremely calm expression, and his eyes even had the meaning of guiding. Bruce said, "In fact, I do know something, but you have promised him that you will not interfere. It is also a good choice to leave it to these two people." Dick subconsciously searched his pockets. He thought for about a second. When did Bruce install the bug for him? "I did promise him not to interfere." In the dark alley, Dick agreed to Jason's request to wait a little longer, and also obtained the other party's promise that he would try to explain. Then, "Can we stop here, feel at ease with the warmth of family, and wait to meet Red Hood in the next battlefield, or the next Jason's Memorial Day, watching only Hazel being kept in the dark and sad?" Dick couldn't do it. He wanted to do something, at least to understand the reason behind it. So even if he promised Jason, he had to try to explore the reason behind it. In this way, he can take action, help them cautiously, and give them a push when necessary. Bruce stared at his eldest son. "The other party has changed a lot. taking off his Robin uniform and putting on the new identity of Nightwing. He has grown from a small child to such a tall and strong adult, working hard in another city that he can't see, but still holding a pure heart. "Tell me," Dick said, "Jason, or Heath, what is wrong with them? Why can't our family be reunited?" "Family?" Bruce then asked, "What is your identity?" His words were very brief, but as an old partner for many years, Dick understood what he meant. As the eldest brother," Dick said firmly, "as the eldest brother, and for my 2 younger brothers, obviously I must know the reason." Bruce took 2 steps on the spot, his eyes pondered for a moment, and suddenly he was as firm as Dick. "Okay, then I'll give you a hint," Bruce said. "According to my intelligence, Jason once asked after waking up, a few years ago, after Jason recovered his memory and completely resurrected, he grabbed the people around him despite the pain and irritability in his head, and said the first words after waking up. He asked the people around him, 'What is the price of controlling time?'" This sentence was unexpected. Dick was stunned. He tried hard to recall that rainy day and that unforgettable day. He searched through his treasured memories again and again to confirm the clues connected to the sentence. He remembered the black coffin, the straight and sad black suit and white flowers, Bruce's silent and angry expression, and the child standing side by side with him, with a pale face, a confused expression, and empty eyes. He thought it was caused by sadness, because the faces of the people present were not good, and they were extremely busy. So he only had time to gently hug his only child at Jason's funeral to comfort him. The palm seemed to still retain the feeling of several years ago. Dick looked at the palm of his hand, clenched his fists repeatedly to confirm, and had some bad associations in his heart. Too thin. Chapter 46. "I'm sorry, but, Heath, you're already a grown-up kid, so I believe you can understand. Your brother Jason Todd can't come back to see you." Very sincere words, although the events described were cold and terrifying. Once again, it was on the day of learning the news that Alpha solemnly changed him into a black suit and a flower on his chest, and led him to the auditorium, which had a black coffin and black and white portraits, and several people were in a low and lost mood. He saw Jason, who always put his hands in his pockets and seemed not to be afraid of anything, with a pale head placed next to the flowers. Everything exuded a dead silence. Even if Heath was ignorant of the world and stupid, seeing such a scene, Heath could not deny the fact that his brother, Jason, had left him forever. Why? Heath repeated such doubts in his head, and he only had this thought, because this fact was too sudden for him. It was so sudden that it seemed as if everyone had united and played a terrible joke on him. Just a few days ago, Jason was still standing in the small kitchen, teaching him how to make small cakes. Jason's small cake-making skills were not very advanced, and they were the result of learning from Alfred not long ago. But when Hazel said he wanted to make small cakes, he rolled up his sleeves and followed him to the kitchen reluctantly. "You have a small cake course again?" Jason asked while helping him. "What exactly does Alfred teach you every day?" Jason made a little cake, and Hazel ate it with his fingers. He found that the taste was sweet, and he secretly put his face to nibble. When Jason turned back halfway through, he found that the cake was empty, but the face of a greedy duck was covered with a lot of cream. Jason was so angry that he took off his gloves and wanted to pinch the greedy duck's face. Stealing food, right? In the end, Alfred, who had been watching happily, took action and made a sweet cake. Recalling these memories, it seems that the feeling of being gently pinched on the face is still there. But why is the person gone? He was sent to Bruce and Dick. Today, the three of them looked like a blood family. They all wore black suits, white flowers on their chests, and black hair. Heist was still not very tall. As soon as the butler let go of his hand, the warmth left his palm, which had become a little cold. He subconsciously wanted to hold the most familiar hand, but when the little hand was raised to the usual height, it was empty, and he didn't hold any hand, until Bruce slightly stretched his arm and grabbed the hand that was frozen in the air. Heist looked at the coffin in front of him and realized, oh, it turned out that the person who usually muttered and held his palm tightly would no longer come to pinch his face and hold his hand. "Are you cold?" Bruce lowered his head and asked him. Maybe it was because of the rainy weather, Or maybe it was because of the light in the auditorium. Bruce's handsome face, which was usually romantic during the day, became particularly dark and sad. His muscles were abnormally tense, and he had some of the look of the night. Alfred put on an undershirt under his black suit, so Heiss was not cold at all. Only his hands, which were exposed and blown by the wind, felt a little cold. So he shook his head and touched Bruce's big hand, and felt that the other party was colder, and the big hand was like a piece of ice. Bruce smiled, very reluctantly, pulling the corners of his mouth and smiling at him in a soothing manner. "Brother," Hazel wanted to ask about Jason's situation, but Bruce's face became darker, as if frost and snow had accumulated. The corners of his mouth moved for a moment, but he couldn't say a few words. Hazel had never seen his father's expression like this, as if he was trying hard to suppress the overwhelming sadness. Reason and emotion collided, and he turned into a birch tree in the wind and snow. He heard a whisper like the sound of insects, which was almost drowned by the human voice. "I'm sorry." In the end, Dick came to the rescue. He patted Bruce's shoulder, gently separated Bruce's little hand from Hazel's, supported Hazel's shoulder, and pushed him to the front of the black coffin to stand firmly. "Say something to Jason at the end." Dick bent down and whispered to Hazel, "He likes you very much. At this stage, he would like you to say something to him first." "Say something." Hazel repeated his words. Dick nodded. "Yes, say something nice," as if to give them both space. After giving the instructions, Dick stepped back a few steps, stood beside Bruce again, and looked at him encouragingly. Bruce also regained his consciousness from his emotions, looking deeply at the black coffin, and then at the small Hazel standing alone. So Bruce's deep blue eyes revealed some difficult to conceal self-blame and sadness. Hazel retracted his gaze. He no longer looked at the two elders behind him, but at the black coffin and the portrait. Will this be the last time he sees Jason? The last time he speaks to him? Will he never be able to stand up again, pinch his face, never speak again, and never wake Hazel up every morning again? Is Jason going to disappear from his life like this? From now on, there will no longer be a tough-talking black-haired brother in his life. Should the two little birds on the bench become one little bird? He felt his mouth dry. He stood in front of the black coffin and blew the cold wind. He felt that his body in his underwear was getting colder, and then he had the idea to speak. I haven't learned the cake yet," he said. "I ate the cake, so I didn't learn it." The black coffin was silent to him. Silence. He wanted to say something else. "Tomorrow, you will wake me up again." "You didn't wake me up today." The portrait looked at him. His face was as stinky as always, as if to say, "Why do you want to wake me up again?" He felt that his brain was no longer working, and he said whatever he thought of. "Where have you been? Are you really not playing hide and seek?" In front of the black and white photo frame, the white flowers with dew on them were facing him. Silence. He didn't know what else to say. He felt a little hot in his eyes. It was strange. His body was cold, so why did his eyes get hot? Was someone touching his eyes? It was possible. He looked up, but he saw nothing but a black and white photo of Jason. He looked at him silently, but didn't come up to add clothes for him. He did nothing and couldn't do anything. He thought about it and said the last sentence. "You lost." He said this, and the mouse moved to the system interface. He was very excited when he typed on the keyboard, as if he had won a game of hide and seek. "I will find you, and you will wake me up tomorrow." Load file. Since entering the Wayne family, the system function that had been sealed for many years was used again after several years. He is a senior game player. Even the years of warm and slow cultivation system did not erase his gaming habits and sensitivity. Every morning when he woke up in Wayne Manor, the first thing he had to do, besides greeting, was to save the game. This operation lasted for many years, and it almost became an instinct for playing games. So when he needed to reload the game, the only files he could choose were the one from the day the cake was made, the next 2 days, and the day before the death report. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that there were already signs on the day the cake was made. "I won't wake you up tomorrow," Jason told him before going to bed that day. "You must remember to get up by yourself." For these 2 days, Hazel looked at him while holding Yaya. Aren't you going to call me? Adults always have their own things to do. When Jason said this, he was righteous, as if he had become an adult, but in fact he was just a child in his teens. Hazel was being unreasonable. No, it has to be okay. Jason teased his face again. They were brothers. Dick liked to touch his head, and this guy liked to pinch his face. Just 2 days. I'll be back after I'm done. Maybe. Before Hazel closed his eyes, he seemed to hear such a whisper, as if it was an illusion. Maybe I can introduce her to you. Hazel felt that he had grasped the key to the problem. She, who exactly is this referring to? Obviously, Jason wanted to introduce a woman to him, and a woman he trusted very much. Because of the special protection of Wayne Manor and Heath's special physique, the Robins rarely introduced friends to him, fearing that their friends would be affected and hurt the helpless child, especially the vigilant Jason. He had never introduced anyone from outside to Heath. Dick at least brought Barbara here. It was not easy to gain Jason's trust. Based on his understanding, Heath had 2 guesses. One was that this woman was Jason's mother, the second was that this woman was Jason's lifelong friend, and the third was that this woman was Jason's girlfriend. Heath first ruled out 1. Living together for 3 years, no matter what. They knew each other better. Heath remembered clearly that Jason was brought back to Wayne Manor because both of his parents were gone, especially his mother, who had definitely died when Jason was young. Jason would not suddenly have a woman come to see him with his mother's tombstone. Not so. Then he thought about Jason's bad character. In the past few years in Gotham, the only people he had the best relationship with were the few people in Wayne Manor. Where did his lifelong friends come from? If there really was one, Dick wouldn't have hugged Jason when he and Bruce had a quarrel recently, muttering that it would be nice if Jason had a friend to persuade him. The possibility is very low. Thinking about it this way, the most likely one can only be the last one. He immediately chose the save file of the day when he made the cake. The timeline began to jump. There was no longer a black coffin and black and white photos in front of him, and the rain no longer drifted in. The scene changed, and a familiar figure appeared beside him again, wearing gloves. He made a cake for him with a headache. There was still cream on Heath's face, and only half of the cake he had secretly eaten was left. It seemed like half a century had passed. He saw him again. His eyes were strangely hot again, and the scent of cream seemed to be drifting into his nose. Heath suddenly hugged Jason's waist and abdomen, and the cream on his hands and face rubbed a large piece of Jason's clothes. Dirty. Jason frowned and immediately turned around to be fierce with him. Before he could even utter the words of reprimand, the annoying guy next to him started to blame him with red eyes and whined, "Girl, just bring your girlfriend here." Jason, huh? Chapter 47. This is a very sad thing, Master Jason, Alfu said standing aside. You actually already have a girlfriend, and our whole family doesn't know about this, except Master Hazel. The old butler pretended to be disappointed, and his tone was very serious. If you put aside his jokes, it probably sounds like he is talking about a real thing, but obviously the person involved doesn't think so. Really? Jason said, then I am really amazing. Not only do I want to find a girlfriend, but I also want to hide it from you and only tell a leaky Hazel. A genius idea. When Jason said this, he had a headache. This was not because he was sick, nor was he angry about the butler's words, but because when he was suddenly confirmed to have a girlfriend, Hazel, who was making cakes next to him, was so aggrieved that he kept hugging him and refused to let go. Jason didn't care about the cake at all. After all, his clothes were already covered with cream. It was dirty, so it didn't matter if there was more cream. The guy in his arms kept whimpering, as if he was too excited to speak clearly, and his eyes were red and tears were falling. This is really a rare scene. For a long time, Heather has been the little sunshine of the family, a little duckling with fluffy feathers and warm. Every day, he is either stupidly looking for things to do, or laughing and looking for people to play with. Even if he is punished for not finishing his homework and lying on the ground crying, it is all empty crying, the kind without tears at all. Children are very good at this. However, even this level of fake crying is very fatal to the Wayne family. Alfred, who loves children, will immediately comfort the children and discuss with Bruce to reduce homework. As a result, It is well known that Bruce always listens to Alfred in family affairs. So the fake crying will stop immediately, and this guy will happily get up and continue to tinker with other things, instead of crying in grievance while stirring the cream like now. "What are you doing?" Jason asked him. Heiss's face was buried in him. Jason couldn't find a cheek to pinch, so he had to change his position and pinch the child's ears, signaling him to answer. "You jumped up and beat you up? You haven't won yet?" He said this in a very disrespectful way. However, it was a deliberate topic, just to make Heiss, who was a little concerned about his boxing skills, cheer up quickly. Sure enough, the child in his arms immediately raised his head and denied with sobs, "Impossible." When Heiss raised his head, the golden bins fell less, but his cheeks were still red from crying, and the broken hair on his forehead was almost a mess of tears. What a pitiful look. The old housekeeper didn't say anything just now, standing aside and watching. He saw that his young master, who smiled every day, suddenly became such a pitiful dog who was thrown away. He felt distressed immediately, and stopped teasing Jason, and turned around to get a towel. Jason sighed. He was always patient with Heiss. After all, he was a little fool, and a kid that he had put in his so-called sphere of influence. So he coaxed and teased him again. "That means he was beaten by a rolling pin." "No, the rolling pin can't beat me, woo-oo." He could talk properly now. Jason took the hot towel handed over by the housekeeper, and with all his strength, he pressed it against the child's face, wiping away the tears, leaving only a little red cheeks and the corners of his eyes. At last, he was not a pitiful little monkey's butt. Jason thought it was funny, but he couldn't just leave this inexplicable kid alone. "What are you sad about?" Jason said. "Say it." "Sad about a possibility. You left me." But he couldn't say it, and there was no need to say it, because telling a person who was still alive that he would die in a few days was really a disgusting joke. Heiss grabbed Jason's hand. In the past few years living in Wayne Manor, Alfred was always the one who contributed the most. He could always use various considerate ways to help the malnourished new residents in the house recover their physical fitness. In the past, these hands were about the same size as Heath's, but 3 years later, Jason's skeleton gradually developed and grew back to his proper size, which was slightly larger than Heath's. The only thing that didn't change was that they were still warm. Unlike in that suffocating auditorium, no matter whose hand he grabbed, it was not Jason's hand, and there was no warmth. If he had the strength to force open the black coffin and hold the other person's palm, it would probably be cold. But there won't be such a time again. I was too careless, so this plot happened. He thought, even in the simulation development stage, there will occasionally be thrilling plots. This is normal. In order to make people more interested in playing and separate from the warm and plain daily life. He is a player. This time, it was only because of carelessness that he allowed this plot to reach the B ending. As long as he makes good use of the system functions, he can always get Jason's happy ending of survival, just like creating an identity card to avoid the self-destruction ending. Thinking of this, he felt happy again. The sadness slowly dissipated, and the tears gradually stopped. A small amount of tears accumulated in the tear trough, reflecting in the pupil, a bright piece. Heiss felt that all this was hopeful. As long as he worked hard to avoid the next death incident, he would never have to enter that auditorium. The invisible burden was happily carried on his back. "Brother." Heiss stopped crying and spoke fluently again. "Do you have a girlfriend? Are you going to meet your girlfriend?" Jason couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. Where would I get a girlfriend? But according to Heiss's reasoning, he should bring his girlfriend here. Heiss looked at him suspiciously. "Are you really not lying to me?" Jason's face was stiff, and he threw the hot towel on Heiss's head, and even threw the child on the sofa, and stood up and turned to leave. Wow, what kind of attitude is this? Did he really guess wrong? "If you're talking about recently," Alfred wiped the tears from his eyes, "I can testify for Master Jason that, except for the few hours he spent outside last night, I'm afraid he has no time to date his girlfriend." Heather's eyes lit up, and he shouted at the back, Did you meet a girl you fell in love with at first sight last night?" Jason glanced at him, his expression still helpless, probably thinking, "Why is this kid stupid again?" But he was used to it. so he calmly ignored Heather and went back to his room to change clothes. He closed the door. Heather muttered, "He ignored me." The housekeeper put away the hot towel that had become cold, and looked at Heather lovingly. He thought that this sudden crying was most likely because the family atmosphere was not good recently. The master and Jason had a quarrel, and the homework became more difficult. After all this trouble, Bruce was not there, because yesterday, he transformed into Batman and left Gotham, and went to Lebanon to handle a major transnational case, related to the famous Gotham criminal Joker. Before leaving, the old father noticed that the learning level of the same age group had been improved, so he asked Alfred to raise the homework to the high school level, but this might still be a bit too much for the young master. The purpose of their teaching is to let Heath grow up like a normal person and learn more knowledge, not to let him go to Stanford. Alfred looked at the aggrieved Heath and decided to take the initiative to adjust the difficulty of the homework. By the way, he left a clue like a detective game for Heath and let the child go to find Jason to play by himself. "I noticed that Master Jason came back with a box last night," Alfred said casually. "This is rare. After all, he went out empty-handed." After Alfred finished this sentence, he had not taken a few steps when he heard a small cheer, followed by the sound of quick steps climbing the stairs, and Heath ran to Jason's room again. Children's affairs should be left to children themselves. Alfred smiled slightly, hiding his merits and fame, and decided to put all the homework books given by Bruce at the bottom of the bookcase. After all, he was the real tutor of Heath, instead of Bruce, and took the hot towel away with him, even though it quickly cooled down and was no longer hot. When Heath happily opened the door, Jason had just changed his clothes and was tidying up the clothes that were soiled when he made the cake. So before Heath approached the room, he had clearly heard the familiar footsteps coming in this direction. There was only one possibility, that this annoying little guy was looking for him again. So he let the other person run over, and turned the tables, and at the same time when Heath opened the door, he stuffed the basin of dirty clothes into his arms. Heath subconsciously caught the basin, but he quickly reacted and said loudly, "I don't want the basin." Jason looked at him with his hands on his waist. "You soiled it. Of course you give it to me. Go, help me throw it to the laundry room." Normally, if he helped, he would be happy to run errands, but this time was different. He came with serious business, and the clothes were not ranked in the important event ranking, in his mind, so he naturally didn't want to be sent to the laundry room. Instead, he poked his head around the room. Jason held his head. "What are you looking at?" "Send it to the laundry room." "I'll go in a minute," he perfunctorily asked Jason, and then asked him to confirm the nature of the matter. "Do you really not have a girlfriend?" "Jason, how many times do you want me to say it?" "I really don't have one." Jason couldn't even get angry. He just felt that this guy was even more stupid. "If you want this kind of thing, ask Dick for it. He will probably bring you a bunch of wives." "That's strange." Jason really didn't need to lie to him in such a place. Wayne Manor didn't reject mature children having boyfriends and girlfriends. Hiding such things would be discovered by the big bat sooner or later, so since he said for sure that he didn't have one, then he probably didn't have one. Guess 3 was ruled out by the person involved. "Then do you have any girls you are particularly good with?" Hazel continued to ask, and brought out the second possible guess. 2, for a round. Jason looked at him. "Do you really want to play with girls?" "I can call Dick. Maybe he will bring someone over." Jason said these words as if he was serious. Apart from deliberately teasing Heise, Jason was not the kind of person who would joke about questions. He reacted naturally to questions without pausing or thinking. It was so difficult. Heise felt that his brain was not enough, and it was difficult to get around. Could it be that the simple intelligence in the game could be transmitted across the screen? He scanned Jason's room and didn't see any strange boxes. Maybe they were put away. "Afu said that you brought back a lot of things yesterday." Heise blushed a little when he said these words. He felt that he was being unreasonable. "I want to see them too." "Let me see them too." Jason's head, which had originally turned away, began to look at him strangely again. Heise was a little fool, but he was not a troublemaker, nor was he a naughty child in the general sense. He rarely asked to see his brother's personal belongings. Jason felt something was wrong. This question, and the previous crying that was obviously not in the right state, made him wonder again. What happened to you today? What happened when you were making the cake? Tell me, how could this be possible? How could he say that he came back from reloading a few days later and wanted to help you avoid the plot of death? Heiss couldn't say anything, so he could only lie. I don't have enough toys, and I'm bored staying at home all the time. Jason stared at Heiss's expression. He was very familiar with this child, from the time when this child stopped talking in a babbling voice to now when he was more fluent and natural. This extremely important period of time was witnessed and accompanied by him as he grew up. Therefore, even in just 3 years, he had cultivated emotions that were not inferior to 6 years. He was very clear about the child's various expressions and small movements, and knew whether he was lying or not. For example, now, he knew that this sentence was a lie. Heiss also knew that it would be difficult to deceive Jason with his intelligence and personality that were clearly known, so the idea of looking at the box gradually dissipated. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that Jason would reluctantly take him back to make cakes and ignore the strange request. It doesn't matter, Heiss thought, he can find time to sneak in to find the box, and then find out the clues of Jason's death from the box. Jason left Wayne Manor tomorrow, just like his father, and he was gone for 2 days, and then he never came back. He still has time. As long as I figure these out today, I will be able to pass the level smoothly like completing a task. Thinking of this, Heath said, "Forget it, let me show you." Unexpectedly, before Heath gave up, Jason smiled, turned around, opened the cabinet, took out a large box he brought back yesterday, and placed it in front of Heath. Seeing Heath was stunned, he tapped the silly little head in a funny way, urging him, "Didn't you want to see what I brought back? I put it in front of you. Why don't you take a look?" "Of course I'll see." Heath immediately squatted down and looked at the ordinary box on the ground. Jason also half squatted and opened the lid of the box so that Heath could check it. Just like the appearance of the box, it was ordinary and even a little damp. The things in the box were not earth-shattering. Just like the appearance, they were all normal and old certificate record books, photo albums and children's toys. At first glance, you would think it was something to be taken away when moving. There were all kinds of things, but they were all relatively old souvenirs. Jason picked a duckling for bathing and gave it to Hazel to play with. "This duck is for you." Jason looked at the rubber duck with a nostalgic look in his eyes. "When I was a kid, my mom would always give this to me when I was taking a bath. Now, it's for you." Hazel liked this duck very much. It looked dull and old, and there were some mottled scratches on the surface after use, but it was very clean, with traces of being carefully wiped and treasured. Hazel carefully put the duck into his pocket. He deliberately dug into the bottom pocket. It was very deep, so he didn't have to worry about the duck falling out if he moved too much, and it might not even fall out when he was sleeping. "Thank you," Hazel said. "I like this duck very much." Jason curled his lips. "Okay, that's good. It's quite similar to you, just as silly." This was not right. Hazel looked at the duck in the pocket and felt that he was not as stupid as the duck, and he was very dissatisfied. "Okay," Jason reminded him, "you want to look at this box, right? Look, we have to finish the cake later." Heiss quickly put the duck back and took out the items one by one. Jason was very calm and had no opinion on his actions. He even commented on some of the props. This is my elementary school graduation certificate. That album is my parents' wedding photos. This stick is really nothing special. Don't look at it. It's just the leftover lollipop I ate before. The sugar has melted long ago." The system's item introduction also came in handy in time, indicating the use and identity of each item, which was exactly the same as what Jason said. This big box of things are all Jason's distant childhood memories, the carrier of Jason's family's warm memories, and the sustenance of family affection. Heiss carefully peeked at Jason's expression every time he took out each item, but Jason didn't have any other intense emotions except nostalgia and sadness. It took about a morning to check the entire box of items, but no special clues were found. What is more certain is that Jason prefers family memories to his sudden female partner and girlfriend. He misses his original happy family and loving parents. Could it be that, after a round of thinking, the answer is the one that was ruled out at the beginning? 1. Jason wants him to see his deceased mother. It is not impossible. Thinking about it carefully, Jason quarreled with Bat and ran away yesterday. He wandered around the place where he used to live for a few hours and got a box of family supplies left by a kind aunt. So he wanted to take him to see his mother because of his nostalgic mood? Hazel blinked. He said, "Brother, are you going to take me to see someone?" He always said shocking words. Jason glanced at him and was almost used to this strange way of thinking. Who to see? A woman. Why do you always think I want to take you to see a woman? I don't think I'm as romantic as Dick. This is obvious. When they said this, they had already put the wooden box back and even left Jason's room and walked to the kitchen, trying to do something with the poor flour and milk. Heath was not willing to give up. If you want to take me to see a woman, anyway, if you will take me to see a woman, where will you take me? Who will you see? Jason pretended not to hear and beat the eggs carefully. Heath was about to smear the cream on his clothes again, and Jason reluctantly gave him a look, indicating not to disturb him. Be serious. Heath looked at the clock. It was almost afternoon, and the noon time was short, so he spent the morning together. He was a little anxious. There were too few clues at present, and he was not 100% sure that he could successfully pass this plot. I should ask Dad first, what kind of accident Jason encountered, so that I can be prepared and reload the file. This way I won't be looking for clues randomly without knowing anything. Anxiety filled his heart, and it was uncontrollably revealed on the surface, revealing an uneasy expression. Jason beat the eggs and looked back at him. Very good. He didn't continue to steal the poor cake. See a woman? Jason said, if you really want to meet her. Some of the female partners I worked with are not in Gotham now, and I don't have enough relationship with them to go find them or connect with them. In this case, I'm afraid you can only meet my mother. That's fine. Heise immediately nodded like pounding garlic. Do you want to take me to see her? If you do, we'll go today. I do, but why are you so impulsive? Jason didn't understand what he meant. Don't you have classes in the afternoon? You haven't finished your homework yet. Heise gritted his teeth slightly. Classes can be taken again. Homework can be done again. But, these are different. Go, Master Jason. Afu stood behind them at some point, as if he had been watching for a while, and then he chose the time to interrupt. Jason was puzzled. Afu? Master Haishizi is given a day off this afternoon, said Afu. I'll clean up the leftovers in the kitchen. You can go out for a walk. Young people should move around more. Don't be like me, who has to correct Master Haishizi's homework yesterday. He touched Haishizi's head lovingly, and Haishizi didn't move. He let Afu touch him. Go and play. You must be tired after writing so much homework yesterday, right? Go and clean up and go out. I've put the mask on your desk. Go out for a walk with Master Jason. As a result, the two young people were driven out to play. Although driving without a license is a bad thing, Jason had already learned how to use various machines from Bruce, so it was easy for him to drive a car out. If he was alone, he could walk there, but this was not safe for Haishizi, so he chose the most convenient and quickest way, driving Haishizi all the way to a cemetery. This is a special place. There are not many people walking around. It is close to the suburbs and far away from residential areas. After being adopted by Bruce moved Jason's mother's tombstone to this cemetery. Jason would come here every year on his mother's Memorial Day. He stood in front of the tombstone with Heathcliff, with sadness in his eyes. This is my mother. Her name is Catherine. Jason introduced. She is a very good mother, very good to me, very good to everyone, but she still couldn't survive in this world. Heathcliff took out the flowers he brought from home and presented them to Catherine. Hello, Heathcliff said seriously. I am Jason's brother's family. This is the first time I see you. I picked the most beautiful flower for you that Bruce thinks. Jason smiled. It was rare for him to feel happy and relieved in front of his mother's tombstone. Maybe his mother felt the same way. After all, he brought a very cute little family member to meet her. She is a very good mother. I would like to introduce her to you, but I didn't expect it at this time. Jason thought for a while and said, this time is actually not bad. Heathcliff looked at him. He thought that this also was just superficial, and it was in line with his heart at this point in time. They stood quietly for a while, and when it was getting dark and Gotham was about to become uneasy, Jason drove back with Heather. Heather happily told the butler that he had met Jason's mother, and Alfred smiled with relief and served them dinner. They enjoyed a very sumptuous meal. Perhaps because he felt sorry for Heather's crying, the butler specially made several more dishes that he liked, and of course, he also made a lot of his favorite dishes for Jason, so that the two brothers could eat happily. Everything seemed to be solved like this. On the way back, Heather asked Jason, "Then tomorrow, can we come again? I want to come to present flowers tomorrow." Dad said that the flowers are the most colorful in these 2 days. He was a child and couldn't drive, so he was tied to the back seat with a seat belt. He tried to lean his head to talk and could barely see Jason's profile. Jason replied, "Okay." After finishing his meal, He stuck to Jason for a while before going to bed. He lay down on the bed and said to him, "I haven't learned how to make cake yet." Jason covered him with a blanket, "Because you are stupid and like to eat secretly. Will you wake me up tomorrow?" Jason turned off the light. Heise couldn't see his face clearly, but heard his voice. Yes. Heise was satisfied. Entering sleep state, this relaxing feeling of passing the level made him have no idea of timing. He wanted to sleep until Jason came, but until almost 10 o'clock, no one came to wake him up. At 10 o'clock, it was Afu who called him at the head of the bed. Heise was dazed and woke up from sleep state, looking around for Jason's figure. "Where is brother Jason?" Afu looked at him. "He went out at midnight yesterday." Heise felt a little uncomfortable. He suddenly woke up from his sleepiness and even felt uneasy. "He didn't come," Heather said. "He said he would wake me up." "I'm going to find him." He sat on the bed, but felt a little cold. Obviously, the quilt was fluffy and the thickness was the most suitable for this weather. Alfred saw his uneasiness and comforted Heather. "He will come, don't worry. I have contacted the master." "You believe the master, right?" "Yes, I believe him." "How much plot did I change? Can I pass this plot?" The answers were all covered by fog. Heather was a little scared and a little expectant. He hoped that the answer would be yes, but he was also afraid that the answer would be number. He followed the class tremblingly, always worried, and had to try to get through the phone all the time. Jason and Bruce went to Lebanon. The area was full of war, and they always chose the most unsafe places to go. It was difficult to receive calls. At the beginning of the first day, even if they got through, they couldn't speak for a long time. They could only tell Jason that he was with Batman. Batman is always reliable because his dad is always reliable. Heath didn't know if Bruce was with Jason before the save was loaded, but he hoped it would be useful. He believed in his father. On the second day, Jason was alive and well, and he called him. "You have to come back well," Heath said on the phone. "I'm waiting for you to come back." Jason only had time to reply with a yes, and the sound of war came again, and there seemed to be an elegant female voice, so the call was hung up again. Heath had to put down the phone, feeling unhappy. "Didn't the master say it?" Alfred comforted him. "He will bring Master Jason back tonight, and it's almost done." Alfred saw that Heath was not in good condition in the past 2 days, so he specially called Dick back the next afternoon. Dick rushed back to Gotham, accompanied Heath and comforted him, which made him feel better. "What's the matter? You are so worried about them," Dick said. "Although Bruce has a lot of bad habits, Jason is also, but they are both very powerful, aren't they?" "We all know that they are very powerful. Just be patient for another afternoon, and they will be back tomorrow." Heath was looking forward to tomorrow. He thought, if he came back tonight, he would arrive tomorrow. Then maybe Jason would come back to wake him up. So he didn't set a time again and went into sleep state. He expected a familiar voice and a familiar figure to appear in the morning of the next day. He was so expecting that Shizzy didn't want to sleep until 10 o'clock again. He really didn't sleep until 10 o'clock, because after waking up, it was indeed a familiar figure. It's just that it was not the one he wanted. "I'm sorry, but Jason, he can't come back to see you again. This is not the expected morning." Chapter 48. What did you miss? It is still rainy today. Heise couldn't see the sun, and the raindrops blew on his hands with the breeze. Alfred put on his coat for him and wanted to give him a piece of bread before rushing over, but he refused. His satisfaction was not at the bottom, so he took the bus to the auditorium again, and the scenery along the way was familiar. Get off the bus and enter the auditorium. See white flowers surrounded by people in black clothes, two familiar figures standing in the front. They are Bruce and Dick. They are black suits with white flowers, just like the scene that day. Heiss was still sent to stand between them. He looked forward again, and sure enough, he saw Jason's black and white photo appear behind the black coffin, staring at him calmly and coldly, but no longer speaking, and no longer holding his hand. Everything seemed to go back to before the effort, and in fact it was true. Bruce looked at him and held his hand. His hand was as cold as ever. The black coffin stood in front of him. Heiss. Obviously, this is the B ending I typed. No one was saved. Nothing changed except his self-admiration and chattering. There was a bunch of white flowers in front of Catherine's tombstone, and he got a duck as a gift from Jason. That was all. Dad, said Heath. How did he leave? The people around him looked at him with sympathy and pity, as if they were pitying the child. Their eyes showed their emotions clearly. They all knew more or less the cause of Jason's death, such as Dick and Bruce, such as Alfred, but only he did nothing because of an action and immersion in his own emotions, because of his intelligence that had always been a hindrance. Heath, said Bruce. His voice was low, as if he was still the common reliable man, but Heath looked at him with a faint expression of grief as last time. He knew that this dad who had been accompanying him to grow up, at this moment, he might be just a father. Bruce. He was unfortunately killed while performing a mission. He said it reluctantly. Trying to explain to a child why another child died beside him is a very painful thing, even for Batman, and it is no less heartbreaking. Dick didn't say anything. He looked at Heath and Bruce, and wanted to stop Bruce, but he raised his hand and put it down again, and didn't interfere with it. Bruce looked into Heath's eyes. We left Lebanon, in a warehouse in Ethiopia. He tried to protect a lady. Heath held Bruce's hand in return. He saw the overwhelming pain between his father's words and performance, and the constant cold face to cover up his image, and in order to explain these to himself, he had to narrate in a very low voice. He heard the noise of the crowd around him. There were not many people coming. It was just a small funeral. Those irrelevant people only knew that this was the funeral of the second young master of the Wayne family, but they didn't know that this was the farewell ceremony of the robin bird that had protected them for a long time. Bruce didn't say anything more. Maybe he felt that it was enough to say these. He put down his sorrowful thoughts, and the words and expressions that just cracked open, revealing his true thoughts, seemed like an illusion belonging to Bruce. The time has come. Dick pushed him forward again, and let Heath stand in front of the black coffin, as the first person to say goodbye to Jason in such a ceremony. Dick said, "Say something to him." Say something? Standing in such a place again, reenacting the scene of that day, facing the black coffin, white flowers, and portrait frame. The coffin was closed. He could not see Jason's appearance, could not guess the cause of his death, and could not see him for the last time. Heath opened the save position. This is a free game, and the game manufacturer seems to be doing charity. Not only does the game download not require money, there is no recharge window inside, only the strategy label appears at the bottom of the game, indicating that this game is indeed developed by people for fun. There are quite a few save locations, and there are 4 save points. When Heath uses this game function, he cleans up the save every 3 days, and the last save is always placed in the place where the character card is created, ready to use after playing through the game. He saved the 3 days before today, and could freely travel between them. Although Jason was not there, it did not affect the progress of the game. He would not be forced to give up the side quest like the previous save, nor would he get the Death B ending. Nothing would have much impact. But he still had an idea. I want this plot to be he. Shizzy moved his fingers slightly and looked at the save for a long time. He deleted the last save. The game system prompted, "This is an important branch point. Are you sure to delete it?" Okay, so a save position was vacated, and Shizzy did not hesitate to cover today's save point, and the 4th gear became the time point of the Memorial Day. Then, according to his own idea, he manipulated the mouse and wanted to click load. However, Before the mouse moved to the load position and was about to click, Shizzy had an urgent idea and a worrying question. He returned to the game download interface and found the corresponding online manual customer service. According to the customer service contact information above, the unprofitable game has been sold for several years, and it has no reputation, just like many small manufacturers' games that have sunk. But the customer service is still working diligently online after so many years. Customer service 02, hello, is there anything I need to feedback? Shizzy tapped on the keyboard and sent his strange questions. Hello, what is the timeline of this game? Will my reload cause the character to die multiple times? Customer service 02, dear customer service 02, this is just a game. Customer service 02, the characters in it, except you, are just game NPCs, but maybe it's because the game has too much freedom, the plot is too real, or maybe he is completely addicted to this game. In short, Shizzy has the illusion that this is a real person, a real family, so he asked such a strange question, because in his heart, he has already assumed that Jason may be a real brother in a certain world. He doesn't care that he died repeatedly in the previous save file, nor does he care that he repeatedly failed in a branch plot. Shizzy is a player. He doesn't care about the pain of being separated by the network cable, and he can try hundreds of times just to confirm his guess. Although he has the title of the king of games, Heis is not smart. He plays various games by relying on true feelings and repeated attempts. As long as he can seize a little opportunity, he can pass the level better than others. But this time is different. Even if he has the ability and the idea to reload the game, this time Jason is the protagonist. Will his stupidity cause his brother to experience a painful death repeatedly? Heis felt that he was crazy. He couldn't bear to hear the news of an NPC's death. Customer service 02, if you need an answer, I will tell you the world setting of this game. Customer service 02, this is a special one among thousands of parallel worlds. It is not controlled by our system. Your file loading skills can only affect your personal time travel. As long as there is a save file, you can appear at any time in theory. Customer service 02, note that this is only your personal time travel. All save files are just the ongoing plot of this world. Customer service 02, therefore, your multiple time travels will not cause the repeated deaths of fixed NPCs in the game. You only affect yourself and non-fixed NPCs. Our system cannot completely interfere with the plot, so you are just traveling on a timeline. That's great. Customer service 02, explanation completed. I have contacted a psychologist for you. When do you think you can meet him? Don't be overly addicted to games. This is the company's purpose. Hi Shizzy. No, thank you. He immediately deleted the customer service contact information to prevent the other party from really bringing a psychologist to play 1v1 with him online. That would be too embarrassing. The other party didn't realize that he had been deleted and was still sending messages happily. Customer service 02, this is the doctor's contact number XXXX. Or I can change the doctor and talk to you again. Customer service 02, a customer service 02, why was it deleted? Hey, customer service 02, did you really reload the save file? Customer service 02. Customer service 02, I told you all. Customer service 02, the system cannot completely interfere with the plot. I am a player. With this idea, you can have the courage to do many things. For example, modify all the endings, save people who should not leave, and fulfill your wishes without regrets. The same is true for Heis. He can reload the save file 47 times in the second character card, just to prove that this route must be a dead end. For the current character, the pointy-eared little man must be an invincible plot boss. Then he can reload the save file more times for his favorite brother. With this belief, he believes that he is invincible. Stop Jason from Lebanon in the new fourth save point. Heis obtained a lot of unknown new information in the auditorium. Jason was on a mission from Lebanon to Ethiopia when he died in the warehouse while protecting a lady. The culprit was the Joker. Hazel thought that as long as Jason was not allowed to go to Lebanon, there would be no chance to transfer to Ethiopia. Bruce had never planned to let Jason participate in this mission, so if Jason stayed at home for 2 days, then Jason could survive. He then began to try various methods to let Jason stay and miss the flight to Lebanon at night, and then let Alfred help him keep him. He tried to cry, tried to promise, tried to wait at the other party's door in the middle of the night, tried to stay up all night and listen to the movement in the corridor, and tried to tell Alfred to stop Jason. Dozens of replays, but these methods did not work, and Jason still left home. Crying can bring promises, but it is placed at the bottom of Jason's mind. Leaving silently, Jason can just knock him out lightly. Alfred must keep in touch with Bruce that night, because the situation there is urgent and involves nuclear weapons. Bruce needs timely information reporting. Countless ways, none of them can stop Jason from going to Lebanon, and the other party's deception and knocking out, secretly leaving, is indeed in the direction he hopes for. Jason believes that doing this will be better for Heiss and himself. He is on the road to hope, not on the road to death. He doesn't know that the road ahead is dangerous and full of thorns. He only knows that the light is full of exits, and he needs to know a truth. Don't leave this house. Heiss is still trying to stop the way to leave. It is a unique coincidence that seems like a joke. On this night, except for Heiss who can read the game, no one in the Wayne family can try to stop Jason. Obviously, he told others this possible news in the morning, but there is always an inexplicable force, like a god, blocking the steps of others. However, Heath's talents such as strength and intelligence were weak, and they were not enough to compete with Jason in his full state. He did not dare to use his only useful skill, charm, on Jason. Bruce's teachings were always in his mind. He did not want to make his brother lose his mind, and he could not afford the price. He tried the language and behavior methods, but always got the same result. 74th time. He tried everything. What else can I do? Heath asked himself. You are so stupid and useless. You can't think of a suitable method. Are you still exiling this plot and letting your brother leave in a foreign country full of war? With such an obsession, Heath raised his foot, controlled the force, and used the method he learned to push the most vulnerable point of his leg against the steel railing. Although he was a scumbag in the Bat family, he still learned something in terms of fighting. He knew the most vulnerable part of the human joints and knew how to break bones without bleeding. For example, now, he seemed to hear the crisp sound of his joints, and Heiss confirmed that he had broken his bones. In a self-harming way, Jason sent him back to the room, and Alpha still came to deal with the emergency in the busy night. Everyone was concerned about him with extremely worried eyes. Doesn't it hurt? Jason sat at the head of his bed and helped Heiss to adjust the bandage on his foot. How did you think of this way? Are you going to die? Jason's concern contained anger. Don't hurt yourself like this, even if it was an accident. God, what are you thinking? Heiss lay on the bed. He looked at the familiar face that almost made people cry. The pain of the fracture did not make him want to cry, but facing Jason, he was like a little snowman who found a stove, and he would cry unconsciously. Heiss grabbed the corner of his clothes. Don't leave. Jason looked at him. Heath spoke incoherently. Will you stay with me for the night? Don't go to Lebanon, just for the next 2 days. My legs hurt. I can't walk. I need you to stay with me, please, brother. Jason was silent. He looked at Heath. His eyes were deep, as if he hid countless thoughts and ideas, and seemed to see through many of Heath's thoughts. Do you know? Jason sighed. I have to go, Heath. I have always longed for family affection. I longed for my mother. I longed for if there is no family affection as a cornerstone, I will lose my direction. Dick clearly taught me, but I already know about my father's affairs. I can't control my anger and will definitely seek violence. So I am looking for an answer, an apology to Bruce, or the worst answer. I prefer the former. Heath didn't understand, but he tried to prick up his ears, trying to understand the person's mind. So, I will want to ask her for an answer, Jason said. He stayed with Heath for a night, but at dawn, he still set off for the airport. 75th time. He no longer needed to wait for the result 2 days later. He gave up at the time when Jason left Gotham and chose to reload the file, because he knew from many lessons, as long as he boarded this plane, he would have the same ending no matter how many times he boarded. Then I will go with him, with the idea of giving it a try. He waited for a while after Jason left and then left Wayne Manor. There were several times when he failed to find the direction of Gotham City Airport, several times when he was brought back by Alfred, and several times when he was discovered. He was ugly in appearance and equally ugly in heart. Perhaps he should be called a supervillain, which is the most appropriate name. Maybe it was Scarecrow, maybe it was Penguin, maybe it was Black Mask, maybe it was other guys. It seemed like there were many, but it was completely unclear and indistinguishable. Even if the charm value was covered, it was still very high. He could not reach Gotham Airport at all, because before arriving at the airport, these guys' evil thoughts had been fully mobilized, and their hearts were filled with possessiveness for Heise. They fought, but could not decide the winner. Heise could not continue the plot because of their greed. Clicking the direction key forward, he could no longer move freely. Heise felt sick. Blood dripped out. Limbs were also torn into pieces, and were snatched by everyone. Such a horrible experience made him involuntarily had the illusion that he was experiencing these things. How could it be possible? Heise comforted himself. I don't feel pain. I am a game player. I don't feel pain, so I don't feel pain. Just reload the game. His idea may be half right. These supervillains with evil nature sacrificed their lives for their easily mobilized evil thoughts and admiration. They never looked back to see if there was a new Heise born after the blood on the ground. They didn't pay attention. So, died of greed. Ending, new natural disaster. Countless humanoids, Heise, were born in the world. This is the latest CG. Back to reality. Jason, who has become the Red Hood, sat on a stool. He remembered that after he was resurrected, someone asked him a question. You said you control time? Why do you have such an idea? Jason didn't answer at that time, but whether it was after his resurrection or now, he had an accurate answer. Because after his resurrection, some abnormal things appeared in his memory. He saw that on the day he left Gotham, countless transparent Heise shuttled around Wayne Manor, using various methods to prevent him from leaving. This memory picture was too fantastic, and it was enough for him to see new things through the so-called science and magic. Jason took out a photo from his most trusted place. This photo was taken by a caring person when Heise and Damian went out to play today, but before he could do anything, he was beaten by Jason and thrown into the police station, and the photo was snatched away. Heise in the photo was looking at the figurine happily. She was so pretty, but some of her expressions still looked like the child in my memory. Jason touched the photo. Thank you, idiot. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49. Dick was indeed here for a holiday, because in one day, it would be Heather's birthday. The Wayne family originally had no interest in birthdays. From top to bottom, Batman and Robin were people who valued responsibility more than enjoyment, and would not care about such celebrations. But Heather was different. His physical condition determined that he could not shoulder such responsibilities, and he rarely saw the scenery of Gotham. He might not have too much sense of responsibility for Gotham, but he had the same sense of responsibility for his family. This is his home. Just like Batman and Robin guarded Gotham, Heather also wanted to protect the Wayne family. Therefore, whether it was the family relationship, physical condition, or everyone's birthday, they were all objects of his concern. In the Wayne family, not to mention Batman, each Robin was very independent and special. Even if they cared about each other, they were reluctant to say it, and they rarely stayed together in harmony for daily trivial matters. But birthdays are good excuse. It was a time when Heath could naturally call back the Wayne children scattered in various places, including a certain awkward old father, to gather together and work hard for one thing happily. Everyone's birthday was like this. Although they are all stupid, Tim concluded, but in fact, they all like Heath like this. Correspondingly, the others would also prepare carefully when Heath's birthday was approaching. Feelings are two-way. After getting the cherished warmth of family affection from a person, everyone always wants to give back to the guy who contributed the most. So, even if Heath's birthday is tomorrow, Damien slipped out of Wayne Manor early and started wandering around the places he visited yesterday, trying to pick a good birthday gift for Heath. Don't look at this kid who says behind Heath's back that Heath is useless and stupid every day, and he has to put on airs when going shopping with others. But at this time, he still went to pick a gift happily. Tim was disdainful of this. He thought that only a brainless and short-sighted brat like Damien would rush to choose a gift in such a hurry. Tim Drake, a truly reliable family man, had placed the order several months in advance and selected the gifts that Hazel valued. So at this moment, Tim looked at Damien, who was running around picking out the goods on the surveillance camera, and suppressed his pride and sneered condescendingly. Although they can get along peacefully now, Damien's revenge on Tim's kidney when he first arrived at the Batcave will indeed be remembered for a long time. Without affecting anyone, Tim is really happy to laugh at this ignorant brat. On the other side of the Batcave, there was silence. Tim took the time to take a look and confirm that Dick had indeed been standing in the corner, standing with a serious expression on his chin, as if thinking about something deep. This guy has been leaning against the wall and acting like this for quite some time since he followed Tim into the Batcave. Tim didn't understand his intentions. He had work to do, so he gave up playing flying chess with Hazel and came down to look for information. Dick had asked for leave to come here, and he didn't plan to participate in the night patrol these days. What was the point of coming here to cosplay the Thinker with Hazel and Alfred instead of playing chess upstairs? "Excuse me," Tim said after holding back for a while. "Dick, why don't you go upstairs to play chess?" In fact, what Tim meant was that if Dick took his place in chess, Hazel and the others wouldn't have to change to go bang. Tim personally liked flying chess more. Hearing this, Dick finally looked up at him. Tim said, "You've been very strange today." Tim Drake, the third Robin after Jason, was not a poor little boy who was adopted, but a guy with great detective talent who saw through the true identity of Batman Robin and took the initiative to recommend himself to be Robin. Such outstanding detective talent allowed him to notice all kinds of things that were wrong and get close to the truth keenly. It was still early for the night patrol. It was still morning, and even Alfred's tutoring class had not started yet. Tim couldn't stand his elder brother Dick's absent-minded look, so he simply paused the information work in the computer, let the surveillance continue to play Damien's running around Gotham, and turned to look at Dick. "You looked at Heath a lot today, and your expression was not right," Tim said. "This is really not a problem for me." "What did you talk about Heath with Bruce yesterday?" Dick raised the corner of his mouth. The elder brother, who was always in high spirits, finally got rid of his pensive look, and cheered up a little. He looked at Tim with a smile. "This is too simple for you. Keep guessing." Tim felt a little dangerous. People walking in the dark always have some unscientific super-intuition, which can help them avoid dangerous things at some times. Tim is no exception. He now feels that he shouldn't ask so directly. He should take a detour, otherwise, he wouldn't fall into the big pit related to Heath like now, and he really doesn't want to get up. Damn it, Tim thought, could it be that he played flying chess with Heath early in the morning, so he took away some of his IQ and vigilance? Upstairs, Heath was still playing chess with Alfred. But since he had already jumped into the trap, it was hard not to take the next step. Tim had no choice but to follow Dick's meaning and continue. "Obviously this is a very important matter. Is it related to Jason?" "Jason and Heath? What did Heath do?" After this series of questions, Dick naturally had to leave the wall and stretch his muscles to recover. "Very good. You are close to the truth. You are worthy of being a great detective, Tim. The great detective now has a hunch that you are going to trick me. Tell me." Dick smiled a little, took 3 steps at a time, and stepped to Tim's side. Under the other's tangled expression, he put his arm around his shoulders. Looking like a good brother, he patted Tim's shoulder vigorously. "Do you want to give Heather an extra gift? Tomorrow is his birthday, and it's his legal adult birthday." "Tim, so? I guess it's not as simple as buying another gift. That's boring. If you want to give another gift, you have to make it bigger," Dick said. "I need your help. I have a plan tomorrow." "I said you want to cheat me." "Is this a cheat?" "This is cooperation." After crossing over, there was no discomfort at all. Heather felt like an aboriginal. The initial nervousness and curiosity also dissipated normally at the end of the day. leaving only the experience that was no different from playing games every day. He knew the preferences and habits of all Wayne family members, knew the study plan for the next few days, and could find every place in Wayne Manor suitable for playing hide-and-seek. Everything was the same as reality. Rather than saying that he had crossed over to the game, it would be better to say that he was playing the VR version of the game. Even such a feeling was rare. Heather found that he could no longer remember the feeling of playing games. It seems that from a very early time, the keyboard and game interface have been scattered from the cultivation. Only every time I save the game can I remember that I was playing the game. So, Shizzy thought, I will regard all this as my real home and reality. He blended into this environment freely. On the second day of the time travel experience, I couldn't run around freely. Shizzy followed Afu to the tutoring course obediently. He is now at the same stage as the students of the same age outside. Afu is indeed an all-round housekeeper. He can not only explain the school curriculum in a simple and easy-to-understand way, but also teach many extracurricular skills, such as medical skills, cooking and carpentry, making a day of independent study very colorful. Afu also dotes on Shizzy. He likes children very much, and he likes the cubs he raised by himself even more. As long as he sees Shizzy a little tired, he will bring desserts and games like a real grandfather to let the child rest. Under the meticulous care, even if you study all day, you don't feel that time is long. The only thing that is a bit surprising is that except for Afu, all the family members run away during the day and only see people at night. Damien sneaked out early in the morning, and then ran back in dissatisfaction, knocking and banging in his room for the whole afternoon and refusing to come out. Dick and Tim discussed in the Batcave. One stayed in the Batcave for a day, and the other ran out, and came back with some injuries when it was getting dark. We have to allow them to keep a sense of mystery, Master, Alfred said to Hazel. Besides, tomorrow is an important birthday. My birthday. Hazel smiled with his eyes curved. Okay. So he went back to his room to rest expectantly because he knew that tomorrow night, all his family members would be by his side. That would be the best time. He fell asleep with expectation, and when the night faded and the daylight spread into the room, the beautiful day arrived as promised. It was Dick who called him to get up. Okay, little birthday boy, Dick said, today is an important day. I can't let you stay in bed. Hazel didn't intend to stay in bed. When he heard the familiar voice, he immediately opened his eyes happily and climbed out of the warm bed. Dick had already helped him get his clothes. It was a simple and comfortable lining and a knitted jacket. The color was warm, but the texture was very good. It would definitely not catch a cold in this season. I'll take you out to play today, Dick announced. Alfred said he won't have classes today, and Bruce said he will definitely be back in the evening. Great. Heath happily rummaged through the closet again, found a yellow beret, and put it on his head. Perhaps because of his obsession with the cartoon duck when he was a child, he patched the yellow duck hat again and again until it could no longer fit, and then put it in the storage cabinet as a souvenir. The housekeeper understood people's hearts, so he prepared a lot of different styles of yellow hats for Heath, so that he could change them at will and continue to make little yellow hats. Bruce also contributed a lot to this matter. The economic dad seemed to be silent, focusing on the night patrol and the monsters of Gotham every day, but after discovering that Heath particularly liked this duck, including the yellow hat, he also quietly did a big thing when the Playboy went out to work in the morning. He invested in several companies that specialized in producing this style of clothing and hats. He also contacted the cartoon company and invested in the production of the cartoon, so that the Duck Duck cartoon has been broadcast on TV until now. The latter one was discovered when Hazel was watching the Duck Duck cartoon one day when he was a child. At the end of the film, there was a sentence: special thanks to Mr. Bruce Wayne for his strong support. I wish the children who like Duck Duck happy every day. This was an unexpected discovery. The continuous broadcast of the Duck Duck cartoon attracted many children, causing the stock price of Wayne Enterprises to rise again and again inexplicably, and it has a good reputation. Thinking of these memories, I feel that the Duck Duck hat on my head is getting hot. Hazel combed his hair and left the room happily with Dick. Wayne Manor is just as it should be at this time of year, with colorful flowers and balloons hanging on the handrails, and birthday decorations everywhere. Damien didn't come down. He started hammering in the room again in the morning, as if he was still making something. Dick was going to take Hazel to the amusement park early in the morning. "I'll give you the gift tonight, even though I really want to sneak away," Dick said. "But this morning is different. There's an event at the amusement park, and I'll take you with me." "Event?" Hazel grasped the keywords. "Are there a lot of people?" Dick smiled and touched Hazel's hair, and his beret was also ravaged by his big hands and became a little wrinkled. "A lot of people, but you don't need to wear a mask," Dick said. "Birthdays should be lively. I'll protect you." Tim crossed his arms. "I'm also watching in the Batcave." By the way, Bruce was also socializing next to the amusement park this morning. Alfred said, "It's fun, young master. When you come back, you can see the feast I prepared." "It sounds so safe and fun." Hazel immediately took Dick's hand and was about to set off. Dick was pulled by the excited child, thinking, in fact, it should be a little safer. After all, there is another guy there. Chapter 50. Just as he said to Bruce that night, Dick wanted to do something, especially after hearing the hint from Bruce. This idea became stronger. He had some guesses about this, some guesses that made him feel distressed and sad when he thought about it. Even if he didn't have Tim's detective talent, his high IQ and sufficient understanding allowed him to easily guess the general situation with this hint, such as going back in time on that rainy day. Time is a very complex and difficult concept to touch. He knew the special abilities of many superheroes, but those that can be related to time are indeed rare, except for those special ones. What's more, before this, Heather had never shown these abilities. So why did he suddenly use them? At such a coincidental time point, and with what Jason said, there was naturally only one guess that was the most likely. He was forced to take action in order to retain his beloved family. Even failed. Dick could imagine it, such a special event, such a special ability, and the extra deep affection between these two people. Maybe Jason didn't dare to get close Rashleigh because of this. Dick guessed Jason's thoughts. Or is there another reason? But anyway, Dick wanted to do something because of this. Since they are both special to each other, even if they cannot confirm each other's existence for the time being due to unspeakable difficulties, they should not stay in different places and suffer separately. It's really unbearable to watch. And it turns out that the eldest brother has to take action. It happened that Heath's birthday was approaching, and in order to prevent both parties from leaving regrets, he brewed a plan and even pulled Tim, who was good at Wayne technology, as an assistant. Tim, who was just thinking about helping, was tricked into it. Okay, this plan needs to be prepared in advance. Dick took the surveillance to the places where Jason often appeared and might appear, and Tim quickly checked the surveillance including this one, and deduced the location where Jason could be met through various traces. After working hard for a whole morning, Jason was finally found in a small alley again. Jason's anti-reconnaissance ability is not bad. He had sensed these movements a long time ago, but he was really annoyed after hiding for a whole morning, so he simply waited for Dick to come. When Dick walked into the alley, Jason kicked him. Hey, wait. The irritable Red Hood didn't bother to listen to the other's words of defense, and then he wanted to punch him again. And then he had a fistfight with the prisoner who had been following him for the whole morning. Dick dodged a kick and quickly raised his elbow to block the incoming fist. This set of moves was more like the product of anger than rational judgment, so there was a little gap for talking. He seized this gap keenly. Wait. Dick stepped aside and said loudly, "Tomorrow is Hazel's birthday." Jason stopped moving. The hand that wanted to punch again stopped in the air, but it was just ready to go. But the power of the punch was interrupted by this sentence. Jason's voice was a little cold. "So, didn't you say you wouldn't get involved?" The alley suddenly felt like it had fallen into an ice cave. The sound of fists and feet stopped abruptly, and was replaced by the subtle breathing between the two brothers in Wayne Manor. "I did agree to that last night." "Then what are you talking about now?" Dick moved his feet and assumed his most relaxed posture again, leaning against the wall to ease the tense atmosphere a little. Jason had no intention of continuing to attack him. Although his aura was cold and his words were also very cold, he did not attack again. His weapon was also quietly inserted into his trouser leg. He just stood with his muscles tensed and his eyes staring directly at Dick. He was waiting for an explanation. Dick considered and stated his purpose. Hayes is coming of age. This will be a very important birthday, although it is only the legal day of adulthood. Jason's eyes moved slightly. His fingers hanging by his side moved slightly unconsciously, which was concealed by his silent pocket stuffing action. Dick paid attention to his reaction, and he did not miss Jason's tiny movements. After noticing such actions that almost exposed Jason's uneasy heart, he became more convinced that his plan was very likely to be implemented. Bruce will also return to Wayne Manor tonight, and we will celebrate with Hazel in the manor. Dick observed his reaction. I guess you don't want to meet Bruce at this time, not to mention Damien and the others. The hands in his pockets were tightly clenched into fists due to extremely complicated emotions. Jason already felt an uncontrollable irritation rising from the bottom of his heart. He took a deep breath. You'd better speak directly and don't beat around the bush. In this case, Dick swallowed the rest of the lobbying and went straight to the point, explaining the purpose of this visit. This is his coming-of-age ceremony. No matter when you talk about it next, it will be a pity to miss this time. I will help you meet him tomorrow. Jason stomped his feet hard. The bad emotions that he could hardly suppress almost all surged into his heart with these words. Is this what you call not interfering? He stamped his foot, obviously using 90% of his strength. The concrete floor was instantly cracked, and the cracks almost extended to the wall. The tops of the abandoned boxes piled around were covered with dust from the years, forming a haze. In this small space for a short period of time, the situation instantly became tense. No, wait. However, Jason didn't want to listen anymore. He had already assumed that this was an inexplicable action that ignored his reply. He didn't intend to follow Dick's rhythm anymore, and he didn't want to listen anymore. The originally relaxed atmosphere was swept away. Jason pulled his hand out of his coat pocket and touched the gun on his leg. A monitor at the entrance of the alley flashed a red dot, turning the area it was originally monitoring to the two people in the alley. Tim's voice came out of the machine, very loud, as if speaking through a loudspeaker. I suggest you listen to him. Jason drew his gun. Indeed. I guess that he could find me. I really need your help. The muzzle of the gun turned in the direction and aimed at the monitor at the top of the alley, threatening to penetrate the surveillance video and come to the Batcave. Tim's voice was still calm. We have planned a way for you to give him a gift without being honest. You don't need to tell him the news of resurrection. You just need to show up on his birthday. In the plan, Tim had a different idea from Dick. Although he also admired the second-generation Robin, he didn't have the same feelings as Dick. Tim could get rid of the emotional aspect and assist in persuasion in a targeted manner. Don't drag on for a hot-tempered person. This is not for you to meet him, Tim said straightforwardly, but for you to disguise yourself and give him a gift. Jason's gun was still pointed at the monitor. So Tim dropped a bomb. He will look forward to your birthday gift, right, Jason? Dick was still observing. He looked at his grown-up brother, who had long since put aside some of his temper, and his eyes struggled so much that his face was almost distorted. This was a rare sight. With mixed feelings, Jason fell silent again. It was a long silence. The hand holding the gun trembled for a while, the muscles were tense, the throat rolled, but he didn't say anything. He kept this state for a long time. His eyes were like waves, and many things flashed through his mind in an instant. Finally, I don't know how long it took, there was only a light and floating word left in the alley. You win. This is Hashizi's birthday. After today, he will have many legal rights of adults, such as the right to vote, and he will be accepted into the adult society and will abandon his child's identity. Although he has not yet reached the age of 21, when restrictions on children are completely lifted, and there are still many occasions where he is not allowed to enter. This is also a precious day for children. Dick chose to take Hashizi to the amusement park to play on this day. In common sense, amusement parks are always the favorite places for children and couples. In choosing a location, Dick actually thought about many locations. He thought about hotels, parks, museums, and more places with special significance. These places and their meanings were recorded one by one on the computer word, filling up several large and densely packed sheets. But in the end, he still chose the amusement park. Children belong to the amusement park. In Dick's heart, no matter how old Heist grows, how much knowledge he learns, or how many truths he understands, he is always the child he brought out from the underground laboratory, who is kind to others and loves his family. Even as an adult, he is still his younger brother, the child of the Wayne family. Dick looked at Heist happily holding up the amusement ticket, and his mood also improved. The child looked at the amusement park curiously. This was a newly built amusement park he had never been to. There were all kinds of play facilities. In the morning, the activities were in full swing and there were even more people. The sun was shining brightly, shining on his beautiful face with a smile, attracting many more or less greedy eyes, but all were blocked by Dick calmly. The gentle and handsome elder brother hid his smile behind the child, coldly memorized the faces of those guys who were full of thoughts that should not be thought of and had evil thoughts, and protected his younger brother from contacting the darkness, so that he could happily experience various amusement facilities on a very important day in his life. "I want to play that." Heist held up the ticket and pointed to the pirate ship in the distance. Dick touched his yellow hat. "Let's go play." As expected, being outside makes one energetic. After playing in the amusement park for half an hour, more and more people came and the crowd became more crowded. Dick touched his pocket and took Heath, who was immersed in playing, to a chair with fewer people. He pointed to the toilet in the distance. "I'm going to the toilet," Dick said. "You sit here obediently. I'll be back soon." The monitor above his head nodded. Tim indicated that he would watch. He thought that he was handed over to Tim for protection, and he didn't feel unusual, so he nodded as usual. But in fact, it was not. His safety was not actually handed over to Tim, who was far away in the Batcave, but to another person who was close at hand. Another person he was familiar with. Someone would definitely do his best to protect his family. Heath sat on the chair a little bored. He looked around and wondered which amusement facility he would play next. Then, something special came into his sight. A duck. A big cartoon duck, as tall as an adult man. Someone wearing such a doll costume, slowly approached him. When Heist first saw it, he felt familiar. A complex feeling of warmth and wanting to cry came up involuntarily. Why was he familiar with the doll costume duck actor? Heist couldn't tell the answer. The duck approached him and stood in front of him. Behind Duck, there were many children who were excited to be hugged, but Duck didn't pay attention to them, but just stood attentively in front of the boy in a knitted jacket wearing a yellow beret. Then, from nowhere, he took out a small gift box with a round and flat doll hand. "Gift box?" Heist looked up at Duck, stupidly, waiting for the other party's next step. Duck shook the box and handed it to Heist, with his arm firmly extended, indicating Heist to accept it. There are many cases of dolls committing crimes in Gotham, and there are also many emergencies of so-called gift boxes and bombs. These incidents even happen frequently, and the citizens of Gotham are always vigilant. Heist was the same, but at this time, he followed his heart and took the gift box. Perhaps a voice in his heart was calling out to him, telling him not to reject this familiar duck. He looked down at the gift box. It was very delicately wrapped, as if it was wrapped by hand. Even every wrinkle was smoothed out, and the bow was perfect, like a work of art. "Thank you." Heath looked up and wanted to talk to Duck. "It looks very beautiful." But when he looked up again, this duck disappeared. The crowd in front of him was still crowded, but there was no duck who would give him a gift box. The other party seemed to be a dream that belonged to Heath alone, and came just to give him a beautiful gift box and a guest that he himself thought was unlikely. Heath was stunned for a long time. Before Dick came back, he opened the gift box. Inside was a simple wooden duck-shaped toy, which seemed to be carved by hand and was very suitable for display cabinets and swimming pools. There was also a piece of paper with words printed out by computer. It said, "Happy birthday." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.